Call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, May 4th, 2021. May the 4th be with you, and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alders Lemmer.
Here.
Lemmer present. Alder Martin.
Here.
Martin is present. Alder Miatze.
Here.
Miatze is present. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Verveer is present. Alder Vitterer.
Here.
Alder Vitterer is present. Alder Wahelia is excused. Alder Boss
Present.
is present. Alder Oberus.
Here.
Alder Oberus is present. Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Benford is present. Alder Bennett.
Here.
Alder Bennett is present. Alder Carter. Oh, wait. Alder Conklin.
Here.
Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry.
Here.
Alder Curry is present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole is here. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is here. Alder Furman.
Present.
Alder Furman is present. Alder Halverson.
Present.
Alder Halverson is present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you, and I believe that I see that Alder Carter is present as well. Thank
So noted.
you.
Thank you.
Now I'd ask one of our tech facilitators to read the meeting instructions, please.
Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists, that is alders and staff, have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Panelists can also rename themselves if they wish to add preferred pronouns after their name. Please do not alter the naming convention otherwise. Also, please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the council may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the council, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also, just a couple of opening remarks. Firstly, that I am going to try and talk us through our meeting procedure again for those of you who are new to Robert's Rules or to the order of our agendas. We'll pick up the pace as we get farther on into your terms. But I think it's useful for folks to know where we're at in the public anyway. And then just a reminder to all of us that we are all here doing our best to do the city's business, and I invite us to treat each other with kindness and civility and to refrain from using profanity as we speak to each other, and including staff and the public. And then finally, just a reminder of a couple of our accepted rules as a body. Firstly, alders are asked to limit their comments at any one time to 10 minutes or less. You're also asked to not speak more than twice on a motion. And if you can manage to speak once on a motion, it's appreciated. We ask that when you speak, you address the chair rather than addressing each other. That doesn't mean that you can't ask questions of each other or that you can't answer questions that are asked. It's just a convention that you address the chair, and then it allows alders who have questions asked of them to decide whether or not they want to answer them in their own remarks. These are all rules that the council adopts for itself. If you wanted to change them in the future, you could, but they're the rules that we're operating under tonight. And speaking of rules, our next item is to suspend some of those rules. President Abbas, I'd defer to you for a motion on suspension of the rules.
Thank you. Move the motion to suspend Rule 2.04 Order of Business, 2.05 Introduction of Business, 2.24 Ordinances, and 2.25 Resolution for items so designated on the agenda.
Vice President Martin, a second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Alder Miadze.
I wanted to see if I can refer item 65034.
Alder, we're still on suspension of the rules. We can get to questions of referral when we get to the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
And if you can look up the agenda item, that would be helpful as well.
Yes, I have it.
Thank you, Alder. So on suspension of the rules, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of suspending the rules? Seeing none, those rules are suspended. Our next item is early public comment. I will remind us and folks in the public that the early public comment time is designed for people who have time restraints on their ability to attend our meetings. When we were working in person, this was designed for folks who perhaps had to get to work or had childcare issues or transportation issues. Some of those things are perhaps less issues these days, perhaps more for some people. We let people self-identify as needing to take advantage of the early public comment time, but we do ask that people respect it to be used really when you do have time constraints and your ability to attend the meeting. We asked, so a couple other things to be clear, early public comment needs to be on items that are on the agenda. And so we ask that you identify the agenda item that you're speaking to and your position on it before you make your comments. You're free to speak to more than one item during early public comment, but we do maintain the time limit regardless of how many items you speak to. So all that said, we do have a number of folks here for early public comment, starting with Emily Merritt of Creekwood Lane, to be followed by Pearl Foster.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list, and there's also no Pearl Foster in the list.
Right. Next, Lourdes Puig of West Washington Ave, to be followed by Jack Phillips.
There's no Lourdes and no Jack Phillips either.
How about Megan Spielbauer Sandate of Carroll Street?
Yes.
To be followed by Rachel Chrisman.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi, so my name is Megan Spielbauer Sandate. I use she, her, a pronouns, and I'm not gonna lie, I thought I had a little more time, but that's okay. So I'm a UW-Madison student, so I appreciate having early public comment because it is finals week right now. Sorry, this is a little rushed. But I want to first express my support for item number 16, which is designating May 5th, 2021 as Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girl Awareness Day in Madison. While I believe this measure has quite universal support across the council, I do believe it's important for Madison to make a verbal acknowledgement of the violence that Indigenous persons, especially Indigenous women, face that goes undocumented due to the ongoing processes of colonization and erasure that Indigenous people face. Secondly, I want to oppose item 45, which is authorizing the Board of Public Works to receive bids for the police training office roof replacement. I was just looking through the plan, and I can't say that I got to read through all 24 pages of it, but I don't necessarily think that, again, like something we've been talking about all summer and actually in the whole past year, it's just of reducing the budgets related to police here in Madison. And I don't necessarily see why or anywhere in the first initial pages of this document expressing why this replacement needs to happen. And so I think we really do need to be looking at, when we're seeing crumbling infrastructure, that the training office of a police academy that still employs Officer Matt Kennedy is not a priority in comparison to the other infrastructure around our city that could be replaced or could be improved. Next, I do want to support item number 50, which is looking at the tiny home projects, I believe, on Agberg Avenue. I think it's important for us as a community to be supporting people experiencing houselessness, as even though we have, especially as we saw the last winter and through COVID-19, where people are definitely experiencing increased financial burden and financial strain, that we are, as a community, really following through on Madison's promise to housing as a human right, because ultimately stating housing as a human right and making no action on that shows that your commitment isn't there. And yes, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, and good luck on your finals. Next is Rachel Chisman of Sassafras Drive in Fitchburg, to be followed by Anna George.
Rachel, I had to promote you. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Great. Are we allowing video for anybody who may have hearing impairments at this meeting?
If anyone needs accommodation or interpretation, they can request that as indicated on the agenda in advance of the meeting. I don't believe we've received any requests around hearing impairments, although we do have multiple translators with us tonight.
Great. All right. I'd like to just keep my comments brief for time. I'd like to acknowledge that we stand on occupied Ho-Chunk land, and I'm also here to express support for item 16, to oppose item 45, support item 50, and support item 69. These items all go together under a broad umbrella of social justice, community, and respect for human life. Most people on the Common Council, I believe, want these things to be furthered, and I think most of the constituents that we have in Madison feel the same way. Those that are fighting against these things are not fighting for everybody. They're not fighting for all of our neighbors. Our current capitalist system is killing us all, but it tends to kill those with the fewest resources first. Our houseless neighbors are still our neighbors, and not taking care of all our neighbors is an injustice to us all. We need to make sure that we're looking at the data and research here, and so those people who have been working with these populations and listen.
Rachel, you're cutting out on us. We lost you.
$50 and $69, and oppose item 45, which gives more money to the police, which just stands in the way of supporting actual people in our community who would much rather, the money would much rather be spent on them. All right, I concede my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Anna George of South Mills, to be followed by Alexander Wilburn.
Hi, I'm Anna George, a graduate student at UW-Madison, and I'm here to support items 16, 50, and 69, and oppose item 45. Yeah, so I think it's really excellent that the city is bringing visibility to the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And I think we also need to think really critically about what kind of money we are putting into to supporting the police, who have historically and continue to enact violence on many Indigenous people. So I think we can think critically about how money is spent on our police versus all these other really important issues. So I would really like to see some more support for the houseless people in Madison, I was there the night that there was a shooting at a houseless shelter in East Madison, and it wasn't the police who were helping the houseless people. It was community members who were there giving people medical attention and food and water. So if we're talking about where to put our money, let's stop giving the police more money, because all they're doing is harming our community. I concede my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alexander Wilburn of Gorham, to be followed by Battlefield Duke.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to first say that, again, on a council meeting, on a public meeting, I would like to request that all members of this body, the city attorney, consider stopping the practice of giving people's street addresses, even just the street. Say I had a restraining order against someone, they were listening to this, or they were listening to the recording that goes up on YouTube. Now they have an idea of where they can find me. You're putting people in danger with these rules. I would like to, one, support Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Awareness Day in Madison, and let's not just raise awareness. Instead of Madison police spending over $100,000 on ammos and bullets, we could put that into actually trying to find and help missing people. Specifically missing and murdered Indigenous women and Black and brown children, as disproportionately they go missing and disproportionately they are not found or looked for with the same amount of resources. Also, we spend several $100,000 on trying to find people that are selling drugs, find people that are doing drugs. Instead of doing that, which only perpetuates harm and trauma within that human being's life and the community, we should use those resources to look for missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and of all genders and race identities, and use our public funds and to help people instead of perpetuating trauma and the issues. I want to oppose the item 45, which is replacing the roof. If the police training center really wants a new roof, they can do what teachers all over this country do when they need supplies, and they can go and have a little bake sale for it. That would be fine. We could perhaps fire Matt Kenny and use the salary to fix the roof. Or again, we could not spend so much money. They could forego all the money they want to spend on training for war and fix their little roof, or they could practice outside. This is not money that they need. I would like to support item 50. Everything should go, anything the tiny homes people want. They are fantastic community members. They work with the community, so we are all helping each other. I would like to support item 69. For the homeless shelter. I would also like to say the homeless shelter model is a number one, a bare minimum. It's a model that we have been using for years and years and years. I remember when I was a kid and my parents were on the council.
The time is up, ma'am.
I thought I got time for each item that I registered for.
No, for early public comment, you get one time allotment.
Okay, well, support item 69. We need homeless shelters, but it's not enough, and the model is inherently flawed and treats people like cattle, or, I don't know, sort of like a poor people internment camp. That's kind of how this country treats.
If you could wrap up, please.
Justice for Tony Robinson, fire and convict Matt Kenny. I yield the rest of my time.
Our next registrant is Battlefield Duke of West Washington, to be followed by Bob Schaefer.
Battlefield, you should be able to unmute yourself. Battlefield, I had to promote you because of the device you're using. Okay.
You are.
Battlefield, you are.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Battlefield, you are. Battlefield.
Doesn't look like anybody's on the other end.
All right. Who's next? Yeah, Bob Schaefer. Okay.
So Bob Schaefer to be followed by Erica Janish.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you. The decision to relocate the current men's shelter from First Street to Easttown seems to be made simply for political reasons by the mayor and from a financial perspective of obtaining TIF money for building a public market in the First Street location versus a humanitarian perspective of providing much needed services to help our homeless population. It appears that the primary decision to relocate the men's shelter from its current location is not to provide a better solution for the people it serves. Is getting the TIF money more important than providing the best location to serve the needs of our homeless people? The homeless are people and deserve respectful consideration. Capital Times article of March 10th indicated that the First Street location provided the proximity to services homeless men need, and the Easttown location would complicate and add a cost due to the 6 mile difference. It could be a 2.5 to 3 hour walk to get the services they need. The major push now seems to be purchasing the former Saver site and then deal with the details later. No evidence has been presented to suggest how this movement improves the ability to serve the homeless needs. The rationale for even considering a 400-bed facility for homeless has no solid rational expectation for success, but rather presents a potential powder keg of eruption. Bringing 400 men who have wide-ranging reasons for their homelessness only concentrates and increases the challenges. Safety must be the priority for people in the shelter as well as the surrounding community. There is no data or popular consensus from Dane County community for a need to build a public market, and certainly no strong necessity to locate it in that location. In fact, the Easttown area would provide more convenient community access via the interstate and Beltline and Highway 51. To cut to the chase, your vote to approve the acceptance of the TIF money by moving shelter to Easttown to build a public market on First Street means that money trumps the welfare of our homeless people. A yes vote on this item to deprive homeless men of their best opportunity to obtain the needed services at locations closer to their shelter. It is a statement that a public market is more important than helping the homeless. Do you want to be recorded as such? Please vote not to approve this and stop changing something that is currently working for helping our homeless men. And that was item 69. I'm sorry for not saying that in the beginning. And I finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Erica Janish of Raymond Road, representing the Affirmative Action Commission, to be followed by Shannon Berry.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, I'm Erica Janish and I'm representing the Affirmative Action Commission as the chair. And we actually sent a letter to the Common Council in support of the men's homeless shelter. We are extremely dismayed by the baseless, discriminatory, and painful public arguments against this shelter. They rely on stereotypes about homeless people being dangerous and or criminals, which is extremely disappointing. We must be better and we must do better. Most concerning is the scarcity mindset present in the arguments against the homeless shelter that pit homeless people against small businesses owned by BIPOC in the area. We have enough resources, time, energy, and support for both communities if located in close proximity. We also must remember the societal oppression that caused BIPOC individuals to experience homelessness at higher rate. Supporting the homeless shelter is supporting BIPOC communities. It is supporting all communities. We are also aware that a business has stated they will not invest in this area if the homeless shelter is located there. It is time for our city to understand that having a business owner that does not advance our values is a bad investment. It is better for our community to invest equitably in those who need us. Our homeless community needs us. We need this shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Shannon Berry of 2nd Street, to be followed by Larissa Joanna.
Good evening. Thank you all so much. I appreciate being able to register early. I did lose my childcare for later tonight, so thank you for allowing me to move up on the agenda. I am testifying in support of item 69, although there are many wonderful agenda items on the agenda today. I wanted to, first of all, start my comments by expressing my gratitude to all of the city staff who have done an inordinate amount of work vetting various locations for a potential homeless men's shelter throughout the city. So thank you all. I know that that's a huge undertaking, having gone through a similar project myself. And thank you to all of the alders. Congratulations to the new alders for your service on the Common Council. I emailed all of you, and I emailed you again tonight in case I wasn't able to participate. I emailed you all at the last meeting, but I'm reaching out again to express my affirmation of this agenda item. Because I was concerned about the public testimony that I heard at the last meeting, particularly those that centered on safety concerns, redevelopment concerns, and concerns about the potential for reduced property values. I live a block and a half away from the temporary homeless shelter on 1st Street. And I just want to say that a lot of what I heard during the last meeting really seemed to be steeped in stereotypes about those experiencing homelessness and fear of our unhoused neighbors and friends, particularly those who are Black and brown. And I wanted to share a counterpoint to that, being in very close proximity to the temporary shelter. I have not had that experience. I have a family with a very small child. We are often walking in the neighborhood. We have had nothing but positive experiences with the guests of the Porch Light Shelter on 1st Street. The gentlemen have been truly gentlemen. They have been extremely respectful and courteous to us. I also want to acknowledge that a few years ago when Occupy Madison wanted to locate their tiny village in our neighborhood, I heard a lot of the same arguments at that time and a lot of the same concerns expressed by homeless and formerly homeless people. And I will say that the Occupy Madison Village has been an incredible asset to our neighborhood. They are our neighbors. They are part of our community. And I'm so grateful that they are located just 2 blocks from me. In that time, they have renovated a dilapidated property, and my own property values have skyrocketed in the years since they have been there. Certainly, they have not had the negative impact that so many people feared, and rather, I would speculate that they have been part of what makes our neighborhood so desirable right now. In fact, my neighbor just sold their house for 50% more than what they paid for it. They sold it for $275, and they paid $183 for it just 4 years ago. So my property values have increased substantially. So the arguments regarding property values, I think, are unsubstantiated when you look at neighborhoods across Madison that have shelters or transitional living units or other sorts of group homes. And then I share all of this as a reminder to you that, and I know that many of the people on the Common Council and the mayor understand that many of the people who find themselves struggling with homelessness and being unhoused are still people. There are neighbors and there are friends.
And that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Larissa Joanna of Blair Street, representing Reshaping Madison Together.
Hello, am I being heard right now?
Yes.
All right, I hope so. I hope that we are heard for once with this new Common Council. Representing Reshaping Madison Together, a coalition of activists and different organizations that are advocating for change that is real needed in our community more than ever. With this new Common Council, we are hoping that we are finally that we're finally see some changes. We know that some of you might have your hands tight because the rest of the Common Council, mainly the ones that have been there for years, would still not act on behalf of the community. So we are demanding that those changes are starting to happen in today, now. We do need to allow people that are hard of hearing to start. We need to allow our members to be able to have their cameras on. We need to make sure that the addresses of people are not being told to the world, because some of us do have restraining orders against or perpetrators of domestic violence, for instance, where the police cannot do anything to protect us. And talking about the police, we do not need to give more funds to the police. We oppose item 45. The police does not need any more funds, especially not funds to renew anything, especially not a place where they're trained to kill our neighbors. As a matter of fact, I agree with Alex. Arrest Matt Kenny. Use that money of retirement, of wages, to fix whatever needs to be fixed. What you need to fix, first of all, is racism in the killing of our neighbors. Thank you for the item 16, but there is way more to do rather than just recognizing. There is a lot of protections that we need to be working for, but we do support item 16. As item 50, item 69, this should not be even a discussion or an argument. We need to be protecting our community, especially the most vulnerable and those who are houseless right now during that pandemic. We need to make sure that we're doing the work by allowing them to have a shelter. This is not even a house. This is a shelter that will keep them out of the streets, keep them safe, keep an oversight, and make sure that they have the resources to get jobs and to get a house eventually. We need to start working for those that are most vulnerable in the community. We need to start seeing those changes now. And I am demanding that the most progressive members of this new Common Council start leading by example to the rest of you who has not been able to do anything for many, many years. It is time to get to work. It is time to work together, listen to the community, listen to the advocates and the activists that are out here feeding the homeless, interacting with the homeless, advocating for no more funds for the police that continues to not protect anyone, not people that are going through the best.
Thank you.
I will be speaking on that item.
It looks to me like we have Jack Phillips, who we missed earlier.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jack Phillips. My pronouns are they and them. And I'm not just a grad student and a constituent, but also a fellow policymaker on the Associated Students of Madison. Tonight, I'm asking you all to consider every one of your constituents, and not just the ones who own property or pay, taxes. You represent everyone, and that includes our houseless neighbors. Tonight, you have the two opportunities to provide for our houseless neighbors in the form of approving the Madisonian, the tiny homes encampment, as well as the Zaire Road homeless shelter. These projects can directly break the cycle of desperation that leads to the criminality that some people who are testifying tonight often complain about. No doubt you've received a number of messages and have heard a number of testimonies, and will hear a number of testimonies from people who are saying that the way to end homelessness is somehow to turn homeless people out on the street and leave them without resources. This is sort of, I can see where maybe people get this idea, but thinking about it for more than 2 seconds, consider if you turn people out on the street and take away their resources, that doesn't solve anything. That doesn't give them a place to sleep. That doesn't give them things to eat. That doesn't provide them with a job or a way to care for themselves or to care for their community. That is what breeds the conditions that, for example, drove so many of the people who are now opposed to homeless shelters to come in begging you to accept a grant from the federal government to provide cops to downtown businesses to somehow solve shootings on the West Side. That just isn't a solution. The way to end homelessness, the way to get people off the streets, is to give them a place to sleep and to provide official recognition for the solutions that already exist, such as the tiny homes. And while we're on that subject, building roofs over the heads of our houseless neighbors is far more important than building roofs over police training facilities, places where police can learn how to enact the sort of wanton cruelty and perpetuate the cycle of violence that people complain about. And finally, I couldn't find a way to tie it into the rest of it as quite as eloquently, but I'm also here to support the, I don't want to get it wrong, the missing and, I'm sorry. The Day of Recognition for missing Indigenous women. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. That is what we've got for early public comment. Alder Alboros.
Am I the only one hearing that noise, or it could be me? I'm hearing like this.
We're hearing it now that you're unmuted, Alder.
Yes, it's on your end.
I'm gonna have to log off. I'm sorry, I have no idea what that is.
All right, we'll look for you back in a minute. Thank you, Alder. All right, are there questions for any of our early public commenters? Alder Bennett.
I know that someone that was registered, Lourdes Puig, was having some issues. Is she on now? I believe they were trying to get on.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Lourdes Puig.
Lourdes, I don't see her, Alder.
No.
Okay.
All right. So then we'll move on to petitions and communications, of which we have none. And I would ask for unanimous consent to take up item 16, which is our special resolution tonight. Is there any objection to taking up item 16 next? Seeing no objection, we'll go to item 16. Alder Vitiver, did you have a question or point of order?
Alder Cole is trying to speak. She doesn't have a raise hand function.
Oh, sorry. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Yes, I have Ashley Hudson is on that list of speakers, but she wasn't called upon.
For early public comment?
I think so. That's what I think she's saying.
I do not have an Ashley Hudson registered for early public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'll find her and let her know where she's located. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so now we will turn to item number 16, and we'll call on Vice President Martin, please.
Thank you. Move approval. Is that what yeah, that's
you move, and then if you'd like to read the resolution.
Sure. Whereas, according to a 2016 report from the National Institute of Justice, 84% of American Indian and Alaska Native women have experienced violence in their lifetime, more than half of whom experience sexual violence. And whereas, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, homicide is the third leading cause of death among American Indian and Alaska Native women between 10 and 24 years of age, and the 5th leading cause of death for American Indian and Alaska Native women between 25 and 34 years of age. And whereas in 2016, the National Crime Information Center reported nearly 6,000 cases of missing American Indian and Alaska Native women and girls, yet the U.S. Department of Justice was tracking only 119 cases in the NAME U.S. Missing Persons database. And whereas no reliable data exists on the actual number of missing Indigenous women and girls in the United States, and instances of violence continue to be directed against Indigenous women living both on reservations and in urban areas at high rates. Whereas the Urban Indian Health Institute found that there have been at least 6 cases of missing and murdered tribal women and girls in Wisconsin in a 2018 report. And whereas Wisconsin has been ranked 6th in the nation in sexual trafficking, according to the Human Trafficking Institute, with urban centers being the hubs in the I-90-94 corridor, which has led to many Native women, girls, and Two-Spirits being open to exploitation by traffickers. And whereas Indigenous women experience racism and prejudice through invisibility driven by a lack of media coverage, instead of nationwide manhunts, alerts, and round-the-clock news coverage when an affluent white woman goes missing, news coverage can be minimal to non-existent when an Indigenous woman or girl goes missing. Many missing and Indigenous women today remain unnamed and their disappearance is unknown or unheard of. And whereas Indigenous women often hesitate or are unable to access help and needed services after experiences of gender-based violence because their unique needs are often not understood or met by mainstream agencies. Structural factors such as racism, stigma, and criminalization of substance abuse and mental health issues, culturally incongruent shelter policies, siloed programming, and gender inequality interact in complex ways, resulting in gaps and inefficient and inadequate services for women who identify as Indigenous. And whereas local law enforcement in urban areas rarely work with a victim's tribal nation, denying that nation's inherent sovereignty and denying that nation the chance to access data to protect its own citizens. And whereas the Wisconsin Department of Justice formed the Missing and Murders Indigenous Women Task Force in 2020 to collect and study data and identify solutions, and whereas Department of Interior Secretary Deb Haaland created the Missing and Murdered Unit within the Bureau of Indian Affairs Office of Justice Services to collect and analyze data and to collaborate with different law enforcement and governmental agencies. And whereas some of Wisconsin's Indigenous women that we know about include Bad River Ojibwe members Angeline Whitebird Sweet, murdered in 1989, Charlene Couture, missing since 2009, Sheila St. Clair, missing since 2015, and Tess White, murdered in 2016. Lac du Flambeau Ojibwe members Susan Poupart, murdered in 1990, Lavon Frank, murdered in 1997, Donna LaBerge Peterson, murdered in 2004, and Emily Ann Marie Wayman, murdered in 2010. Ho-Chunk tribal members Jennifer Wisho, murdered in 1989, Jacinda Muir, murdered in 2015, and Cozy Decora, murdered in May of 2020. Menominee members Lisa Ninham, missing since 1990, Ray Elaine Turtelot, murdered in 1986, Ingrid Washnawatuk, murdered in 1999, Caitlin Kelly, murdered in July 2020, and Stephanie Greenspan, murdered in August 2020, and Oneida member Lorraine Brown Bear, murdered in 2016. And whereas we commemorate the lives of missing and murdered American Indian and Alaskan Native women and girls and Two-Spirits whose cases are documented and undocumented in public records and media, and demonstrate solidarity with the families of the victims in light of these tragedies. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and Common Council do hereby proclaim May 5th, 2021 to be Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Awareness Day in the city of Madison. This is a day we mourn and call attention to the many missing and murdered Native women and girls, as well as those who have experienced violence and assault, and resolve to act to prevent further victimization. Be it further resolved that the Mayor and Common Council directs that the Madison Police Department and the Department of Civil Rights work with the Wisconsin Department of Justice and any other stakeholders to collect accurate data and implement solutions.
Thank you. Alder Martin will move. President Abbas, a second.
Second.
Thank you. We do have public comment on this item, starting with Mia Masak of Superior Street, to be followed by Emily Merritt.
I do not see a Mia Masak.
She's on phone.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Mia, you are unmuted. Yeah.
Go ahead.
A moment of silence, please, for the names listed earlier and all of those who we don't know. Start my time now. Thank you. I'm grateful for this time. Please permit disability accommodations and please reflect on announcing street names. There's a severe shortage of genuine concern for the pressing issue of our time, like this one. Justice Department data. The name of that agency is the epitome of insult to injury. Shows murder rates for Native American women are more than 10 times the national average and are twice as likely to experience violence. 1 in 3 have reported being sexually assaulted. 67% of those assaults were perpetrated by non-Natives. Only as of 2013 were tribes given jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute. Otherwise, and before then, cases were dismissed and ignored, and even still, obviously aren't being treated with the attention or concern they are rightfully more than deserving of. The stop of violence against women shouldn't need to be a reauthorization. Permission to not be hurt. It shouldn't need to be an act that gets tossed over by the Senate. Big change starts right here, and we need to make it. Please grant these awareness-raising efforts. This could be a week-long action. The 5th of every month should be declared this proclamation. Or here's a crazy thought. Make this reality a constant running feed in your mind because it is happening. And at this point, we are responsible for making it stop. It is a direct result of lack in resources. There are fewer than 60 tribal, created, or Native-centered domestic shelters around the U.S. and Canada. And this has been declared as a Canadian national crisis and genocide, as it should be here if we're keeping it real. In large part because the police receive most of the community funding. Who are they here for? Because our people are missing and being murdered. So what are we going to do about that? Imagine living each day never knowing where your loved one disappeared to. Imagine knowing exactly what happened because it's caught on the dash cam and acting as though you don't know what happened and ignoring the fact that what happened was lied about. And realize we are conforming by continuing to accept, even for a moment, that we exist with these egregious injustices around us. But what? Only when they impact us personally do we take the time to thoughtfully process.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Emily Merritt of Creekwood Lane, to be followed by Lourdes Puig.
Mayor, neither of those names are in the list. Benji Ramirez Gomez is here.
Right, so then Benji Ramirez Gomez of Gorham, to be followed by Frankie Brandon.
Benji *6 on your thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for their time and for whoever wrote that brilliant resolution. I think it speaks to a lot of what we're dealing with in this moment. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the fact that everybody who drives, everybody who uses coal-powered electricity is complicit in the murdering and kidnapping of these Indigenous women. Indigenous women are disappearing at alarming rates along pipelines that bring black tar oil sands down for processing from upper Canada down into the northern region of the United States territory. These man caps that spring along the pipeline are the reason that these women are going missing. They are operating with impunity, they are kidnapping, and they are perpetrating a colonial violence that is hundreds of years in the making. If we use coal-powered gas, if we use oil, if we use any of these products that are currently killing the earth, we are complicit in the murdering of these women. And so, if Madison wants to continue in its progressive name, we must stand together and move away from fossil fuels. We must move away from the economic support of these entities that continue to perpetrate this violence. We have seen Enbridge donate millions of dollars to the local law enforcement to criminalize protesters who are fighting for the right to their own land, to the right for their own food and autonomy over their body. This is a moment for us to stand in solidarity with our Indigenous comrades, and I encourage the council to vote this in. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Our next registrant is Frankie Brandon of Schroeder Road, to be followed by Tyson Vitale.
Tyson is here.
All right, then Tyson Vitale of Stoughton Road.
Oh, did you just say my name? Hello?
I did. Go ahead, Tyson.
Hi, sorry, I thought there was someone before. Hi, I support item 16. Thank you so much, Alder Martin, for your leadership on this. And yeah, that's it. I strongly support this, and I hope and expect for unanimous approval. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any questions for any of our registrants?
Oh, Mayor, I have another registrant, Adrian Mason, in support, wishing to speak.
Sorry, I failed to refresh at the last minute. Go ahead.
Hey, I am part of a biracial marriage and both privately homeless, and I fully support this because this means a lot. And that's it.
Thank you. I think that now is all of our registrants wishing to speak. But I will note that we have 3 folks registered as available to answer questions. Donald Busalacci of Brigham Ave, Rachel Chrisman of Fitchburg, and Sky Alloway of Crandon, Wisconsin, who represents the Wisconsin Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women's Task Force. Any questions for any of our registrants? If not, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? If not, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item number 16? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor and take just a moment of personal privilege to let folks know that tomorrow night at, I believe, 7 p.m., there will be a candlelight vigil in front of the Madison Municipal Building, which is being lit red for this week in honor of Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Day and I guess week. And I want to thank Vice President Martin for all of her work on this. All right, that will take us to our consent agenda. Alder Carter.
I just want a clarification. Did you say 7 p.m. it starts tomorrow night?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, President Abbas, the consent agenda, please.
Thank you. At this time, our consent agenda will be moved with the recommendation action listed for each item except first item which have registrants wishing to speak, second item which requires an extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent, and number third item which older persons have separated out for discussion and debate purposes. Agenda item number 2 and 2 to 10 are public hearing items. Item number 2, legislative file number 64574, approving plan specification and schedule of assessment. Recommended action is to refer it to 518 Common Council meeting. Agenda item number 4, legislative file number 63305, appeal of the Plan Commission action on conditional use request for 619621 North Lake Street. Recommended action is to refer to 51821 Common Council meeting. The following items are extra majority items. Extra majority vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Item number 61, legislative file number 65046, amending the 2021 adopted capital budget to authorize up to $150,000 in additional funding for a new home construction. 15 vote requires. Agenda item number 104, legislative file number 65116, amending the 2021 public health operating budget to accept 6817930 amount from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to support COVID-19 vaccination effort, required 15 votes. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendation as noted. Agenda item number 54, legislative file number 64795, approving the amendment to the project plan for tax incremental district 42. Recommended action is to refer to 518 Common Council meeting. Agenda item number 57, legislative file number 64975, amending the 2021 adopted capital budget for the Community Development Authority redevelopment to create a village on a park redevelopment capital project. Recommended action is to refer to 518 Common Council meeting. Item requested for exclusion. Agenda item number 62, legislative file number 65047, seeking Common Council approval for 2021-2022 Art Grant Award funding as recommended by Madison Art Commission. Agenda item number 69, legislative file number 63920, substitute amending the 2021 adopted capital budget for the Community Development Division's Men Homeless Shelter. And item introduced from the floor for referral, legislative file number 65316, prohibiting the eviction of temporarily encampments in Windle Park. Recommended action is referred to City County Homeless Issue Committee and Common Council on 518.
Right, and we have registrants wishing to speak on items 45, 50, and 57. So those will also be on the exclusion list. Are there additional items that alders wish to have excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Carter. Alder Carter, you're muted.
Item 54.
Item 54. Right. Are there any other items that alders wish to have excluded from the consent agenda? Alder Bennett.
Just a point of order. So agenda item number 45 is on the exclusion list, correct?
That's
Not on-
correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Because we have registrants wishing to speak. Alder Miadze.
Yes, I would like to separate 65034.
What agenda item is that, Alder?
6.
That's the Legistar number.
It's 9. Agenda item 9.
9.
Thank you, Alder. That's a public hearing item, so it will not be on the consent agenda.
Okay. Is there any way I can get it referred to another meeting?
When we take it up, you could have an opportunity to make a motion on it.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. We'll work through it when we get there, Alder.
Thank you.
All right. Any other items for exclusion from the consent agenda? Any disclosures or recusals on items on the consent agenda? Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'd like to recuse myself from item 18.
The clerk will note that Alder Figueroa Cole recuses from item 18. Are there any other disclosures or recusals? All right, so just one more time. Items 2 through 10 are public hearing items.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's item 11. I got a different count. It's not
Item 11, not item 18.
65 to 66.
Just making sure the clerks got that. Yep, the clerks have got that. Thank you, Alder.
Thank you.
All right, so one more time. Items 2 through 10 are public hearing items. Items 61 and 104 will record a unanimous vote. Items 54 and 57 have additional recommendations as noted on the consent agenda document. The items for exclusion tonight are 45, 50, 54, 57, 62, and 69. We have one introduction from the floor. And then on item 25 and 27, we have Abby Padlock registered in support, available to answer questions. And on item 26, we have Larry Cohen registered in support, available to answer questions, representing CVS. Are there questions for either of those registrants? Those items will remain on the consent agenda unless there are questions. Alder Evers.
It's my understanding that item 57 has not gone before the EOC, and it would seem to be appropriate, rather than to debate it tonight or to hear testimony on that, to refer it to the May 18th meeting and invite registrants to come back and speak at that time.
Alder, we have no option but to exclude it from the consent agenda because we have people registered on it. When we get to that item, we could certainly make a motion for referral. But because we've got people registered, we do need to exclude it from the consent agenda.
Thank you. I'm just confused that in the future, when an item has been referred to a committee and that committee has not met, it would seem it would be appropriate that it would then therefore be allowed to go to that committee before we take it up here on council. Just a point of order.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Alder, but it is in fact on our agenda, and we do have to deal with it one way or another.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Alder. All right. Any additional items for exclusion? Any other disclosures or recusals? Any questions for the folks registered on 25, 26, and 27? Seeing none, President Abbas has moved the consent agenda. Vice President Martin?
Second.
Seconds the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda and the recommendations therein. And we will go on to our public hearings, starting with item 2, which is Legistar 64574. I will open a public hearing on improving plans, specifications, and a schedule of assessments for Felon Road and Tranquility Trail Roundabout Assessment District. On item 2, we have no registrants, so I will recess that public hearing. President Abbas.
Motion to refer to May 18th Common Council meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing none, that item is referred. Takes us to item 3, Legistar 64349. I'll open a public hearing on creating sections of the MGO, that's the Madison General Ordinances, to amend a plan development district at 9301 Crosswinds Lane. We have no registrants on item 3. I'll recess that public hearing. President Abbas.
Move motion to refer.
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer to the 524 Plan Commission.
Yes, June 1st Common Council.
Excellent. So motion is to refer. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing none, that item is referred. That will take us to item number 4, which is Legistar 63305. Open a public hearing on appeal of the Plan Commission action on the conditional use request for 619 through 621 North Lake Street. We have no registrants on item number 4. I will recess that public hearing. President Abbas.
Motion to refer to May 18th Common Council meeting.
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing none, that item is referred. Takes us to item 5, which is Legistar 64719. I'll open a public hearing on a new license for Brick House Barbecue LLC, doing business as Riley's Bar and Grill. We have no registrants on item 5. I'll recess that public hearing. President Abbas.
Motion to re-refer.
Second.
Moved and seconded to re-refer to the ALRC. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing none, that item is referred. Item number 6 is Legistar 64803. We'll open a public hearing on approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessments for Helena Street, Jennifer Street, and Russell Street Assessment District. We have no registrants on item 6. I will close that public hearing. President Abbas.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing none, that item is adopted. Item 7 is Legistar 65032. I will open a public hearing on approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessments for Deerholt Road Assessment District. No registrants on item 7. I will close that public hearing. President Abbas.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing none, that item is adopted. Item 8 is Legistar 65033. I'll open a public hearing on approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessments for Hooker Avenue, Sheridan Drive, and Steensland Drive Resurfacing Assessment District. We have no registrants on item 8. I will close that public hearing. President Abbas.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing none, that item is adopted. Item 9 is Legistar 65034. I will open a public hearing on approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessments for Forester Drive Resurfacing Assessment District. We have registrants starting with Luann Williams of Forester Drive in opposition, to be followed by Elaine Wheeler and Deborah Schmidt.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate everyone's work through the City of Madison, through Common Council. Just want to say a few words. I am a resident of this street project in opposition. Just want to start out by reminding everyone that we are still in a pandemic. We don't know when this will be over. We have in my own family returning to work now after a year and a half. And for the city to present a bill anywhere from $7,000 to $11,000 is not something that we can support or pay at any point, no matter how much of a payment plan that's presented. I feel that this project is more of a Band-Aid to a larger issue in our area, in our neighborhood. I feel if there was attention to any sort of elevation maps in the area, this area is seen as at the bottom of a hill. DCF or DHS is at the top of a large hill on Northport. We are at the bottom. So it's going to lend to a lot of drainage and other issues in our area. So I would hope that the city would look at this area on a larger scale. As a homeowner, I'm forced to modify my home for something I don't need, and I need to then pay for that. That hits pretty hard. As a homeowner, I would think if many of you as a homeowner would not like that. I think you would feel the same. I do want my neighbors to have what they need. I don't want them to have continuous water in their basement, issues like that, but I don't feel I need to support payment for something that I don't need on this project. So again, reminding you we're in a pandemic. Not everybody can afford this. Many neighbors on fixed incomes. My family starting back in the workforce. And again, I feel it's a larger issue in our area that needs a bigger look at. So, thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Elaine Wheeler and/or Deborah Schmidt of Forester Drive.
Elaine, you may see a prompt asking to unmute. That's if you're the Elaine we're looking for. Otherwise, there is no.
Yeah, so we're here.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, Elaine Wheeler and Deb Schmidt. We live next door to Luann Williams, and we support what she's saying. The issue of the work that's going to be done, we do not oppose that, but we have additional problems, all of us along this street, of dealing with the runoff from a huge area of this neighborhood. And we've been working, communicating with city engineers, and they have been very helpful. But at this point, we don't have any assurance that the work will address the issues that we have about our real estate. Deb,
this is Deb Schmidt. And part of my main concern too is we were on the plan, we were assessed for 2 connections, and one of those is really a drainage area from the runoff from the entire neighborhood. And I feel that's unfair because basically we're paying for the exiting of the water that's going over the sidewalk at our house, even though most of it's not even ours. It's coming into our yard from up the hill. So that's one of my main concerns with the cost of everything. I think Lauren's come up with some ideas to help with that, and hopefully the cost would be less. But at the same time, I feel that should, if that is going to happen, I feel that that cost should be shared, since it's really not even our water that's the problem here. And sometimes after, not this year so much because it's been very dry, but over the past 3 years or so, it's just after the ground is so saturated here that the water will actually run for 3 days, up to 3 days after there is no more rain. So, that's a real issue that it does need to be taken care of in some manner, but I would hope that we wouldn't have to bear the brunt of the entire cost of that. And thank you.
Thank you. There are questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, I will close that public hearing. President Abbas?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Figueroa Cole? You're muted, Alder.
Can I ask a general question about this resolution?
Yeah, you can ask a question of staff.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if Charles wants to push to another meeting. I mean, I feel like I don't have the full information here to make a call on this particular resolution. I don't understand the process on this regard. I know that there's $600,000 and $70,000 that the city is putting down, but there's a $70,000 extra fee. Is that what the residents are referencing to? That the $70,000 is on them to pay for these repairs?
They're referencing the assessments. Although I think perhaps we'll have staff just give a brief overview. I assume there is someone here from engineering who can speak to this. And if you could raise your hand, please, so I can find you. Christy. Either Christy or Greg from engineering can speak to this project. And if you could just give us a brief overview and maybe just a little tour of assessments for the benefit of the new alders.
Sure. It's Christy Bachman with City Engineering. I started off, and Greg's here to help out with the storm and sanitary questions. So we have street reconstruction and resurfacing projects that we schedule and work on each year to help maintain the streets. This one happens to be resurfacing with utilities, which means that a lot of the curb is in good shape. The pavement needs to be replaced, and one or more utilities. So we go ahead and design the projects, work with the neighbors, and also the alders. And the timing of this is unfortunate because we had some outgoing alders and brand new alders that were not familiar at all or participate. And as part of the projects, we do assess the adjacent property owners. Just in general, if you look at all of our projects, I would say roughly 10% of the cost of any given project is assessed to the property owners, and the remaining 90 is either paid for by the utilities or out of the general fund. In this case, that is correct. The project is estimated at $670,000. Of which $70,000 would be assessed to the adjacent property owners. And one other thing, just to point out too, that our assessment policies, they have evolved throughout the years. They do change, but it is a policy that's applied citywide, throughout all of the districts, and remains consistent between all projects.
Mayor, if I might, this is Greg Fries. Can I hit the sanitary and storm issues perhaps?
Please.
Okay. Greg Fries, City Engineering. And so this project does also include sanitary and storm replacement. The replacement of the storm sewer main is paid for by the stormwater utility. That is not assessed. But this area has also had complaints on it because the homes, or several of the homes that front here, have sump pumps that run a great deal of the time. This is not unusual in this area around Warner Park. This area is very low or groundwater is very high, depending on how you look at it. And sump pumps in some areas, maybe not this year, but in a lot of years, run 24/7, 365. And right now, if they dump out onto the sidewalk, that causes icing problems, which then leads to a building inspection complaint, which then leads to an order from building inspection to do something about that. And the long-term do something about that is usually to connect to storm sewer when it's available. This problem is endemic across the city of Madison. We have a lot of what I would call made land, right? Land that used to be wetlands and was filled and developed. That is the kind of area this is. A partner to this that we did probably 10 years ago is over on Trails Way, which is right on the other side of Warner Park. The same policy was applied there as we are doing here. We had these same drainage complaints, and it was applied on Monroe Street as well. It has been applied uniformly across the city for about the last 15 years. Where we have complaints or where when the engineer walks a job site and notices sump pumps, hoses being discharged very close to the sidewalk, we make accommodations for a private connection at some point in the future. So what the stormwater utility pays for is an inlet where they need it, right in front of the house. What the stormwater utility doesn't pay for and is assessed is if there is currently a discharge to the curb with storm sewer, which happens very often. People will core through the curb with a coring machine and connect their pipe directly to the gutter. Then they are charged to reconnect because we actually have to reconnect the pipe that is there. If there is a pipe that is just laying on the grass, then what we do is we stub an 8-inch PVC under the sidewalk, cap it so that the private property owner can connect to it at some point in the future if they want. When building inspection comes knocking and says, you know, you can't keep doing what you're doing. It's much cheaper to do that with a reconstruction project than it is to come back after the fact. A lot of time, and so what that assessment is usually for is about 15 feet of PVC pipe and 1 square of sidewalk. Sometimes it's not even a new square of sidewalk because if you're getting your sanitary lateral replaced, which I'll talk about in a moment, it might be the same square of sidewalk that you might get a 2-for-1 deal here, right? Because that same square of sidewalk might have to be replaced for your sanitary lateral. So a couple of residents mentioned, they are draining an area. There's surface drainage that might need to be accommodated. In fact, one resident out there has a little, a brick swale that goes right to the sidewalk. I think that was one of the residents who spoke to drain their backyard. They are taking overland flow, but then on the other side, they have a sump pump that discharges. So we are trying to address both problems in this case. But I do want to stress that the drainage problems they have here are everywhere across the city. So the stormwater utility does pick up a lot of the cost, right? We put an inlet where they need to put it. We just don't actually pay for the stuff behind the curb. And then quickly for the sanitary sewer, this is the same we have been doing for a long time. The sanitary sewer here is old clay and in poor condition and in the wrong location. It's actually in non-compliance with DNR code. It's right next to the water main. And we are going to move that out into the street. The main is not assessed. That's picked up by the sanitary sewer utility, but the laterals are assessed. And because those are private, but the city pays 75% of the cost of those laterals, right? Because we really want people to replace the laterals underneath the street because we don't want them to break 2 years after we're reconstructing the street, right? Because then that would be residents' cost and that would be really expensive because now it's under a brand new street. So to encourage that, the city pays the city stormwater utility picks up 75% of that cost to encourage people to replace their laterals as part of a street reconstruction project. The last thing here is we did offer backflow preventers here on this job for sanitary sewer because we have some concerns that this area could experience sanitary backups if we had a really big rain event on the east side like we had on the west side 3 years ago. And again, that is a 75% share by the by the sanitary sewer utility that would pick that up, but that is optional, right? That's totally optional equipment, and a number of residents out here have opted out of that. But we did offer that. We started offering that as part of the Monroe Street project as a pilot to see if we could help people who had been experiencing basement backups of sanitary sewer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Alder Figueroa Cole, did you have follow-up questions?
I think I understand the process and how we got to this split of money, but how is the $70,000 distributed across that street? There's not that many houses in there. Is that an even amount that each owner has to pay? Is that based on the value of their home? And how long do they have to pay that money back to the city? Those are the only questions I have. Thank you.
So, Christy again from engineering. The assessments are based on what actual construction work happens in front of their house. So it's not based on, location or the value of the home or any of those types of things. And it also is based on our current assessment policy of what items are we assessing. So in general, for the streets, it's the concrete items being drive aprons, curb and gutter, sidewalk. For the sanitary and storm, Greg just went over those items. And then each property is different, and especially on a resurfacing, sometimes somebody may have, everything in pretty good condition and have a very low assessment, and other folks may have more. Just looking at the schedule of assessments here, they range from between 3,000 or so up to almost 11,000. So there's quite a different range. Our standard payback period for our schedule of assessments is 8 years. And we usually bill the following year after construction, and folks can pay it in full, without any interest when the bill is due. Most people don't select that option. They pay it over 8 years, and it shows up as a special assessment line item on your real estate taxes. One thing I will mention, we do have some types of projects that the assessments on average are over 10,000 for all property owners. And the ordinances do allow us to extend that payment period out to 15 years. So that does help. I can't recall if there was discussion of that or not on this one, but that is something that we have also done to help, ease the burden of paying those assessments off.
Thank you, Alder. All right. Alder Carter, questions?
Yeah, I was just going to ask about the repayment plan. And Christy, I believe you said that there was not a discussion of the 15-year payback.
Not that I'm aware of. And if it would have been requested at the Board of Public Works hearing, I'm quite confident the members would have granted that.
Okay. And was there any consideration? I know about this area being at the bottom of the hill. So what is going on above this street that can, have you worked on that area to rectify some of the flow of water, or can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Sure, Alder. This is Greg Freeze again.
Hi, Greg.
So this area is not terribly dissimilar from a lot of areas. It's just at the very bottom of a bowl here. So there's about, I would say that this is a little bit more than what I would call average now, in that there's probably about 20 residential lots that drain down through this area, counting all the ones on Forester themselves. And what happens is the water comes down off the intersection of, sorry, it's hard to do zoom in my map at the same time, up the intersection of Troy and I can't read the name, but it's the next intersection to the west on Troy. And it comes down to this area, to the backyards of these of the residents here, and then it really flattens out, right? The backyards of the neighbors that all front here are essentially flat, and they have done, and from walking the site, and I have walked it twice, in fact. They have all kind of coped with this, and this is obviously a problem that's been going on, as long as this area has been developed. In different ways. One person has a very kind of innovative little brook trench to drain their backyard around their side to the front. And, more could be done, but but I don't want to imply that this is something that I don't see in other areas of the city. This is not the worst I've seen. It's certainly not the best I've seen. But these issues are all over in older areas of the city. In terms of what you could do, in fact, I mean, the property owners themselves with the storm pipes that I mentioned that could be stubbed across the sidewalk. If this were my home, what I would do, and in fact have done on my home, I would dig in a private sewer. You can do it by hand, and I did, to your backyard, put an area drain back there and connect to the stub that we give you. It doesn't solve flooding problems, but what it does solve is nuisance drainage problems, right? So, during spring melt, I'm sure the backyards here are extremely wet in a normal year, because there's, a lot of times the water can't get out because it's ponded up against the snow that people pile from their sidewalks. So there are solutions here, and they can be done, especially in an area that's this flat, by property owners if they choose to do them. Certainly a contractor could do it easier, but it can be done by hand. It's just a lot of work. And the stubs we would be providing would provide for that option if they want to take it.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you, Greg.
Alder Figueroa Cole, questions? No. Alder Miadze.
So yeah, I personally went to Forester Drive and actually talked to all the constituents on that road. And I guess my main concern and my question is, given that they're on the bottom of the hill, has any assessment been done to alleviate the burden to the people on Forester, as far as given that it's been a history where they have had houses right behind there, and the drainage been going into the people's yards. So, sorry. Hello?
Go ahead, Alder.
Yeah.
Alder Carter was just speaking to her dog.
Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted to see if there's anything that the burden can be alleviated as far as with the people of the city. I was kind of glad to hear that Monroe Street actually had a project done to alleviate some of their financial issues. But Is there anything going to be conducted by the city to alleviate some of that burden?
Alder, I'm going to suggest two things with the indulgence of the body, and one would be the option that Alder Carter was exploring in her questions, which is extending the repayment period over 15 years instead of 8. And Christy could perhaps speak to the process around that. And then the other thing that might be useful to input here is that the stormwater utility is in fact conducting watershed studies of the entire city. I don't know at what point this area is scheduled, but that is a process that I would imagine would turn up additional solutions to solve some of these runoff problems. But Greg could probably speak more to that as well.
Okay. Again, this is Greg Fries from City Engineering. So the scale of this problem is relatively small, meaning there's not that much water, there's not that much area draining to these homes. So we have done, in answer to your question, Alder, we have done what are called private assessment districts in the past. Okay. They typically are not done. In fact, we have a draft policy that the Board of Public Works has seen, not the current board that just got seated, but the prior board. And we did look at this in with that policy, right? And so generally speaking, when the city, well, I should take a step back. When we do a private drainage assessment district, what we do is the city comes in and says, can I fix this problem? And the answer is yes, but it's not taking any public water, meaning this is all just other neighbors draining the way they have historically done, okay? And that is allowed. In fact, the state Supreme Court has ruled on this several times that it is allowed, legal, unless they do see and hear another case, for upstream neighbors to drain downstream, right? I mean, I guess gravity works. That is a good thing that that there is, I'm not trying to be facetious here, but it would be hard to change that pattern. And so what we have done is said, well, okay, we'll look at all the areas that drain to here and what the solution will cost. And we assess all the people who drain there for a project down on somebody else's property. Those assessment districts are, as I think you might expect, highly unpopular. And because the people up on top of the hill don't have a problem, and they don't want to pay for somebody who bought a house at the bottom of the hill, right? So they are typically, the last one we did was about 10 years ago. And we typically reserve those for problems that an individual cannot solve on their own, okay? So there are blocks in the city, entire blocks, that have area that is actually feet below the elevation of the adjacent curb. In other words, they can't get their water to drain out by gravity. They literally would have to pump it out. And so we have done some projects like that, where the city will go in, the person has to dedicate a public easement to the city. We will install storm sewer deeper, and then everybody who drains to it gets assessed. It's a separate assessment from what Christy has run through for this assessment district, because it would, in this case, it would assess people far to the, I'll call it northwest along Troy Drive. And there's about 15, 20 lots, just looking at this roughly. And again, this problem, when I've walked through this area, this could be solved with these stubs and then private property owners doing some work on their own property. So this, according to our draft policy, this would not rise to the level where the city would get involved. And so we would not recommend going with a private storm sewer assessment district here. The city, I want to be clear, the city doesn't share in any costs for this work. We just assess all those costs to a different group of people. And again, the last one we did successfully was about 10 years ago, We've tried a couple in between there, and the process usually takes about a year. And usually what happens is what has happened in the past is there's so much objection to that. And a couple times the person who had to grant us the easement ended up revoking their easement request because they were receiving so much objection from their neighbors, right? They just didn't want to deal with it anymore. They just said, well, I'm not going to give you the easement anymore. So I'll be happy to talk to you about this at great length if you would like. At any time you'd like to do a private Zoom call, I can bring up some aerials and stuff and show you.
Thank you.
All right. I have no additional alders having questions. The motion is to adopt. Is there any discussion?
Can I refer it to another meeting?
Alder, you can make a motion to refer.
I'm making a motion to refer it.
What meeting would you like it to go to, Alder?
May 18th.
Motion to refer to the May 18th meeting. Is there a second? Alder Figueroa Cole will second. On the motion to refer, Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask staff if there's any notice requirements that will have to happen with residents due to a referral.
Christy, is there sufficient time to notice for May 18th, or does it need to be longer?
Since, we're having the hearing right now, we don't have to renotice, but we will let folks know what's going on that live on the street. I would note, though, a referral would shift the whole schedule of this approval and then the bidding and the final approval of awarding the Public Works contract, which there's a good chance may delay the construction, because right now it has a start date of August 2nd. So if we delay the approval tonight, that would shift the start to August 16th, which is pretty late to start a construction project. So we'd have to evaluate that.
Thank you. Alder Foster.
Thank you. I was going to ask about that, Christy, and also I was going to ask, have you received any concerns about the assessments that were mailed out? This was at Board of Public Works last week. I don't remember anyone showing up there to ask these questions or express any concerns, which would normally be where we would handle any of this. Are you as staff aware of anyone that's contesting the actual assessed amounts or any issues with inconsistency with our policy?
There have been several emails between staff and several of the residents, and I know they've had quite a few field meetings too, met right on site. And there has been concern about the high amount they feel that they're paying, and then just the fairness of why someone should be assessed for something where they feel it should be absorbed elsewhere. I can tell you that all the policies are consistent with what we've been using for years now. The only new one would be the backflow preventers, which is an optional, that's for your sanitary sewer, and that's optional, so folks can opt out of that if they don't want that item.
Thank you. So, I guess I would just say that, I certainly would like to defer to my colleagues, ask for a referral on this. But it also, I guess it would be helpful to know what the referral is for and what is expected to be accomplished during that time, because it's not going to be helpful to delay the project and to interrupt the current schedule. And I think as staff has said pretty clearly, there's really nothing exceptional about this project. And so I really don't anticipate I haven't heard of anything that actually needs to get resolved. So I guess it would just, if it's a question of just wanting to understand our assessment policy better or learn more about this in general, I guess I'm not totally in support of referral at this time. So I don't know if my colleague has anything specific that he would like to ask for associated with this referral.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to echo Alder Foster. If there's a specific reason for the referral, so that something in the assessment, if there's any likelihood that staff made a mistake, the process wasn't followed correctly, that there is some other solution out there. But if in 2 weeks the same vote is going to be before us, there is the option, though, that we could take up tonight, offering a longer payback period. But if it's just really a delay without a specific outcome in mind, I will not be supporting referral.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Yes, I just have a quick question for Christy. If this is referred, would this go on next year's project, since you stated that August was late to do an assessment? To do construction.
So, the designers would actually take a look at what the available time is left. And this year for construction, my guess is that at a minimum, it's, a 2.5, 3 month project. We like to try to have paving happen mid-October because you never can tell when winter will get here. So we would assess that, and our goal, of course, would be to construct this year. And if we were not able to, we would, continue to work on bidding the project and have it under contract, but have the work happen in 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole.
I understand grants and tax feedback, and I appreciate that. Yes, I would like to get a better understanding of the policies in general, but at the same time, which I know is not justifiable for under those reasons only, but at the same, I think I heard that there might be some other solution where this can be handled differently, with the neighbors. So if I was the elder on this area, I will appreciate it very much the opportunity to go back as a new elder, which in this case would be Charles, to have the opportunity to go back to my constituents on that street and have that discussion and make sure that all those angles for. And if there's no consensus or, after that, those attempts, then, we'll follow the rules. I am pretty sure we're not going to change these rules anytime soon. But at least I think it would be fair to give him a chance to reach out and explore the venues that were presented by Greg, I think his name was, from staff.
Although, just to be clear, I think what Mr. Freeze presented was not an alternative way to deal with this project. This resurfacing has to happen one way or another. I think what he was presenting was a potential additional way to deal with runoff and flooding. Just okay, to be clear.
Okay. Again, I as a new elder, I would have liked the opportunity to really understand the process and the constituency issues on this regard. But I also understand that these rules are already in place and we're not going to change them anytime soon. So I respect whichever way we go on it. We refer on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Thank you. I just wanted to add that whether staff or the alder would go back and see if they can offer the residents the 15-year. If it's appropriate. Thank you.
Alder Miadze.
Like I said, I personally went out there myself and I talked to constituents there, which was, which we all heard from. So I'm representing the people that are not, that do not want this project to be done without some kind of assessment done to the other neighborhoods and other things that are also included with the problems. So I saw there's quite a few more problems where there's trees that is obstructing the sidewalk, trees that is obstructing the manhole. So there's other issues in this neighborhood that hasn't been addressed. So I would like to refer this so that we can also hopefully work with city staff and the residents to come up with a tangible solution. And I believe something can be reached. So I'm speaking not for myself, but I'm speaking for being out there and actually speaking to the people that are going to be involved. And you have heard their voices tonight, and I represent the people.
Thank you, Alder. I have no further alders in the queue. The motion is to refer to the May 18th Common Council meeting. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of referral? There is objection, so we'll have a roll call vote. All those in favor of referral, aye. Those opposed, no, as your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On referral, Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin.
Aye.
Alder Martin, aye. Alder Miadze.
Aye.
Miadze, aye. Alder Revere.
Aye.
Alder Revere, aye. Alder Vitiver.
No.
Alder Vitiver, no. Alder Wahalia is excused. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Alburas.
Yes.
Alburas, aye. Alder Benford.
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett.
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry.
No.
Alder Curry, no. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Halverson.
Aye.
Alder Halverson, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no. 13 ayes, 6 noes.
With 13 ayes, that item is referred. And we will move on to item number 10, which is Legistar 64797. I'll open a public hearing on creating sections of the MGO to change the zoning at 1901 Aberg Ave. And we have registrants, starting with Adrian Mason of Aberg, to be followed by Timothy Jones.
Hey, I fully support this item, but I did register for the wrong item. I'm supposed to register for, I guess, item number 50.
All right.
This one.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Timothy Jones of Sherman Ave, to be followed by Malik Mason.
Timothy, you are unmuted on our end. Looks okay. You're unmuted again. Are you there, Timothy? Doesn't sound like it.
All right, let's go on to Malik Mason of Aberg, to be followed by David DeShazer.
Hey, how you doing?
Go ahead.
I live at 1901 Aberg Avenue, and I think it'll be a good idea for us to get rid of the zoning, especially for the homeless that's here. Not a lot of people have a place to go, and it'd be nice for everybody. As that, I'm done.
Thank you. Our next registrant is David DeShazer of Metro Terrace, to be followed by Casey Zander.
Is it unmuted?
Yes.
I just had some quick words. I approve of the zoning. So family has multiple definitions for purposes today. I'm going to use it in relations to a group of people united by certain convictions or common affiliation, fellowship. The vision espoused by Occupy Madison is one I firmly believe in. They seek to create a non-hierarchical, democratic community where people with or without stable housing can live and/or work cooperatively to relieve poverty and promote dignity, safety, stewardship, and sustainability. That to me sounds a lot like family, or at least some core tenets that I would hope and a family would strive for. It's been an honor to meet the residents at both villages since starting my volunteering with Occupy Madison late last year into early this year. I've had the opportunity to watch the 1901 village grow. Like any family, they've had their trials and tribulations. Yet, when dealing with challenges, they overcome, support one another, show amazing levels of compassion and understanding towards one another. This compassion is extended into not only those present in the community, but those outside of the Occupy community in the broader Madison community. Many people and organizations have shared and participated in the Occupy Madison vision. I suspect as they continue to grow, so will that engagement. The community at 1901 Aberg has inspired me in so many ways. I am thankful to know that this is a part of the Madison community. Having been born and lived most of my life in the city, it is far and away one of my favorite parts. I'm happy to consider the Occupy Madison, I'm happy to consider the Occupy Madison community family. Sincerely, I hope all who hold an open heart and haven't had the opportunity to go visit the community, take the time to do so. With love, excitement, bliss, and a great sense of pride, I happily welcome this addition to the Madison family. That's all I got.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Casey Zander of Aberg, to be followed by Travis Graham.
Hi, my name is Casey Zander, and I am support, and I live on 1901 Aberg. The reason why I got to this place was because I practice time banking, and time banking has allowed me to exchange my services to stay at certain places. And a woman that started the Mount Zion Food Pantry passed away, and that's where I was living and time banking. And this place opened up. So I'm able to practice my grassroots because I'm a recovering addict and a human being. And I just really think it's important that we have a place like this set for people to transition. And it's important that there are different varieties of people here that can really help foster growth in one another. And that is what I'm seeing. And it's really a miracle. So with that being said, I just want to thank everybody for helping us get to this place. And I'm eternally grateful, and I believe in this mission. I know that we can do such great things with this type of place where people can transform and be a part of community and not be segregated from community, because that ultimately is the most important part of healing, is to feel a part of a community. And that's exactly what Occupy Madison does. With that being said, thank you and have a blessed night.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Travis Graham of Aberg Ave, to be followed by Kim Fruin.
Travis, *6 to unmute. Travis, again, *6 to unmute. Doesn't look like he's responding. We'll go
All right, let's go on then to Kim Fruin, also of Aberg, representing Occupy Madison.
Kim, okay.
My name is Kim Fruin, and I'm a resident at 1901, and I'm formerly 1901 Aberg Avenue at Occupy Madison. And I am formerly, displaced homeless because Occupy Medicine had given me an opportunity. I initially started during the wintertime, just wanting to be able to give back to the community at large and how it had helped me out of 3 years of being homeless. I lived in my truck for most of my time. And similar to Casey, I also did something similar as time banking. And in the wintertime, I was facing homelessness, and Occupy Medicine gave me an opportunity to be able to help other people like myself in need. And it was something that was a confidence builder for me, that gave me a sense of purpose, community, and a sense of drive to want to be better and do better. And since I've been here, I've been able to heal and unfold and accelerate healing more so than I have in the last 3 years. And the family that David talked about, I mean, things that I see Occupy Medicine doing, helping us to facilitate us to be able to come together as a family, as a unit, and with internally for ourselves and also as our community. I think that we are a great asset to this community, as well as those who have poured into us. Also have been a great healing point for us as well. And so I agree and with this Occupy Medicine being a part of this community. So thank you for everybody for listening and being a part of this, who have been. That's all I have.
Thank you. We also have Edward Kuharski of Sydney Street in support, available to answer questions. Brenda Conkle of Hancock in support, available to answer questions, representing Occupy Madison, Inc. Leslie Luttrell of Kropf Ave in support, available to answer questions. And Robert Charles Schumacher of Aberg Ave in support, available to answer questions, representing Occupy Madison. Just see if we could get either Timothy Jones or Travis Graham back. I think those are the two that we missed.
Hello, this is Timothy Jones.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, members of the council. I'm a community member, had been born in Madison, Wisconsin, came back after a year and a half ago to do additional community related work and live back in this community. And I had the opportunity to, shortly after the time that I arrived, get introduced through the Mutual Aid Network to a group of individuals who are in encampment in McPike Park, many of whom now are part of this tinier house village, and others of whom are not able to be in this tinier house village given its size limitations, but I believe certainly would be. And I also am aware of some of the McPike Park residents who moved on to other encampment at Rindall Park. Those individuals may not be as well suited or may choose not to be part of something like this, but this particular establishment is definitely something that I support. Having permanent zoning, I would support, just as I have from the time that I helped them build tinier houses in the middle of winter with the volunteers from Madison, hundreds of them who came as I managed the shop with others to help build these. I would support additional development of this nature, whether it be Occupy or another effort to put tinier houses together in groups. Also to support other forms of ways that communities of the houseless population of Madison would have the opportunity, perhaps in open parks, just like Rindall, to be able to enjoy the community benefits and have the type of connections that people here at the residence have been talking about. I have been honored to have the opportunity to interact with all of the people you've heard as residents in the Tiny Your House build process as well now as they develop their family communications, connections, committees. I've been a part of facilitator training most recently and engage and see them very regularly. I appreciate the interactions that I've had with them, and I really am honored to think that they will be a part of the community that I will be able to continue to interact with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Those are our registrants tonight. Alder Alburis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My understanding is that I have a constituent in the queue that wishes to speak to this matter. I believe she did speak during early public comment on behalf of the Affirmative Action Commission, but wishes to actually speak on this item as well. So if it'd be okay with you, Madam Chair, if she could speak to this.
So first, it looks like we do have Travis Graham, and then we'll come back to the issue you raised, Alder Alburis. Travis, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I just want to thank you to the committee members and to my neighbors who just spoke. I live at 1901. I've lived in Madison for probably about 20 years, which I understand is, I'm right about getting there to being an actual Madison resident. But I first stayed in the north side. I lived on Sheridan. Rented a room from a friend, and then I had my own place up on across from Seminary Hill. I say these things just to say that I've been a resident of Madison for a while. I worked for the Urban League for a long time. I worked under Ed Lee and Vernon Blackwell, who's also a North Side resident. I learned a lot from them. I found myself homeless last year. Part of it had to do with COVID. Part of it had to do with other things that I have to deal with. And when I came across what they were planning on doing with this Occupy Madison, I'd heard of it and I knew about the place on 3rd Street. But with this, getting 28 people into temporary housing from October till the winter, by the end of December, it was amazing, and it got me. I was at the time living in a tent at Owen Park. Luckily, I kind of stayed away from, because of the pandemic and everything. I stayed away from other people. I found a place to camp by myself, but I was losing it. I was like, I swear to God, this place saved my life, because not only did it give me a place to not freeze to death, but it gave me something to concentrate on, a community to build. And I think, and this is why I bring up my past history there, I think it fits in really well with the North Side. I think that, we can work together. And I think I already see that it's tough. There's a lot of reasons why people are homeless. There's more reasons why people are homeless than there are homeless people. I know I've got many reasons why, but just to be in a community of other people that can help me and know that I'm going through, as well as just the physical comfort of having a place to stay and people bring food and stuff like that, has just been amazing. I would certainly encourage the approval of the zoning laws, and that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. And then, to restate, in general, when folks have registered for early public comment, we expect that they have commented on the items they wish to, but unless there is objection, we'll call on Erica Janish of Raymond Road in support, representing the Affirmative Action Commission.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So yes, I'm here again on behalf of the Affirmative Action Commission. I'd like to state that these zoning changes are a direct result of the Imagine Madison Comprehensive Plan. The City of Madison engaged in one of its most robust public engagement efforts to date. BIPOC, LGBTQ, immigrant, and many more diverse and historically disenfranchised communities worked hard to engage their communities and provide the city invaluable feedback. To set aside the zoning recommendations and disregard the input of our community will only continue a traumatizing pattern. We simply cannot continue to do this because the current zoning code disproportionately harms communities of color as well as communities of lower income. We understand that these zoning changes are also opposed due to the perception that neighborhood residents will not be able to provide input regarding developments going into their community. We fear historically marginalized community housing needs are being given less importance in this argument than the desires of privileged neighborhoods advocating to their neighborhood's majority single family. It is time to put everyone's needs for housing above the desires for some communities to stay homogenous. We also understand that some have claimed that these ordinance changes will disproportionately benefit developers. While developers will likely build the housing, those who need affordable housing will have greater access to it in more neighborhoods. Additionally, in accordance to the Affirmative Action Commission's work, this housing growth will provide opportunities for developers that come from historically marginalized communities. Finally, we should all be well aware that housing segregation, sanctioned by redlining in the early to mid-20th century, has continued to exacerbate racial and wealth inequality in our beloved city. The legacy of redlining, while outlawed in the 1960s in Madison, continues to have disproportionate impact through the existing zoning laws. This is our chance to address one of the legacies of historical discrimination. So we urge the council to take the opportunity to adopt this policy in alignment with all of our community needs. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no other registrants. Are there questions for any of our registrants on item 10? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. President Abbas. President Abbas, you're muted.
Sorry for that. Motion to adopt with conditions.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt with conditions. Are there questions for staff? Alder Carter.
Yes, I do have questions for staff. So I read the letter of intent. My question is, they're reducing, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're reducing the number of housing to 22, and then they're building these larger homes. And how many of the larger ones are they building?
Heather Stouter is here to answer your questions.
I am here. I'm going to look at my colleague, Matt Tucker, who's here as well.
Matt Tucker. Why don't you introduce yourself to the new council, please, Matt?
Hi, Matt Tucker. I am the city's zoning administrator. I've met a number of you, but it's good to see you again on this Tuesday night. So to answer this question, I believe the number is reduced down to 22 of the, I'll call them the conventional style. These are I think they're about just under 100 square foot, wood framed, gable style, wood sided, constructed, referred to as tiny houses on trailers, ones that you would see over on 1st or 3rd Street in East Johnson. There are a few over there. That's what they're moving towards.
And then where are the larger ones going to be built then?
There are not larger ones proposed. They're the conventional smaller size. I think what is a little bit confusing about this is they're removing the Conestoga huts, which are the current, they kind of look like covered wagons, and they're replacing them with the permanent style structures.
Okay, that's where I'm getting confused. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for staff? Seeing none. It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? President Abbas.
Just be very quick. I know the agenda item is really long. I just want to acknowledge Occupy Medicine and also acknowledge Sherman neighborhood and surrounding neighbors for supporting this project. We went through emergency order, conditional use, various neighborhood meeting, and it was amazing to see how much public support and community support at large, especially the neighborhood, supported this project, as well as the collaboration of OM Village and their management to work with the resident and troubleshooting some of the issues would also really deeply appreciated. So thank you all. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, President Abbas. Alder Curry.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to thank all of the residents for their vulnerability and transparency and sharing their experience with us in hopes that it will also help all of our community members or community members who are still struggling with housing insecurity and homelessness. So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Alder. No other alders in the queue. It's been moved and seconded to adopt with conditions. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted with conditions, and that brings us to the end of our public hearings. President Abbas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move agenda number 69 for discussion. Because DCR requested Department of Civil Rights, the translators are here for a while, and last time it cost them substantial amount of money and time. So it will be very appreciated if we can take agenda number 69 now for a discussion.
I'll second if that was an official motion.
Alder, I'm going to suggest that we try and do this by unanimous consent, and I'm going to suggest just possibly that we take item 62, which looks to me like there is just maybe a question for staff, and we could quickly dispense with it and let that poor staff person go home, and then move on to item 69. Is there any objection to taking the rest of our items in the following order? 62, 69, 45, 50, 54, and then 57. Seeing no objection, we'll do that. So that brings us to item 62, which is Legistar 65047, seeking council approval of the 2021-2022 Arts Grants Awards. President Abbas, a motion, please.
Motion to accept or adopt.
Second.
Adopt, yes.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Figueroa Cole, you pulled this item? Alder, you're muted.
I did, and I apologize. It's such a long night. I just have a quick statement about this particular item. I'm just going to try to read it real quick. So art is a very important tool that we have at our disposal, and it is used in schools, therapy, to build communities, and we need to support this funding and the great work that Madison Arts Commission is doing. But the reason I pulled this resolution is to call attention to the established process that is used today in order to apply for the grants. Any process, especially ones using public funds, should be periodically reevaluated to ensure that the program is working as intended, where the program benefits everyone, but especially those that need it the most. I am more than willing to further discuss at a later time the specific input I collected from applicants of the grants and from people that are familiar with it. And that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I would suggest that you connect directly with our arts administrator, Karen Wolf.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Alder. It's been moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of adoption of item 62 and move on to item 69, which is Legistar File 63920, substitute amending the 2021 adopted capital budget for the Community Development Division's Men's Homeless Shelter Capital Project to accept and appropriate $3 million from Dane County and authorizing the city's execution of a purchase and sale agreement for the property at 2002 Zaire Road. We have a number of registrants on item 69. So let's start there. Our first registrant is Tyson Vitale of Stoughton Road, to be followed by Tom Murfeld.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Are we on item 69? I apologize.
We are.
Okay. I am strongly in support of this item. As I said before, I'll be short. Please support this item if you're, really actually care about marginalized folks in our community, really actually care about folks who don't have housing, which could be any of us at any time. So please support this item. It should be a no-brainer. I don't know what else to say. So thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tom Murfeld of High Point Road, in support representing Catholic Charities of Madison, to be followed by Kim Sutter.
And there's no one by that name in the queue, but Kim is here.
Kim Sutter of Rochester, Minnesota, to be followed by Mick Conrad.
Hey, it's Kim Suter. I'm the Director of Services at Porchlight, but I'm speaking personally in support of the proposed site for the new purpose-built men's shelter because it's something I feel personally very passionate about. Many homeless service agencies, and Porchlight in particular, have a long history of making it work with very little funding and donated spaces. That was okay in the 80s when the problem was first being identified. But in 2020, the temporary shelter space at Grace Church turned the same age as I did. It is crazy how long overdue this permanent shelter site is. I'm so grateful for the attention and commitment put forth by the City of Madison to keep our shelter guests safe during the pandemic, and we cannot afford to backslide now. Emergency shelter is a fundamental piece of our homeless response system. We will have met our central goal in ending homelessness when we reach functional zero in our community. That means when a person loses their housing, they're able to immediately access shelter where they can get help to be rapidly placed back into housing. Without an accessible, low-barrier shelter that can meet both basic needs and service needs, the rest of the system cannot function to end homelessness. This shelter is only one piece of the puzzle, but it is essential. Based on what I've heard and read in the past several months, the opposition to this proposed shelter site are largely speaking from a place of fear. They're afraid of the shelter and the people who need to use it, and that may be because most of them have never been there. Before the pandemic, over 1,000 community volunteers cooked and served dinner to our shelter guests every year. During the pandemic, we've had over 100 volunteers doing health screenings at shelter, the majority of them being college students. You don't need to take it from me. Any of those hundreds of community members can tell you that the shelter is not scary and the people at shelter are just people in need of shelter. I would encourage anyone who is on the opposition to come volunteer at shelter. And if you're afraid to do that, you should probably think a little more deeply about why that is. We were good neighbors to businesses and residents on the square for 35 years, and we've been good neighbors at Warner Park and Fleet Services for the past year. We've addressed the infrequent issues that have come up over the years and have consistently communicated with our alders and MPD. I am confident that a permanent purpose-built men's shelter will be an asset to the community. The City of Madison has an ongoing responsibility to all of its residents, including and especially those who do not have homes. Please vote yes.
Thank you. We'll pause a minute. Alder Halverson, did you have a question or a point of order?
Just a statement, Madam Mayor, just with the registrants that are speaking. We do have translation, and I just want to let my colleagues know that translators do not always capture necessarily the heart of the translation, and that there is a barrier there to some degree. Although we have the translation that will help us understand what they're trying to say, just keep that in mind, that it's once removed from maybe the intent. And the last meeting, there was concerns about the translation not exactly conveying what they were trying to. So just wanted to make that known before we get too far into the registrants. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Our next registrant is Mick Conrad of Zaire Road, to be followed by Jake Illing.
Mayor and members of City Council, is a men's homeless shelter a shopper's retail use? That is my question for you this evening. 2002 Zara Road is subject to a private declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions. These restrictive covenants include a detailed project land use plan for 2002 Zara Road. The city made it a requirement of platting that the 2002 Zara Road site be developed and used exclusively for Shoppers Retail, which is defined as being, quote, compatible with first-class quality shopping centers such as Easttown, Westtown, and Hilldale, end of quote. To ensure the use of 2002 Zara Road remaining as Shoppers Retail, the city, and I say again, the city, had these restrictive covenants recorded of public record. The city made sure the city had the legal right to enforce these restrictive covenants. The city also made sure each business and each property owner within the 227 acres that includes 2002 Zara Road had the legal right to enforce these restrictive covenants, a group that today includes over 100 businesses and property owners. And to really make sure that the 2002 Zara Road site remained as Shoppers Retail, the city, mind you, made sure that the city, again, I say the city here, and each business and property owner had the legal right under the restrictive covenants to, quote, enjoin such violation or to collect damages for such violation and to collect attorney's fees and costs, end of quote. The city's reasoning behind putting these restrictive covenants in place is set forth in detail in the city's current Easttown Burke Heights neighborhood development plan. The city wanted Shoppers Retail as an exclusive use for the Easttown Mall area and for the 59 acres east of Zara Road. That area includes the 2002 Zara Road site. The restrictive covenants would ensure that this would happen according to the neighborhood plan. The neighborhood plan discussed how Shoppers Retail supports development of compatible retail uses that are mutually supporting and which reinforce the physical design by encouraging multi-purpose shopping visits. The neighborhood plan goes on to define the Shoppers Retail category as establishments selling various types of goods, including food, apparel, accessories, furniture, home furnishings and equipment, hardware, general merchandise, and eating and drinking establishments. The city's neighborhood plan calls for a development pattern that creates relatively few major groupings of compatible uses, and that building, siting, and development of improvements should also reinforce the market linkages created by these groupings by developing compact, pedestrian-oriented shopping and business environments that permits patrons to visit a large number of establishments.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jake Illing of Redfern Lane, to be followed by Terry.
All right, can you hear me correctly?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so I do oppose the current proposed solution, primarily based on just what I see as poor planning and solutions that's being proposed that is not a win-win solution. I do in general agree with the Work That End Homeless initiative that the mayor's pushing. I also agree with the Functional Zero initiative, which I believe Madison is part of, as well as the Occupy Madison initiative. So I do agree with all those, but the currently proposed solution, I do oppose. I do oppose based on a handful of reasons, which many of these have been communicated and they'll be reinforced today. Some of those are financial planning. The financial committee did sign off without having any real estimates on long-term operating costs. That's a concern. There's also concerns on transportation logistics for residents. So for example, if they're located on the east side, the far east side, when looking at the cost and time factors to go to other sites of Madison, for example, the west side, assuming that you would try to get the residents to have job opportunities throughout the city of Madison, including the west side, it's not very feasible and actually extremely impractical to commute them to the west side based on time and cost factors. Another reason, alternative locations haven't been properly vetted out in the last couple of months based on some of these meetings. Another area is there's been communication issues with the different stakeholders in the area, as well as not proactively taking feedback and adjusting project plans. There's at least what I've seen that's been shared, there's potential issue of safety and security analysis that hasn't been properly vetted out. And then the last is just local economy impacts. So those are some of the concerns I have. And then I have sent multiple emails to the alders as well as the city, what I would see as a better win-win solution. I do always recommend to try to find a win-win solution, or at least as close as possible for all the stakeholders involved. A couple of the recommendations I have is consider alternate options, include different sites. For example, look at sites that are more closely centralized to Madison so that residents have easier transportation throughout the areas of Madison, or look at combinations of smaller satellite shelter locations, including east and west side, so those residents have fair access. In other areas, just to make sure taking feedback from stakeholders and adjusting project plans were helpful and relevant. Another recommendation I had was make sure to do proper safety and security due diligence. I sent an email to the alders on that, including examples. And then lastly, in order for the project to be successful, realistic, measurable goals should be set up ahead of time, and then those should be on the track success.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Terry of North High Point, representing the Madison Area Chinese Community Organization, to be followed by Guanming Shi.
Oh, hello. My name is Terry Tao. I'm the president of the Madison Area Chinese Community Organization. And I'm neither support or non-support this plan. And I really feel that the city works on the unrepresented population is great. But two concerns I have is, so the easy access for homeless people. And I know that the previous temporary one is in downtown area. Now it's in the east side, and I'm wondering, is there any easy access for them and or any transportation? Second thing I want to really focus and emphasize is the kind of, I would call it a triage support, that we know that a lot of homeless people need a mental health support and medical support and dental even. And do we have those things in place that can rather just do the kind of project that for the sake of the project, have a space. But I do hope that the city can provide a more comprehensive support for the people in needs. The third part is the overlooking of the homeless shelter. I did some research, can look at the shelter, recent shelters. I saw some news in Austin, they built a very large shelter, but the shape looks like a military base. I hope that city can really have a good budget, can design very good facility for people that in needs, rather than put them in a underclass, kind of second class facility, and also hope that they can get the good treatment if possible. So that's my concerns, and I hope that city will be able to have a very comprehensive approach for this very sensitive issue. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Guangming Shi of Welton Drive, to be followed by Russell.
You may have a prompt to.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah, my name is Guanming Shi. I'm a professor at the Department of Agriculture and Applied Economics in the university here. So I would call myself an economist. As economists, we study and teach students on subjects like how social planners make optimal decisions about allocating scarce resources among competing needs. The role of the social planners are often played by the government, policymakers like you here, the city council. So we say that a necessary component of a solid decision-making would be a thorough and carefully conducted impact analysis that considers the potential benefits and costs associated with the actions being considered, and that of all the stakeholders that being affected. So building an all-purpose homeless shelter is a great idea. And I sincerely hope that it will be successful and should be done correctly to achieve the goal that it ought to accomplish. But I was disappointed by hearing in the public hearing meeting that there was no impact analysis being conducted regarding the current proposal in this current item. we should recognize that the consequence of bad decision-making can be huge. Thus, I urge you, the policymakers, to conduct the impact analysis of the current proposal plan and of the alternative plans and come up with a list of items that provide full information to the community for us to make a well-informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Russell of Anna Courts, Washington, representing Wisconsin Mall Properties, LLC, to be followed by Bridget Welch.
There's a Russ Jeter or Jeter. There may be a prompt asking to unmute. This may be a different.
How's that?
Yes.
Did I do it? Mayor and Alders, my name is Russ Jeter. I represent Wisconsin Mall Properties. We own the Boston store and Easttown Mall and the 14 acres surrounding that and have since 1994. I come before you tonight not to suggest or criticize how you deal with the homeless population. That's way above my pay grade. I speak to the economics and the laws of unintended consequences of a mega shelter embedded in a retail-dominated neighborhood. Since 1994, our property has paid millions of dollars in property tax, and until the bankruptcy of Bonton, employed thousands of people. 2 years ago, we came to the city with an adaptive reuse plan for new apartments for our property, and were rejected and told to come back in a year. The city was studying what they would like to see done in the area. Now, in the blink of an eye, with no economic impact study, no appropriate zoning, and in contravention of land use covenants, this proposal marches forward. My tax assessment subsequent to my tenant going bankrupt was several $1 million more than it is now. We were in the process of appealing our assessment now because if this project moves forward, our property values will be dramatically reduced. And the likelihood of a new tenant and the value of our investment is grim. Multiply that by the surrounding retail properties, and you have the potential to reduce property values $200 to $300 million. I respectfully request don't reduce your property tax base or your levy rate, which will affect everybody in Madison, will have to be increased to cover your tax shortage. It also impacts all of the property owners' investment and small business owners. The unintended consequences of diminishing property tax assessments and income is that the very money that funds your social programs will be reduced. An intelligent decision on the economic impact of this proposed project can only be addressed, as the previous speaker spoke to and I speak to now, by a thoughtful economic analysis of the impact of this center. If anybody doesn't think that 250 to 400 men released from the overnight shelter aren't going to wander across the parking lot into the mall to stay warm and impact shopping and the activities there, or the desire of a tenant to locate in the mall or in the area, then I don't think they really understand.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bridget Welch of Autumn Leaf Lane, to be followed by James Jiang.
Excuse me, may I interrupt?
Alder Bennett.
At what time do we ask questions?
After we make it through all of our registrants, Alder.
Okay.
Bridget Welch.
Hi, this is Bridget Welch, and although I do strongly feel that there is a need for a permanent men's shelter, everybody deserves a roof over their head. I also do not believe that Desire Road is the location to choose for this project. for a number of different reasons. The services are not nearby, as it's been mentioned, that it'd be harder for them to get to services from this location. I feel that a more central Madison location would be better served with the men that stay there. I'm also concerned about the impact in the area of retail area that is already depressed and struggling. And, living in this area, I'm concerned that because they do not have the easy access to services and so forth, that the panhandling is just going to get worse in this area. It's also a problem in certain areas, and it's just going to get worse if these men cannot get to their services easily during the day. I feel that, there is a concern that it would be better if they were more centrally located. And although there is a need, the Zire Road is not the location to serve this population. And that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is James Jang of North High Point, representing the Global Market and Food Hall, to be followed by Jiang Yi.
James, can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this is James Jiang from Global Market. Did I still get a tubular?
Yes.
哎，你好。
你好，蒋先生，请说。
哎，你好，对。之前我就说过了一个，就是这个 shelter 呢是一个很大的项目，我们也都非常支持这个 City 建这个 shelter。
Okay, 请打断一下。Okay, so as I spoke with before, I'm going to be speaking with the first person on behalf of Mr. John here. And as we spoke as I expressed before, that this homeless shelter is a enormous project. And then we as residents, we are supportive of the concept. 蒋先生，请说。
对，当然这是一个很大的一个 project， 对于 City 来说也是一件很好的事情。我建议 City 应该更慎重的考虑一个 location。
Okay, so we believe that this is a very big project, and then I believe that it is a very good idea. However, I urge the city to reconsider a better location for such facility.
因为刚才也听到很多人也都说过了，对于这个选择这个 location 的问题，我没有问题，我支持 City 这个 project， 我们也愿意去帮助，去提供所有的帮助，但是我真的是不建议这个 City 选择的这个 location， 我觉得这是一个有问题的。
Okay. As a lot of people have expressed this before, that this location problem is we as residents and for myself, and I support this idea, and I'm willing to help with any way possible. However, that this is not an ideal location.
City 做这件非常好的事情，但是呢，如果选择错了一个 location， 会给别的商家带来不同程度的伤害，那么这件好事也就会被打折扣了。
So to build this facility and to provide this service is a very it's a very positive thing for the city to do. However, if it's built in the wrong location, it could significantly harm the business and the residents around, and then it will significantly discount this good intentions for such project.
对，希望这个市政府再认真考虑一下。最好的 location， 做一件最好的事情，留给后面的人去给 City 一个更好的肯定。
Okay, so we urge the city to reconsider location and think from a long-term perspective that for such and especially for a permanent location for such idea that we would like for the city to think more carefully of where for the facility to be located. So to think long term what the future bring for such facility.
好，这就是我要说的，谢谢。
Okay, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jiaki Yi of Ridge Oak Drive, representing the Global Market and Food Hall, to be followed by Shengji Dong.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. 69, the resolution to build a man homeless shelter in the East Town area could damage the economic progress we have made as a community here. We invest in this area because we wanted a platform to promote minority-owned small business and to make the east side of Madison even more colorful and diverse. The city's overall plan for restoring this area was something that we believe in and wanted to contribute towards. However, this new homeless shelter was something that was never discussed in the original plans. As so many have pointed out, there is plenty of data to strongly suggest that going through with this resolution would negatively impact the East Town area. All other issues aside, the economic success of this area will bring millions in tax revenue and promote a better, more diverse Madison. The money generated could be used for more complete and well-rounded social initiatives that are free of the issues surrounding this resolution that so many others have pointed out. I strongly urge everyone to think about the long-term effect of potentially building this shelter. I firmly believe that it will do greater good for the shelter to be built elsewhere. There are better locations for the shelter and many issues with this current proposal, as many have studied. The overall economic recovery of this area could have a huge positive impact on this city, and this is something that should not be overlooked. Thank you for your listening. That's it.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Shengji Dong of Crescent Oaks Drive, to be followed by Mia Masak.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list, but Mia is here on the phone.
All right, so Mia Masak to be followed by Jeremy Ryan.
Mia *6 to unmute. Oh, sorry, Mia, I just muted you. *6 again, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Grateful for this time. Please permit disability accommodation. Please reflect on announcing street names. Each being has done what is necessary to survive throughout the course of time. Because when it's a matter of scarcity, looking out for you and yours, being stuck between a rock and a hard place, we are not only limited on options, but also operate from an obstructed sense of safety within ourselves and the world. This is deeper than solely just relating to housing. But we continue developing more science to support the credibility that in living within confinement of our nervous system, persistently, if not always, experiencing a heightened stress response, the ideas of healing, recovery, living, reaching our optimal state of consciousness aren't obtainable without two things. Each person being treated with dignity and everybody having their needs met. We can do this, I know. So let me tell you how. One of the golden rules is defined as treating others as you would like others to treat you. So envision the possibility of you no longer having somewhere to live. The bottom line is we'd all hope for a dignified as process as possible. Thereby, we owe it to one another. We're in possession of understanding that in order to flourish, our personal needs must be met. Thus, the concept not only makes sense, but is completely justified as it pertains to all others. It's not a matter of some of us being more worthy to have things taken care of. There's more than enough to go around. A while back, I heard and empathized experiences of many who'd reported their testimonies, and even tonight, through the perspective of running a business in the area. The first thing I'll respectively state is that anytime a culture crosses paths with other cultures they don't quite understand, a default response can be fear. And perhaps when what could feel like a savagery situation as means to survive, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand how miscommunication will not only be paramount, but likely be the only language bound to ultimately be spoken. The worst distance between us are misunderstanding. For one example, if you were starving and there was a buffet of food in front of you, you aren't granted the ability to nourish yourself due to a lack of flimsy paper. This doesn't mean those who have put their all into their businesses should take a loss. It means we've got to cultivate a system where it's not considered a loss to help our fellow specimens. In conclusion, this is an imperative step forward. Fact of the matter is, regardless of location, somewhere someone would feel some type of way about it. We've got to start somewhere. So it's not about debating the purchase of this building for purpose of a men's shelter. Our conversation should be shifting as to how we're all going to throw in the effort to ensure it's a success, because it's a great honor to have access to the resources that we need. Less are we to have the debate as to how our abundance is going to get utilized, as opposed to not even having the option. When one thrives, we are all strengthened. Thank you.
Our next registrant is Jeremy Ryan of Portland, Oregon, to be followed by Max Prestigiacomo.
Yeah, I would like to start out again by hoping that one of the alders is willing to at least hear it out on the fact that none of their constituents can understand what I'm saying because they can't read my lips. So I would like to request video. It's been too long. Okay, no one's got anything to say. Fair enough. Well, I was hoping one of the new alders would actually be progressive for once, but I guess I won't have that. Anyways, there was, you know, it's kind of funny. One of the alders actually sent an email trying to get video. Kind of hypocritical that they won't say anything now. But either way, when it comes to the men's shelter, I don't even know why we're even talking about this, really. Anything to get more people who are unhoused off of the streets is exactly what we need. And I mean, I think that it should be almost, I think you should be able to pass this on unanimous consent, really, because it's a public health issue. I mean, obviously, this council, much like nobody on this council cares about people who are hard of hearing, clearly none of the existing members cared enough about the homeless to make anything happen in the last 10 years they've been talking about it. And so clearly, as far as a matter of conscience goes, it doesn't resonate with anybody here. So as a matter of public health, it should, because now we have this virus and we're getting new mutations and everything else. And we cannot have people that cannot safely quarantine. And we cannot have people that cannot take a shit without infecting other people if they have a virus. You know, we can't do that. People have basic things that they need to do to come in contact with other people if they don't have a place to be. And so we definitely need to vote yes on this. And I would encourage some of the alders to use their conscience and start caring about people who are hard of hearing. And I'm really disappointed in the new alders for being so unprogressive. And Alder Bennett for contradicting herself and not saying something when she asked the alders to say something in September. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Max Prestigiacomo of Langdon Street, to be followed by David Prochnow.
Mayor Max is not on the list, but David is here.
David Prochnow of Cantor Drive, to be followed by Joe Duper.
David, there should be a prompt asking to unmute. Okay.
we not have David?
He's not responding, but Joe is here.
All right, Joe DePera of East Town Mall, representing East Town Mall, to be followed by Emily Merritt.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Joe DePera, General Manager of the East Town Mall. I again respectfully request the committee reject the current homeless shelter proposal. I've had the opportunity to sit on every committee meeting since the shelter location was announced in early February. In doing so, I've also had the opportunity to listen to the arguments both for and against the proposal. And it is clear that the city has not performed the necessary due diligence for such a proposal, nor has it followed its own site selection criteria or even requested a basic economic impact study, as others have mentioned earlier. While I understand the need for a new permanent shelter location, that location should not be at the detriment of the nearby homeowners and businesses. On behalf of the East Town Mall and surrounding community, I implore you to vote no on this proposed site. Those in favor of this proposal have stated that the East Town community's concerns are either overblown or overstated. But the reality is this type of proposal has been tried in other communities, and the effects on those surrounding neighborhoods have been devastating. Businesses have closed, property values have plummeted, crime has skyrocketed, and the tax base has evaporated. As this committee knows, the East Town community generates millions upon millions of dollars in tax revenues, as well as thousands of jobs for our residents. If approved, this proposal has a very strong chance of decimating that tax base and putting many residents who rely on these jobs and live in these communities throughout the city out of work. I'm sure this is not the outcome the committee wants, but it is likely future we face. Simply put, this is not the right location. I urge you to preserve the long-term value of the East Town neighborhood and not risk its economic vitality, and take the time to identify and select a more appropriate location. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Emily Merritt of Creekwood Lane, to be followed by Samantha Clausen Rupert.
There's no one by that name in the list, but Samantha is present.
So Samantha Clausen Rupert of East Mifflin, representing the YWCA of Madison, to be followed by Andrea Montecchi.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Clausen Rupert. I'm here representing the YWCA Madison. My pronouns are she and hers. Our mission at YWCA Madison is to eliminate racism, empower women, and promote peace, justice, freedom, and dignity for all. Our foundational values of humanity, community, restoration, and growth guide our actions and advocacy. With this belief system and energies within us, we strongly support building a shelter for our community's men who are experiencing homelessness. We urge you to vote in support of accepting funding for the purchase of the shelter. This proposed shelter is in proximity to jobs, public transportation, hotels, and other services to meet the needs of our men who are experiencing homelessness. Housing is a human right. Shelter is the minimum. The dire need for homeless shelters and services has long existed in Madison. Homelessness is not a result of individual failure. It is a symptom of deeper structural issues like capitalism, racism, and poverty, just to name a few. For the last decade, the cost of housing in Madison has skyrocketed, making affordable housing scarcer and inaccessible for many. In addition, Madison's housing vacancy rate has consistently been under 4%, an incredibly low rate that makes any rental housing difficult to obtain and allows landlords to pick and choose between applicants. This is the reality of life in our city, which has only been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. People have been pushed out of their jobs and their homes and into more dangerous, vulnerable, and inhumane situations. We know when the eviction moratorium ends, we will have an even larger population of people experiencing homelessness with limited places to turn. Madisonians deserve better. The proposed men's overnight shelter will address this immediate humanitarian need by providing stability, safety, security for men experiencing homelessness. The shelter will not only be a physical place for these men to be, but it will also allow the city to provide comprehensive services to support their path towards permanent housing, employment, and other needs. We know many of these people have jobs, children in schools, and goals they are working to fill their goals in which they are working towards to fill their daily schedules. This shelter will provide the basic dignity and respect deserved by our neighbors experiencing homelessness. In Dane County, Black and/or African Americans make up only 5.5% of the county's population, but are 52% of those experiencing homelessness, according to the Point in Time Count Homelessness Madison-Dane County report in January 2020. The perceived fear and stigmatization of individuals experiencing homelessness is a pretext for racism and discrimination and is rooted in anti-Blackness.
And that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Andrea Montecchi of of Middleton, Wisconsin, representing Phoenix Salon Suites, to be followed by Leanne Conrad.
Yes, good evening. I'm assuming I can be heard okay?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you to the council and the mayor for hearing these points of view. I've attended all of the meetings since the notification have come out, and many of the arguments have been articulated already, both in writing by myself and others, as well as in these forums. The problem of homelessness, both men and all men and women and families in all races, is real and needs a solution. There is certainly no denying that aspect of it. However, when we speak of the retail center that is Easttown, around the mall area and the surrounding community, and the size and capacity of the center which is being proposed, we end up with a situation in which what is likely to happen is that businesses and their clients will move elsewhere, further depress the community because of the fact that they cannot run a business there. Mine being exactly that example. We run a salon business in which 80% of our professionals operate individually and are female, working early in the morning, late at night. We already have problems with nuisance type behavior, and they have already voiced an opposition and desire that should this move forward, they will vacate, which will in turn mean I will vacate. This is not fear, and it is not a threat. It is reality that the concentration that is proposed of homeless men in such an area will be at the detriment of that revitalization of the East Corridor. And with that will be the removal of the tax revenue, will be the further decimation of that area, not revitalization, and in turn, not enable the success of the shelter, but rather cascade it. Now, with the initiatives going forward and the arguments that have been raised from many others, the apparent lack of, I don't know, but haven't heard any impact studies being performed. I haven't heard the analysis or seen any data to support the success and the location of this. In fact, it appears that this is the last resort location identified, not the first and primary. I implore this council to vote against.
And that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Leanne Conrad of Zier Road, to be followed by Marjorie Lewis.
Hello. Thank you. Good evening. I'm actually wondering why this decision is even on the table. The homeless men have done so well at their current location. I don't know why you're trying to move them. There's lots of bus service there. They have resources and services they need, like the Beacon, easily accessible. It looks to me like there's room on that parcel of land for a purpose-built shelter, even if the public market goes in the current building. Perhaps the shelter could go where the storage buildings are now in the back corner of the property. Or if that's not doable, what about the vacated Hooper property along Pennsylvania Avenue a couple blocks away? It seems like a good fit to have a homeless shelter by a public market. There would likely be some jobs they could do and some training opportunities as well. Unfortunately, it looks like the city's only concern is dumping the homeless as far away from downtown as possible. The Sire Road one would be an overnight shelter only, miles and miles away with minimal bus service. You say you want to add day services in the future, but it isn't in the current city budget. So you really don't care that the men would have nothing to do and nowhere to go during the day. How can they possibly get the help they need? This sounds absolutely heartless to me. Even if the city would have the funds to add day services at Easttown, why would you? Why duplicate services you already have in place at the Beacon? What is the purpose of that? The men should be housed close enough to access services like the Beacon that are already available and working well. And if you did put the homeless at Easttown, that area would suffer. Who wants to go shopping or out to eat where all the homeless men are loitering around? My customers have told me they will go to Sun Prairie instead. The area is already struggling as it is from the COVID-19 fallout. Add in a large homeless population, and the mall and the area businesses, including mine, will go under. So this means that you don't care about an entire section of your city. You don't care about the property or business owners, their employees, their customers, or their homeowners in the area. I received a postcard last June about the redevelopment plans the city had for the Easttown area. Wonderful ideas, excellent planning for the future. And there are developers right now looking at coming in and making that a reality. Unless, of course, the city decides to put a large homeless shelter there. Then there will be no redevelopment or revitalization. And that also means that the city doesn't care at all if it misses out on millions of dollars of tax revenue every year. And how do you plan on making up that shortfall? So to be clear, if you vote yes, it proves that you don't care at all about helping the homeless. Their well-being is of no concern to you. You don't care about an entire section of your city or the people who work or live there. You don't care about the loss of tax revenues. And you don't care about creating an eyesore instead of redeveloping and revitalizing Easttown into a thriving mixed-use retail and recreation.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Marjorie Lewis of Dunning Street, to be followed by Nico Magayan.
Marjorie, I had to promote you. You should be able to unmute yourself.
My name is Marjorie Lewis, and I have enjoyed working at a homeless shelter in Madison for the past 5 years. Tonight, I'm here as a private citizen and a resident of the East Side, and not as a representative of my employer. I have been saddened and disturbed by the thinly veiled racist and classist rhetoric that some in the community have used to oppose the city's efforts to procure a new site for the men's homeless shelter on Sire Road. Actually, I'm not really that overly attached to this particular site, but I'm concerned that we're going to hear the same protests no matter where the site is chosen. And that if the city of Madison passes on this property, there will be a laborious, drawn-out search for the magical, appropriate location that somehow will never surface. The men at the shelter have already had to cope with the trauma of homelessness, and now they're having to hear horrible things said about them in the media and in public meetings. And they've already had to move twice. The location of the shelter has had to move twice during the pandemic. And without a forthcoming location for a permanent shelter, these men have to endure additional moves to temporary locations and with inadequate conditions. The proposed location offers an opportunity to create a purpose-built space that could effectively address the needs of homeless men and help more of them out of poverty and homelessness. Other communities have built such facilities, and they've added value to communities and not taken it away. Homeless people are consumers, and they buy things. They eat at restaurants. They're people, and it's disheartening to hear them talked of as if they're nothing but a nuisance, because they're human beings, and human beings aren't a nuisance. I just would hope that people can get past the fear and embrace the idea that if we create really good facilities, it will help reduce the problems that people are concerned about having, because we will reduce homelessness and we will provide more services and supports for people and give them places to be. So I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nico Magayan of Jennifer Street, to be followed by Sabrina Madison.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nico Magayan. So just as we provide interpretation services and access opportunities for people across language, we need to make sure that folks who are deaf or hard of hearing don't have to request accommodations beforehand. And I don't believe that closed captioning is enough. They should be able to see and be able to read lips for themselves. So this body and local government are pushing to clear out Rindall Park while entertaining opposition to a men's shelter just across the road. Beyond the proposed space at 2002 Zaya Road, what's our plan to urgently meet the needs of people who have built community and found a space for themselves, like Rindall Park, like under the Highway 30 bridge, like McPike Park, that is autonomous from our city shelter structure? We're fired up about the dynamic of city governance and a policing system that punitively hurts and calls our homeless population. It's always, don't sleep here, sleep over there. Be packed in like sardines and wonder why interpersonal violence happens. Good luck trying to get a hotel room furnished by the county. If you can't find a job or hold down an apartment, well, MPD will gladly escort you to the jail, where you'll be met by the possibility of contracting COVID-19. Look, we have shopping centers that are dying out, unable to stay open due to COVID-19 and due to an economic depression in our country that has been ongoing for the last 20 years. This is the third economic collapse in our country during that span. So who's on board with this project? Community members who are disparately impacted, living the experience of houselessness, or otherwise directly connected and empathetic to the challenges met by people who are houseless. And let's also talk about the practitioners and service providers and the Community Development Division and even the mayor of the city, as we saw in her blog post today. Who's opposed to the project? Largely some of the business owners and mall owners whose operations may not even be around over the next 20 years. Much of the opposition to the plan that I'm hearing is a group of constituents. From some of this group of constituents is because some folks are either unsure how or unwilling to engage in healthy communication with people who are perhaps hungry, experiencing lack, seeking to meet basic needs, including shelter, clothing, hygiene. What impact will folks meeting these needs have on shoppers, is asked? Panhandling getting worse, loitering around? What dog whistle is that meant to communicate? This is an appropriate use of commercial space. As we exist in a capitalist system, the corollary is that if the corporations that are the tenants of these spaces are unable to compete in the marketplace, they will falter and their storefronts will close, leaving the owners and the landlords of those spaces to wonder how they can possibly turn a profit in this market. It's economics 101. Your business is dying because of a combination of everyone's wages being decimated and because your product isn't selling well. So, in conclusion, make sure to make this an opportunity to solve the housing crisis as a whole. What's going to solve the employment crisis? What's going to solve the 400+ year racism crisis?
And that's
guaranteed jobs, guaranteed minimum income for our people.
Our next registrant is Sabrina Madison of Muirfields Road, to be followed by Megan Diaz-Ricks.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm the founder and director of the Progress Center for Black Women, and I am a relative of someone who benefits from the shelter services and a friend to several men who have assisted us in various volunteer roles over the years in my work with the center. So I just want to make a couple of points. One, I'm definitely in support of, the city acquiring the space over there on Zia Road. And I encourage you to reject these developers and anybody else who's opposed to shelter and just housing as a human right. Two, we're all living in a global health pandemic. We're going to be here for some time, despite how great Dane County is doing with vaccinations. There's still going to be tons of folks who won't be vaccinated, and we should be working towards resolving this issue quickly to ensure folks have safe shelter, safe housing, especially and solving any of the issues that come up along the way, but first putting them in shelter and providing shelter. 3, I don't think any of this is about transportation or services, because if that was the case, the city and the city's community members, business developers, whomever is opposed has had 30 plus years to get that figured out. So this has nothing to do with transportation nor services. And I don't think there is any ideal situation or location for the shelter to be located, because no matter where, no matter what location is identified, folks will tell us that they don't want it there. We've already been told that we don't want homeless folks downtown. We don't want them sleeping on benches. We don't want them plugging their phones up into, utility poles. We don't want them to be seen, is really the messaging that overall we've gotten from this community of wealthier folks and developers. And so lastly, my uncle has definitely benefited. He's over at Porchlight. Porchlight has allowed him to become stable, and I wholeheartedly trust Porchlight's leadership because they've personally benefited my family. I've hired several homeless men who are, either experiencing homelessness or right out of homelessness to volunteer at the Progress Center, whether they're moving furniture, cleaning things, just doing some heavy lifting, because those men are human beings and they deserve to be treated as such. So I really, really encourage all of y'all, especially our newly elected alders, to reject these developers, reject these pro-mall advocates, and support us finally putting men in a safe and adequate shelter. That's my piece.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Megan Diaz-Ricks of Middleton, to be followed by Benjamin Mencius.
Mayor, Megan is not here. Benjamin is on the phone.
All right, Benjamin Mencius of Waywood Circle, to be followed by Zach Vang.
Benjamin, *6 to unmute yourself. Again, *6 to unmute yourself, Benjamin. Go.
Yes, good evening. I'm here to oppose the location of the men's shelter. And I do not want this area to look like Beloit Mall. And it's going to be devastating, to say the least. Not only will we lose tax revenue that we could use to further help the needs of these ones, $1.5 million, if this $150 million project does not get passed here, you guys will be losing, the city and the county will be losing this revenue of $1.5 million a year. Think about that. That's going to provide a more abundance that we can actually purchase and house these ones in more comfortable situations instead of a big mass-produced facility. That's not ethical for these individuals. They need to have their own space, their own bed by themselves with them, family. We're just talking about individuals here. These are not cattle. This is not livestock. These are individuals with needs. They should be cared upon, taken care of, not pushed away, not being treated the way they are. It's horrible. Think about it. Make a educated decision before when you vote tonight, or whenever you do. Hopefully, you take these all in consideration and think about it as a standpoint. Now, we haven't got no numbers, no physical numbers. We don't have any plans. What zoning? Can I zone my house into a restaurant? Can we start zoning? Can I make up my own zoning? It's ridiculous. The zoning is retail. It's a retail location. How can you just change something like that? I end my call.
Thank you. Alder Curry, before we go on to the next registrant, do you have a question?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry. I was contacted by Megan Diaz-Ricks. She says that she is in the room.
Right, we will come back to her. I'm keeping a list of folks that we skipped over.
Thank you.
But thank you, Alder Curry. I appreciate that. Our next registrant is Zach Vang of Zion Road, to be followed by Shari Patzer.
Yeah, there's no one by that name in the list. Shari is here.
Right, Shari Patzer of Westridge Circle, to be followed by Lourdes Puig.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry Patzer, and I live in the Ridgewood subdivision. And firstly, I'd like to say that I am not opposed to shelters. I am looking for something that is smaller, and they should be located across the city. However, I am in dissent of this large shelter on Madison's east side, and there are several points I'd like to discuss. Firstly, this is a poor location. Secondly, there has been poor planning on the part of the city. And thirdly, I'm going to say it, cost. Regarding the location, I'd like to speak to those individuals who have said that there is no problem within the neighborhood of the current shelter. I have no reason to believe that these statements are untrue. However, the proposed location near Easttown has few, if any, of the services that these individuals need and can readily access at the current shelter. Because of the limited services, the Easttown location is a different situation. The argument was made that there are jobs available for these individuals in the area. Easttown is dying with a big box retail and small businesses leaving, and many of the small business owners have indicated that the shelter will cripple or even close their businesses, as customers have already informed the owners that they will stop patronizing these businesses. This is a concern. Several speakers talked about this population being marginalized by society. If you do not want to marginalize these individuals, shouldn't they have input on where the location of the shelter is built? Has anyone asked them? Because I would really like to see that information and their responses. Some other individuals that are in favor of the shelter say it shouldn't be about cost. However, costs do need to be considered. Services are being cut within our city. For example, the City of Madison recycling and drop-off sites are no longer operated 7 days a week. They are closed on Wednesdays and Sundays, and 2 days a week they are only open until 2:45. While this may seem to be a petty comment, I believe that it's an example of our city's financial situation. Another example is Well 15. While the well has had air stripping systems since 2013 to get rid of VOCs, it hasn't been operating since spring of 2019 due to concerns about PFAS. According to a recent feasibility study, remediation of the well will require new equipment. And per the Wisconsin State Journal, the anticipated costs are $733,000 per year to treat the well. This is a matter of safe drinking water for the east side of Madison and is also an example of unanticipated costs. The homeless shelter will cost money to operate, and it cannot be presumed that federal funding that is currently available and paying for additional resources will remain available. It also cannot be presumed that any future city administration will have the ability to fund this large facility at the needed level. Many individuals across.
Thank you. I think let's try and go back and catch some of the folks that we skipped over to see if they're here, and then we'll continue with our list. So do we have Tom Murfeld or Max Prestigiacomo or David Prochnow? Stop me, staff, when you get to somebody. Or Emily Merritt.
We still have David Prochnow on the list. We'll see if he responds.
All right, let's try for David.
David, you should have a prompt asking to unmute.
David, if you're there, there should be a prompt somewhere on your screen. It might be hidden under Windows to unmute yourself.
Okay.
All right, Emily Merritt. I think we missed Shengji Dong.
Yes, they are here.
All right, Shengji Dong.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes. 你好.
Do we still have our interpreter with us?
Jay, do you want to take over this one?
Hello, 你好.
你好，董先生。
你好。对不起，我刚刚在哄我女儿睡觉，给晚了点。
Okay, I apologize first. I was trying to put my daughter to bed just now.
首先我并不是不赞成，就是说 city 就是建一个这个 homeless shelter。
First of all, I am not opposed to the city building a homeless shelter.
只是我觉得这并不是一个好的地方，不是一个正确的地方。
However, I do not think that this is the most proper location for it.
首先，你可以想象一下，比如说我们去mall里面买衣服，我带着我的家庭去，然后好几个人在那边向我们要点零钱。
Imagine if we would go to the mall and with our family and trying to do some shopping, and perhaps there will be a group of people asking us for changes or even solicitors.
那时候你要我怎么向孩子们解释这些人是干什么的呢？
And I would feel very awkward trying to explain to my children and what this is all about.
我曾经也受过，就是说这方面的部门的帮助，我很理解。
I have personally received help from these.
所以我觉得重点是我们应该找个适合的地方，然后。
董先生，你还在吗？
我还在这边。Hello。
请说，请。
我觉得重点是应该选个更好的地方。
I believe that the most important thing right now is to find a better location for the facility.
而且要大一点，给大家有个系统性的训练，让他们重回社会。
And not only for a better location, but perhaps a better, more complex facility, and provide education and skill training so that they can go back to the society and be self-sustaining.
Madison 是个非常好的城市，也是在美国是有排名的。
So Madison is a great city and it's very well known within the United States.
我觉得现在就是说把这个建在这个mall的旁边，并不是个很好的选择。
And I personally feel that to build a homeless shelter around a very close proximity of a retail center is not the most ideal situation.
And that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. How about Megan Diaz-Ricks?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for going back and giving me time to speak. Thank you, Alders, for being here late. I was also putting my son to sleep. I had a lot to say, but hearing Nico's testimony as well as Sabrina's, I thought it was very profound. I echo a lot of the things that they said. And my son was actually listening in to this meeting for most of the time before he went to bed. And he asked me, what are we talking about? What am I listening to? And I told him, some people, we should call them our unhoused neighbors. They don't have homes to sleep in at night like you do. I tried to explain it to him as best as I could. I said, I asked him, what do you think that we can do about that? And he said, I believe that we should give them homes. I believe that we should, everybody deserves a place to sleep. And that's what he told me. I'm really, really sitting here very disappointed. I'm wondering where the empathy is from our neighbors to your unhoused neighbor. Many, many folks who are unhoused do in fact work. That is the everyday work that I do, is working with men, single men who have jobs in our community, but absolutely cannot access housing. I trust in our city officials, our city staff who have spent countless hours trying to identify a site. There will be no perfect site. I do not know what we are waiting for. I know this isn't a perfect solution, but I trust in the process. And I know that we all need to get a little bit of that empathy back that maybe we've lost along the way. I heed my time. Thank you again.
Thank you. I think that catches us up. And so our next registrant is Lourdes Puig of West Washington, to be followed by Olivia Williams.
Mayor, there's no one by that name on the list. Olivia is here.
Right, Olivia Williams of Moland, representing the Affordable Housing Action Alliance, to be followed by Alan Jeanette.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alders. I'm the Executive Director of Madison Area Community Land Trust, so I'm an affordable housing provider. Tonight I'm representing the Affordable Housing Action Alliance, AHA, which is a local group that advocates for better services for those experiencing homelessness and for more affordable housing. And we see this as a real opportunity that we need to jump on now. And at AHA meetings, we are often joined by staff. So we've been hearing about the search for the shelter for, I think, a year now. So we've been kind of frustrated at how long this process is taking in council. City staff looked at 16 sites to find a location that's not only good on a transit route, but will afford the space to build what we need. This proposed site has enough room to allow for services to be provided right on site. And the city and the county contract with many service providers. And some of these services that are already contracted for can be provided at this new shelter at no additional cost for operations. So there can be space for support groups, case managers, counselors, peer support, and employment skills training, all right on site. And this kind of wraparound model will be most effective in assisting individuals to achieve permanent housing. Having wraparound supports on site will increase access and participation in those services. This site will also allow enough room to offer pay-to-stay rooms at the shelter. Several years ago, a delegation of housing service providers and city staff toured purpose-built shelter facilities around the Midwest. These purpose-built shelters offered not only emergency shelter, but some offered pay-to-stay rooms for individuals who are unhoused and working. Pay-to-stay allows individuals to access a more private transitional space, and a portion of their rent can be set aside for them to use towards security deposit and first month's rent when they're ready to leave. Some shelters on this tour had permanent housing on their top floor, thereby helping lower the number of unhoused individuals in the community. We've heard individuals express concerns that the proposed site is too far from needed services. However, with this new, larger site, many services will actually be able to be offered right at the shelter. And this is really important. And having this kind of purpose-built shelter will provide a safe, humane place for the roughly 150 men who regularly utilize the shelter system, and potentially more. It's a really urgent issue, especially as we are still in this pandemic. It's something that we need to handle now before it gets cold again, as this process has been ongoing. And the search for sites is something the staff have spent so much time on, and they've done such a thorough job at figuring out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Alan Jeanette of State Street, to be followed by George Angelo.
No one by that name in the list. George is here.
George Angelo of Ray Ridge Drive, to be followed by Mara Aish.
Okay. Thank you. I am opposing this particular building. I have heard the same responses many times by those in support of this particular purchase at previous meetings to address the many legitimate comments from my fellow public citizens in opposition. The background story that I've been hearing is that for more than 30 years, the problem of the shelter has been managed by private citizens, caring church groups, and respected-based volunteer organizations. I am committed to working with our new alder, using my previous experience with underserved communities and project management. I ride my bike around the city from the east side and all throughout Madison and beyond. I noticed many buildings for sale. The report had been that several buildings had been reviewed and that this was the only building that was currently available that meets the criteria. And I understand that that is not the case. So an optimal building that I personally would recommend is currently available. I took it upon myself to call the realtor, came to find that the property is and was reviewed by 10 individuals from the city, and he was not given a reason why it was turned down. The building is in the corner of Kinsman Boulevard and Wright Street. It's an ideal location. It's nearer to the current services along a bus route and central to many of the current homeless encampments where they'll need to return because this is an overnight shelter, even if it has the services. The building is available for occupation today. An adjacent building will be available within a year. The pair of buildings would provide flexibility to match the needs of a diverse group of homeless individuals. They don't all have the same needs. No additional construction would be required, as with the current purchase proposal. And this building is available and fully equipped with offices and restrooms. The asking price for both buildings combined is $2.7 million. The building is about 2.4 miles from the purchase building proposal, and it's about 1 mile west as the crow flies from the Zire Road site. I just wanted to close with some general comments. Our neighborhood is very diverse and very tolerant. I would like to ask whoever is facilitating these meetings to step in and remind speakers, not so much on this call, but on the previous call, who are in favor of the purchase. They don't have the right to aggressively demoralize, defame, and verbally attack those opposing this building purchase. Those of us opposing sincerely believe that our fellow homeless citizens deserve a suitable shelter and appropriate care. The speakers I've heard over the course of these meetings, not one said, not in my backyard. Everyone's had proposals, and even if they are in this neighborhood, it's the building and the proximity to the mall that's the problem.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mara Aish of Pontiac Trail, to be followed by Jill Angelo.
Good evening. George, I want to thank you, and I'm grateful that I get an opportunity to follow you. I have submitted written comment, and I hope that everyone has had an opportunity to read them. I'm concerned that some making comments cannot see that the opposition, like me, is not against the homeless. Are you not listening? Trying to shame me only serves to show that you do not see the difference between the opposing this incomplete process and opposing the shelter. I support the other initiatives on the agenda, for example, the tiny houses, which have been well planned, potential issues have been addressed, and they're ready to go. I am not speaking from a position of fear, as some has tried to say. I have spoken with people impacted by this move as providers and as consumers. So my opposition is not against the homeless shelter. My opposition targets the purchasing of property without a clear understanding of how it will fit within our current systems and resources. I'm opposed to spending taxpayer money without a clear plan and the required analyses so that we can measure its effectiveness. A clear plan so that we know the potential ripple effect issues and cost. Perhaps if we had a clear plan, there would be less opposition. Let me be clear that my opposition is with this process, not with the shelter or with the homeless population. Let's learn from our past experiences and do better this time, so we have a shelter that works for the wide range of reasons for homelessness and the wide range of needs. My opposition is not expecting taxpayers to accept an incomplete plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jill Angelo of Wayridge Drive, to be followed by Tyson Vitale.
Hi, I may be repeating this, but for the many that seem to be confused, this is not about who is for or against a homeless shelter. This is about the proposed location, especially since there are other options So I oppose the purchase of this 2002 Ziar Road. This is a large commercial area, and the focus should be to attract new businesses. As real estate taxes increase and will continue to do so as we recover from the pandemic, rent will increase and home ownership will be harder to afford. The Easttown Mall area is a place where tax revenue is generated through income, sales, and real estate tax, plus job opportunities on a daily basis. Tax revenue supports the city and many good causes, including the many nonprofits. Sun Prairie's commercial district is growing fast just to our north, taking some of Madison's tax bases as businesses moved there, while others decided to build there instead of here. Easttown Mall is almost a third empty as the pandemic took its toll. Also, can you tell me in which cities have they used a location similar to Easttown for a large shelter? This is a large commercial district. It should be used to generate tax revenue, which is much needed in this post-pandemic time. Excuse me. Everyone was told that there are no other sites available when in fact there are. The perfect site would be located closer to the Beacon and also the downtown lakes and the free entertainment. Why do you want to bus all the homeless men to the outer edge of Madison? Where will those sleep if they decide to stay in the downtown area? How many of you own business property in the Easttown Mall area and that your household income relies on it? Both our alder and county supervisor do not support this location. There are better options. How can anyone say the shelter is completely safe when there are metal detectors for those who enter? There are also security guards present and also at the Beacon. The shelter knows how to de-escalate a situation, but many others do not. Those that are homeless that are camping at Randall Park said that they will not use a shelter, citing many reasons. There have been 2 murders there in the past few months. The East Police District is about 4 miles away from this proposed site, and the city has them short-staffed. We would know because there was a crime committed on our property last fall, and it took a couple weeks before we had good communications with them. The downtown area has the 3 police departments, Madison-Dane and Capitol Police, and there are also courthouses, public safety, and many high-rises. This is a huge safety blanket for all those who live in the downtown area, since so many are watching over you. So please choose one of the other buildings that are available for this shelter. There are better options.
Thank you. My mistake. Tyson spoke earlier. He was registered twice. So our next registrant is Awais Khalil of Nottingham Way, to be followed by Benji Ramirez Gomez.
Yeah, there's no one by that name in the list. Benji's on the phone.
All right, Benji Ramirez Gomez of Gorham Street, to be followed by Reese Bailey.
Benji *6. Benji *6 to unmute. Okay.
Got Reese Bailey of West Gorham, to be followed by Robert Schubert.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak in favor of this item. Houselessness is a crisis in our city. According to a 2019 article by the Wisconsin State Journal, as of October 1st, 2019, Dane County's priority list of individuals seeking housing stood at 563 singles and 155 families. Jim O'Keefe, director of Madison's Community Development Division, has gone on record with the Cap Times in September of last year as saying, quote, "All indications are that these numbers have grown in Madison as well as most places in the country." And it's very important to note that these issues disproportionately affect people of color. In 2013, the Wisconsin State Journal reported that people of color were 5.5 times more likely than white people to be unemployed in Dane County. The Journal even quoted a spokesperson for the Common Council, Bob Jacobson, as saying that the tackling of this problem hasn't been coordinated or comprehensive. These issues need to be addressed in our community, and this shelter is a great first step. A 2008 study in the American Journal of Community Psychology, Volume 42, concluded that there is no significant rise in violent crime near homeless shelters. The study followed 207 New York City homeless shelters over a 4-year period and noted that nonviolent crime actually decreased in the areas surrounding them. Shelters add value to a community. People with a place to live and sleep add value to a community. Invest in people, and they will never let you down. To quote MIT labor economist David Autor, this is the moment when we should make a significant public investment. Thank you for your time, and I yield the remainder of mine to the chair.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Robert Schubert of Dayton Street, to be followed by Battlefield Duke.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to speak strongly in support of the 2002 Ziar Road location as a site for the permanent men's homeless shelter. And I would urge alders not to cave into those who come from places of fear, some of whom have thinly veiled racist or classist views, who would like to use restrictive land use covenants, all in an attempt to be a not in my backyard NIMBY. No better site will ever be found realistically. Any neighborhood that you would want to put this in would probably have the same NIMBYism problems. Several have mentioned bus transportation and a central location, and it's just not realistic that you're ever going to put this downtown. And I understand that, as one speaker mentioned, that, like what if they were wanting to commute to a job on the west side? This site does have good bus service, and with bus rapid transit on East Washington Avenue out to Ziar Road, it will have excellent transit going into the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Battlefield Duke, to be followed by Dana Pelabon.
May I interrupt?
Alder Bennett.
A registrant, Megan Spielbauer Escadante, is she's in the
Alder,
Zoom.
she spoke in early public comment.
Oh, she's wishing to speak on this item.
Alder, again, she spoke in early public comment to this item.
Okay.
Do we have Battlefield Duke?
No, he's not listed.
All right, so then Dana Pelabon of Fitchburg, to be followed by Ashley Hudson.
My name is Dana Pelabon. I spent 24 years in the housing industry, with the last 8 of those years working in homeless services. The vast majority of the men that I housed utilized the shelter system. When they were finally able to leave the shelter and I would hand them the keys to their apartment, many were overcome with emotion. You see, Madison's shelter system sent a message to those men that they were not important, that they were a burden and unworthy of finding a permanent place for those who are temporarily unhoused, that their needs were not a consideration. While grateful for any help given and a place to at least lay their heads, they were aware that treating people humanely is what they were really worthy to receive. 35 years of a temporary solution for a shelter is 35 years too long. Madison is long on statements of social justice, loud about human rights, decrying of the effects of racism and systemic oppression, yet we cannot get this shelter placed. The last and this council meeting's public comments on this topic are a shamble of misinformation about property values, unfounded concerns about economic development, bias against those who are unhoused, and racism against Black men. All to again say to the most vulnerable of us, it is still not time. To determine this site isn't perfect enough, then kick the can down the road again. So I remain incredibly wary of these same conversations every time there is another place to build this shelter. The excuses, the neighborhood plans that do not take into account the needs of the people, but instead worry about the needs of capitalism. Old rules determined by people who do not consider the impact of racism and systemic equality. And at the end of the day, we just send the same message. You are not a priority. We are not who we say we are until we build a humane, purpose-built shelter with wraparound services for our neighbors who are unhoused. And if you feel you are being shamed by hearing these testimonies, then maybe you have something to be ashamed of. The time is now. I implore the council to approve this resolution. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ashley Hudson of Gilson Street, to be followed by Justice Castaneda.
Hi, Mayor.
Alder Bennett?
Yeah, I apologize to beat a dead horse. I just spoke with
Alder. Can we finish the registrants that we have? And if you want to bring up additional registrants after that, we can do it when we are through the end of the list.
We can do that.
Ashley Hudson to be followed by Justice Castaneda.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I just want to say that I'm extremely disappointed, as an understatement, by the number of residents speaking against this item due to so-called economic concerns of the area. To me, that just sounds like deeply rooted classism or, prejudice averse and support people. You don't care more about property value than the level at which you value human beings. And it's pretty gross, to be honest. It's the literal definition of gatekeeping. So many of you are trying to argue against doing the humane thing by sprinkling your arguments with statements feigning care that suggest that you know what's best for these folks without bringing any of them to the damn table. Has anyone even asked what the men who would be presumably using it think? By changing location options, as someone said before me, you're just kicking the can down the road. Frankly, unless the shelter is built in a field by itself, far away from the comfort of your middle to upper class neighborhoods, those arguing against the shelter would not be satisfied. And frankly, for those of you who had your feelings hurt by comments such as mine, I'm not sorry, because I'm far more concerned about ensuring that our most vulnerable among us have their basic needs met than offending the sensibilities of those who sleep comfortably in their homes every night. On that note, I support item 69 for the men's shelter, and I want to say that ensuring everyone is sheltered is the absolute bare minimum we can and should be doing. Housing isn't a human right, but why isn't it? It absolutely should be. So many living on the streets are often released from jail or prison or mental health institutions do not have the capacity or resources to advocate for themselves and often get into more trouble and experience more danger due to not having shelter. And the current situation is absolutely unacceptable. We can and should do more. And frankly, there are many of us here in Madison who will absolutely ensure that our elders who do not support these basic human rights are held accountable. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Justice Castaneda of Dawes Street, representing Commonwealth Development, to be followed by Veronica Figueroa.
Good evening to the council and to the mayor. Thank you so much for all the work you guys have put into this. There's so much, it's already been said. I love when I get to come at the end because so many profound and amazing intellectuals have spoken to this. I'd speak in favor of this proposal and the proposed site. I think it's critical for us to take advantage of the opportunity that is before us. I have been firsthand working with and part of a number of conversations over the previous 4 years with city staff who have vetted a number of sites. In this particular case, I'm absolutely humbled by the diligence and by the detail and the meticulous detail and effort that has been put into selecting this site. I encourage you all to look at the letter that was sent on behalf of some of the members of Third Sector, which is our nonprofit housing provider network. I will tell you with absolute sincerity, if you are looking for developers who absolutely see this as an asset to the city of Madison and understand the challenges before us, we are more than willing to help think through the future of the East Town Mall area. As local developers, there is nothing about this project that actually presents any sincere impediment to the future planning or development of the area. I encourage us to think about our colleague Dana Pelham, who talked about the false economic imperatives, the rhetoric that's being presented about a number of the reasons as deterrents for this site. There is absolutely no data to back up a lot of these things. I will see the rest of my time. I really encourage all of us to think about this and to go ahead and approve this site. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Veronica Figueroa of School Road, to be followed by Matthew Mitnick.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
The negative impact depicted at the last meeting and this meeting tonight about the men's shelter is unfounded and disappointing. Our community members live in tents and under bridges, vulnerable to inclement weather, COVID, abuse, and violence, not only stripped of dignity, but also our collective respect. When some people think about what causes homelessness, they often think about criminals, addiction, and mental illness. We seldomly think about domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, runaway youth, unaccompanied youth, job loss, and disabilities as accurate demographics characteristics of homeless populations. As we continue to navigate this pandemic, domestic violence rates for both men and women continue to increase, increasing the homeless populations with it. These factors describe not only the homeless populations in the United States and here in Dane County, but also the house population. They describe all of us. They all depict life crisis. In our own communities and our own families, we all know people who are alcoholics, who are on medication for mental health problems like depression or bipolar disorder, just to mention a couple. We may know people who have experienced domestic violence, sexual assault, or other traumas. In the tough economic of the past few years, we all know people who lost their jobs. The difference between people who experience those challenges and become homeless and people like us is simply its support. If we have a robust support system around us, when something happens, people we care about us intervene when they notice us drinking too much, losing our jobs, or not taking medication. They help us cover our rent or mortgage payments. They show up at the hospital when we get sick or hurt, and they pick up our kids from school when we can't get there ourselves. People who are experiencing homelessness are just as varied as people who are not. The only commonality among them is a profound lack of support. For people who are experiencing homelessness to succeed and move forward, they need their community's support. The men's shelter is way overdue in this city as a resource for men seeking supportive services are non-existent. When men experience violence at home or in the community and need a safe space to go to, Unidos has to resort to hotels rather than a secure facility with support services and the staff who understand how to best support them.
And that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Matthew Mitnick of Brooks, to be followed by Rodney Alexander.
Matthew's not on the list. Rodney is here.
Rodney Alexander of State Street, representing the Umbrella Transition Program, to be followed by Natalie Scheinman.
Rodney, you should have a prompt asking to, there you go.
Yeah, I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to say, obviously, I am for this proposal. Speaking to the people who are against it, I personally think from hearing what they have to say about it, that they have no experience or knowledge of what the homeless community needs. Those who are saying that there's no transportation have no knowledge of the transportation that is in that area, because there is. I can tell you that as a person who has caught the bus in the past. Excuse me. Sorry, I was working out, so I'm breathing hard. As a person who has caught the bus, as a person who runs a transition program for homeless people, I can tell you all about the bus line. There's transportation. There are job opportunities in the area. And not only that, it's an opportunity to get people off the streets. I urge the people who will be in charge of making this decision to make it. The program that we run, lots of people were opposed to us buying properties in their areas, having neighbors who were in a homeless program, and I could care less. We purchased the property and the programs are flourishing. The people in the programs are flourishing. because we made the decision to help people as opposed to care about other people's selfish needs or selfish opinions. There is no reasonable explanation for why you shouldn't have a homeless shelter in any area. We have countless homeless people in the community and very, very limited resources for homeless men. As many people have said, this is long overdue. And I think that, people who are in charge of making that decision, AKA our alders, mayor, elected officials, need to make that decision and not allow people in the community to make that decision for you. You need to do the right thing. That's the reason that you were elected by the community. Most of the people who are opposed probably don't even live in the community. So I urge you to think about all those things as you make the decision. I have nothing further to say.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Natalie Scheinman of 3rd Street, to be followed by Adrian Mason.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Natalie Scheinman, and I live in Emerson East. We live near 2 housing facilities. We have the tiny homes on East Johnson, and First and East Wash has also been used as a shelter. It's part of our neighborhood landscape. I love this neighborhood, and I wouldn't live anywhere else in the city while raising my 2 children. I have a son that's 4.5 and a daughter that's going to be 3. I used to work as a job developer in New York City by helping with people that don't have permanent housing to find employment. Finding employment without permanent housing is extremely difficult. To many in the situation without the right support or services, it can almost be impossible. Housing is a basic human right, and we all deserve to have a place to live. We're still dealing with this pandemic, if anyone here forgot, and that's increased these issues within our community in Madison. We are also all sitting in our homes on computers talking about people who do not have homes. So I think it's kind of shameful to not agree that this is necessary right now. A lot of people before me have spoken about the agenda item and how we are in support of it. I don't think I need to add any more, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Adrian Mason of Aberg, representing Black Umbrella Global and Occupy Madison, to be followed by Malik Mason.
My name is Adrian Mason. My husband's the next person in line. To those that oppose, you probably don't remember me or my spouse, but we used to sleep on State Street by 15 East Main and on State Street for years with our pets. Do you even care that most have been moved more than twice? They've been moved from Grace, First United Church, and the other church on East Washington. Most of those were places for winter, especially Shelter 3. Most of the time, my husband refused to go to the shelter because of being the crowdedness. So I would strongly support that our elders make a very good decision and approve this agenda item, because Porchlight will still be aiding the men at the shelter and giving bus passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Malik Mason of Aberg, representing Black Umbrella Global and Occupy Madison, to be followed by Patricia O'Day.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Well, coming from what I experienced is that the men's shelter with downtown was smaller than what it used to be, what it is now. If you want to move the men's shelter, I think it's a bad idea. I think you guys should just keep them there and just let the homeless man be there. Like there's no reason to move anybody. It's just not right. And as that, I'll let my turn go.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Patricia O'Day of Morning Mist Way.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My question is, can the downtown developers and residents embrace a permanent homeless shelter? No one talks about how we currently have a shelter. Why is moving to Easttown going to change the number of men who utilize the facility? I believe the current location and building on First Street should evolve into the permanent homeless shelter. Instead of purchasing a building and waiting up to 2 years for renovations, those millions of dollars could be used to expand programs and resources for the homeless community right now. Isn't that more of a priority than the public market? The First Street building is larger, I repeat, larger than the Zier Road building, and has the room to provide an all-purpose shelter. I have seen and read only positive comments about the current shelter, and the city already owns the building. Use of budgeted funds could really go a long way to make this facility a success. As a taxpayer, this is how I would like to see my money spent. Realistically, there will always be a homeless population in the downtown area that would not want to take the bus out to Easttown. Without the shelter on First Street, these men will have nowhere to sleep but downtown parks. And I just like to add one more thing. I applaud Alder Abbas and his initiative to offer a plan B with the possibility of the nearby Hooper building as an option. And I look forward to hearing more about that option. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll try again for either David Prochnow or Benji Ramirez Gomez, who I believe are both in the Zoom.
I'm here. Hello.
Go ahead, David.
Oh boy, where do I start? I'm sure you've all know or have heard of me. I just think we need to leave well enough alone. There's nothing wrong with the First Street location. It's already established. It's ready to go. We're not against a men's homeless shelter. We're just against a men's homeless shelter at this location, that being on Zier Road. I think it's absolutely outrageous, actually. I'm both sick and appalled, actually, by the city's fast tracking of these agendas, all with total disregard to the general public. I emphasize general public, too. Local businesses and the residents in the area deserve more. This proposed shelter at this location was a terrible idea, I think, from the start. The proposal will, without a doubt, bring dire and long-lasting consequences, especially to the local businesses. I would urge the alders to vote no to this location, not to the homeless shelter, but to this location for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Benji Ramirez Gomez. Benji, you may need to press *6 on your phone. Looks like you're unmuted now.
Cool. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I, like other members of the community, would like to speak to the classist nature of other folks' testimonies. The failing and the decline of the Easttown Mall area is more endemic to the mass monopoly of Amazon and other distributors that are putting brick and mortar buildings out of business, and less to the homeless living out east. I think the location is fine. I think the opportunity and services provided there are fine. I think the real issue in question is whether or not folks really want to get behind the homeless community. And specifically, I want to point to the need for a permanent men's shelter, because the men on our street have been chronically homeless now for years. think of the trauma that you incur living on the streets for 5, 10, 20, 40 years of your life spent on the streets, spent fighting for your life, spent always sleeping with an eye open because you don't know what might happen next. This is a very traumatic experience, and I don't think that people who are opposing this shelter are opening their hearts with sympathy and compassion for the people living on the streets. We have been telling the men on the streets that we will find them a better location for years, and we haven't. We haven't, and we continue to push them around as if they are unhuman, as if they are lesser than us because of the circumstances that capitalism has pushed them to. These are people. These are people with lives. These are people with relationships. These are our neighbors, and we need to do everything in our power to house them because they belong here. Frankly, we're probably not going to be able to rehabilitate somebody who has suffered the trauma of living on the streets for decades. Yet they still deserve to be housed, they still deserve to be fed, and they still deserve to be respected the same dignity that we would want for ourselves. So I'm asking the council to please support the building of this shelter on Zire Road. The location is fine. The services that are going to be provided are fine. You have heard from people who serve the homeless community each and every day. And you've heard them say that this is the best move for the communities that they serve. And you've heard from people who are completely unrelated to the homeless. You've heard from property owners out of state.
Thank you. All right. I believe that is all the folks that we have here registered. Alder Bennett.
Yes, so the constituent informed me that they, due to their final, will not be able to speak on this topic. And I do want to point out that during early public comment, they actually did not speak on this topic. And I understand that, while I'm fairly new to understanding how the city processes go, I think it's really important for us to ask questions when we see it's needed. And I hope that in the future, we can approach questions with patience because I don't want myself or other freshman alders especially to feel nervous in asking questions. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Alder. Speaking of questions, we do have one registrant, Rachel Chisman of Fitchburg, in support, available to answer questions. It's been a long time, and I'm not sure how many of our registrants are still here, but are there questions for any of our registrants? Alder Harrington McKinney, did you have questions for registrants?
Madam Mayor, I was going to request at least a 5-minute recess, if that's appropriate.
I think it is, Alder, but I would just like to see
at the time. Yeah. At an appropriate time, please.
Thank you, Alder. We will get to that. I just want to see if there's anybody who does have a question for any of our registrants before we move on from them. It does not look like we have any questions for registrants. So, Alder Bennett.
Actually, I believe it was the first speaker. I really hope not to mispronounce the name, Guanming Shi.
Guanming Shi?
Yeah.
I believe that Guanming Shi is still on the line.
Here.
Yes. Go ahead, Alder.
Right. So it really interests me that, you're a UW professor studying economics. And I really wanted to ask you because there are economic concerns regarding regarding the shelter being in the East Town Mall area. So has any of your research or experience led to any conclusive evidence that having shelters inherently increases property values or has any other economic impact of the sort?
No, this is not my specialty in terms of like the how the shelter or any, like this kind of, you may call that community development kind of subject. My specialty is on the market analysis, demand analysis. And what I'm saying is based on like a common procedure when we were doing any project evaluation, that's the first step to conducting the impact analysis part. So I was just sitting, or not really sitting, but virtually in a public meeting before, and I hear that the response from the city saying that there's not such a analysis being conducted. And that's kind of my concern. I feel like if you wanted to get people to say, either support or not support, this is information that has to be provided, has to be done. And actually, I think from the other people's comments, what I hear is that probably like someone said, have you asked the user, the homeless shelter users, what they like, what they need? Because many of us is speaking about like either like the services they need or whether this is the transportation they need. But I don't hear or anybody was saying that you have, or there is any study or any data or any evidence from speaking to those people. And then certainly, of course, about the surrounding businesses. I'm just saying that I would hope to see this to be conducted. And I think this is very important. And that's what we were telling the students. Like in my class, we're doing the student benefit cost analysis. That's a necessary step for any homework assignment, like class project. So that's what I'm saying. I feel disappointed to see that this is not being part of this. When it was in the public hearing meeting, it's actually not a part of what's presented in the table. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for registrants? Seeing none. President Abbas, what's your pleasure? 10 minute recess?
Yes, 10 minutes. Yes.
Moved and seconded to take a 10-minute recess. It is currently 10:50 p.m. We'll come back at 11 p.m. sharp, and we are recessed.
Okay.
Thanks.
And Jay, I believe you are free to go as well. Thank you very much.
11 o'clock has arrived. We'll invite the council members to come back and turn your video back on, please. And I think we are close enough to have the clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Lemmer.
Here.
Lemmer is present. Alder Martin.
Here.
Martin is present. Alder Miazzi. Here. Good to see you. Alder Miazzi is present. Thank you. Alder Vitiver. I apologize.
Here.
Alder Vitiver is present. Alder Helly is still excused. Alder Boss.
Present.
Alder Boss is present. Alder Burrows.
Here.
Alder Burrows is present. Alder Benford.
Present.
Alder Benford is present. Alder Bennett.
Here.
Alder Bennett is present. Alder Carter. Back to her. Alder Conklin.
Present.
Alder Conklin is present. Alder Curry.
Here.
Alder Curry is present. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Furman.
Present.
Sorry, Alders Foster and Furman are here. Alder Halverson.
Present.
Alder Halverson is present. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck is present. Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. So we have finished our registrants. It's now time for staff. I believe that staff have a short presentation. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Can I just make a comment to staff real quick?
A comment to staff is not in order at this point. Alder Figueroa Cole.
So when is that possible?
A question for them after they make a presentation would be in order.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder. I'm looking for Mr. Wachter. There you are. Go ahead, Mr. Wachter.
So I'm just going to go through a quick PowerPoint. Try not to make it too long for everyone. Hopefully everyone can see that. So I was going to quickly go through the background of how we got to where we are today, but really spend most of the time talking about sort of the ways we can move forward. So staff and city committees have been talking about the need for a new men's shelter since before COVID. So staff and committee reports going back to 2014 at least talk about the need for a purpose-designed space that really functions well for the operator as well as for people utilizing shelter. And that's some of it's about intake, some of it's about how the space is designed, having adequate restroom facilities, all of that. With a goal of having roughly 200 beds and then making sure there's space for service providers to be in the same facility or adjacent to the facility. So that's those conversations have been going on for years with service providers, staff, and national conversations with consultants. So once COVID hit and we moved into temporary shelter, the direction from the mayor and the county executive was to begin a search for that new permanent shelter site. And we cast our net for sites. 7-day-a-week, all-day transit service was a top priority with an eye to how that system is going to change with BRT. And then sort of zooming in from there, we looked at making sure that the site itself was, it would be better if it's proximate to amenities, jobs, pharmacies, grocery stores, things that people need for daily living, and preferably not directly adjacent to childcare centers or schools. So that's zooming in. And then when we looked at the site itself, we want to make sure that it had a path to getting through zoning and land use approvals. We wanted to make sure that the buildings themselves could be adapted to this use. So if you think about it, a 3-story wood-built office building is a lot harder for us to convert than a 1-story site that is wide open spaces. And it had to meet this sort of minimum size or have it easily be added on to. And then we had to look at the transaction itself because we wanted to be able to move relatively quickly. We were looking for sites where there was a seller who was willing to sell the building. It didn't have long-term leases on it or something like that that would make it very hard for us to actually get control of the site. So we cast that net, looked for sites. We came up with something over 15 of them that staff actually went through, talked to property owners, did the due diligence on them. And these sites, if you look at a map, they went from West Town to downtown to East Town, really following those transit corridors. And we ended up honing in on a site at East Town Boulevard, where we negotiated the whole transaction, brought the resolution to council in the fall. And before council could vote on that site, we lost control because someone outbid us and took the site from underneath us. So we went back to our list of sites, went through a number of them. Zaire Road met all of those criteria we were looking at for the bus service, the building, all of those components. So Zaire Road, it's a $2.7 million site. All in, we're talking roughly $10.5 million when renovations are complete, given our current estimates. Like I said, it's a vacant big box. It's just very open and relatively straightforward building to renovate. Very flexible. It can be whatever we want it to be. We've negotiated that transaction, price, timing, all of those conditions. We've run an architect and engineering request for proposals. We've not completed it because we're waiting to see if we're actually going to acquire it. And then the building itself is already zoned, so we don't have to go through any elaborate land use approval to do it. And given if we move ahead today, looking at the end of 2022 for it to be completed. At the last meeting, Alder Abbas suggested properties on Pennsylvania Avenue. So staff engaged the owner of those properties. And this is a really large site with multiple buildings. So the acquisition, if we're just looking at what it's assessed at today, is $10+ million. The seller has indicated they would like to sell the whole thing, not sell it building by building. And so when you take that acquisition cost, and if it's going to cost roughly the same amount to renovate a building as it would at Zaire Road, which given what we've saw, that's a realistic estimation, talking $20+ million in sort of the upfront cost. Obviously you're buying, in this case, you'd be buying 16 acres of land, multiple buildings. So the rest of those buildings would then be available for other city uses. And the city, we have been looking for sites to house engineering, parks, police, a bunch of different city functions. And these buildings are very flexible type buildings. There's a timing issue in that these are currently occupied by the owner, and that owner will not be out until the end of the year. From a transaction standpoint, we would still need to go appraise them, which is about a 2-month process, negotiate a price, and then assuming we come to a deal, we have to do an environmental investigation, given that this is quasi-industrial land on a railroad. We don't know what's there, so that would have to be figured out. Bring on the architect engineer. In this case, it's not zoned correctly, so we have to go through the land entitlement process to get a rezoning, conditional use. And so the soonest we could realistically have a purpose-designed sort of permanent shelter is more like 2024. It's possible that in that window, we could figure out a way to move temporary shelter services out there. We just don't know that today because we've done one walkthrough at this point. And then, as has been suggested throughout the night, there's the building that we're in today. So Fleet Services moved out of there last fall. We took it over as a homeless shelter. So acquisition price is $0. But the building was not actually renovated when we took over. It was cleaned and we put in temporary facilities. So given that it's 40,000 square feet, to bring it up to sort of the same standard we're talking about for Zaire Road is probably about $10 million as well. And that site is currently slated to become the Madison Public Market, which on its current trajectory would start construction early next year. So if you decide that that's where you want the permanent shelter to go, it ends the public market as it's currently envisioned, because that public market is designed around that building. That's where all the architecture work is done. That's where the market study has been focused. And its financing structure is dependent on the TIF district that's there and fundraising that was sort of raised around this idea. So there'd be some starting over for a public market if we decide to go someplace else. We'd also have to restart architect engineer. This is also not zoned correctly for a shelter, but realistically, we could get those things moving pretty quickly and have it done, again, end of 2022, early 2023. So when you sort of look at those compared to each other, Zaire Road is a pretty straightforward, has a clear path to move forward. Its biggest challenge is, what do we do between when the public market would like to start construction and when we can get that done? And that's 9 to 12 months, depending on, how it shakes out. And what we would either do is find another temporary solution. I don't know what that would be, to be very frank. But it's possible that given a 9-month window, we could stay in the current site longer while construction starts, and we could try to speed up when we move into Zaire Road, to try to shrink that window to bridge it. I don't know if that's possible, but that would be the goal if we can't find another temporary site. Pennsylvania Avenue, that has a lot of potential. It just also has a lot of uncertainty. I can't tell you, how that would come together necessarily. And that has a 2-year gap between when public market would want to start and we would have a permanent solution there. So that again would definitely require finding a temporary solution. And it could be in that building. It might not be able to be there. I can't answer those questions. And then when we talk about fleet, the biggest issue there is that we have another use already intended to be there. So going forward with that means ending the public market as it's planned today. So those are the 3 paths. Now, tonight, if you decide to move ahead with acquiring Zaire Road, we would then roll into actually going through with the purchase. We'd engage with the architect and engineer, and then in a few months, we'd be able to bid it out, and then we'd come back to you to get approval to go ahead with construction. Assuming that all works out, like I said, we're in that building probably around the end of next year. If you refer for any reason, it just delays the whole thing. And so at a certain point, we're spilling into 2023, and that bridge between when public market starts and Zaire Road is open, it just gets bigger, which means that it's harder to find that temporary space. If you decide to just abandon Zaire Road for any reason, we would restart the site search. And it could be Pennsylvania Avenue. It could be some other site if that's the way we want to go. but it just delays it longer because we have that full due diligence package plus design plus construction. And then we have to have a very long-term temporary solution of, a couple of years. So those are the things in front of you. And I just want to be really clear that any path you choose, there's still a lot of decisions that need to be made on the design and construction side about exactly how many beds are we talking about? How much, what do those services need to be in there that we need to carve out spaces for? And then on a parallel track, we need to run a request for proposals to find that operator, and they're going to weigh in on what needs to be in the building as well. And all of that's going to come together to drive what is that operating budget going to be. So we can't answer some of those questions until we know what the space is going to be. So that's really briefly kind of how we got to where we are and sort of the decisions that I think are in front of you. So tonight you've got me, we've got community development staff, we've got planning staff, we've got economic development staff, we've got engineering staff that we can answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. We'll go back to Alder Figueroa Cole. I'm not seeing you, Alder.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
I just, again, want to make a comment. Thank you so very much for all the hard work on this particular project, the staff. And I also wanted to point out something that was directed earlier. I am a bilingual individual. I'm capable of carrying a conversation in English and Spanish. And that doesn't make me an interpreter. Actually, doesn't even make me a good translator. So being an interpreter, I just want people to realize that it's a profession that requires multiple layers of studies and certifications. And I find it extremely disrespectful to make a claim that these professionals are not capable of fulfilling their duties with accuracy and care for their job demands. With that said, I please ask staff and the interpreters that serve us today to accept my apology in behalf of those remarks and to thank them for assisting us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole, and I'll add my thanks to our interpreters as well. We rely on them heavily and appreciate their work. President Abbas, questions for staff?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Question for either for Matt or Jim. So first of all, thank you both of you for working really hard on such a short notice, going and looking into Pennsylvania Avenue building. So I really appreciate that. I'm just curious, while you looked into various 16 different buildings, not 13 buildings on 16 acres, if I'm not wrong, which buildings do you think they could be possibly ready end of this year for temporarily shelter if we have, because my understanding is regardless, whichever path we go forward, we need temporary solution. So which building could be possibly ready to work on and move temporary shelter?
Alder Abbas, are you talking about the Pennsylvania Avenue?
Yes, Pennsylvania Avenue. Yes, Jim.
As Matt indicated earlier, we had the benefit of just a single walkthrough, and we went fairly quickly through a number of pretty much all of the buildings at the site. There were several that seemed to offer the space and the openness that reminded us in many ways of the First Street property in that way, that large space, open space, easier perhaps to reconfigure. I think there was a property, perhaps the first property north of
Third Street.
North of 3rd Street, that had some potential as a temporary site. And again, just with the benefit of a very quick walkthrough through the building.
Thank you. And Matt, during your presentation, you mentioned about appraisal, negotiation. It will take a couple of months. I know city have a history of those properties. So phase 1 is will be very easy from city staff to see. Phase 2 is where you have to really check what type of contamination is where exactly and how far it went. And of course, railway lines always create contamination. So I'm curious from previous experience of city staff working on I know East Washington have a lot of contamination and city have a lot of experience developing East Wash corridor. How long it take to do environmental assessment and negotiation? Would it take a couple of months or?
Sure. So the phase 1 is more of a records and history. Yeah. And then, depending on what we find, we'll determine, do we have to do a phase 2? Do we have to drill holes and where? So, I mean, it's a multi-month process. You're right, though. The phase 1 is usually fairly straightforward. That we hire. Dan Rolfs is on here, too. He's done a lot more phase 2 investigation on these redevelopment projects, but it's a few months.
If I could address that as well.
Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Apologize. Thank you. I'm Dan Rolfs from the Office of Real Estate Services for the city, for those of you who don't know me. For something as complex as this, if we were to look at the entire site, all 16 acres, I would wager that we're looking at a minimum of 3 months. It could take as many as 6, because once you start to crack open all of the different parcels that are attached to this property and start doing investigations in each one of these sites, the next question will be, well, what are we going to do there? And that will inform the ultimate cleanup, which informs the cost. So with a site as large and with as lengthy a history as this site, as the Pennsylvania Avenue sites are, I would expect that this would take multiple months, potentially as many as 6, if we were to get successfully to a point of having an accepted offer.
And it all depends on phase 1, because that will determine historical use and you will start from there, correct?
That's correct, Alder, yes.
Yes, thank you. And Matt, couple of more questions for you. So regarding Pennsylvania Avenue, how many properties will be vacant end of this year, and how many will be vacant next year? Could you explain timeline?
Sure. So the owner is moving to a new headquarters building, and so most of those buildings will be empty at the end of the year. And then, Jim, I believe it's only 1 or 2 that'll be sort of into the first quarter of next year. Dan's also nodding his head. So the majority at the end of the year will be vacant.
Thank you. And Jim, one question, and then I know a couple of holders are waiting, so I will perhaps come back with further questions. So we saw numbers of Asian immigrant explaining their concerns. I'm curious about what outreach has been done from city staff with that particular community regarding shelter location.
Around the Zaire Road?
Yes.
So we held a neighborhood meeting. On the 12th of March, Alder Bosper, we had a presentation and then an opportunity for questions and answers.
Did you reach out to the global market or people within that group and discuss about the concept of shelter, hear their concerns, especially around services?
We did after, I believe it was following the March 30th council meeting, that staff, myself included, from the Community Development Division and Economic Development Division, met with a group of business owners at the global market and discussed a little bit more the concept of the shelter and their concerns about it, and had that conversation directly with them.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Benford.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to make a comment to all the staff. I deeply appreciate all your work, and Mr. Walkner, the presentation was really informative. So I'm not sure who's best suited to ask the question, but can you tell me, since services had to leave Grace Episcopal, how many sites altogether you looked at? And then I have a quick follow-up after that.
Yeah, so for permanent shelter, so Dan Rolfs and I, looked at a huge number of properties. It really came down to that 15 to 17 that met almost every criteria, that we went that further step of due diligence where it was site visits or talking it through with a broker or getting engineering out there to look at something more in depth. So that it's a little hard to say because there's dozens and dozens that got screened to get down to that list of 17 that seemed like viable.
And here's the follow-up, and maybe this one is going to be tricky, but throughout all the time, all the years you've been with the city and Mr. O'Keefe and others, how many hours would you imagine staff put into addressing this issue, looking, researching? I see you're smiling, so it must be a huge, huge number, but how many? And you don't have to give me a precise, but I guess my point is even during this pandemic where you had to be nimble to protect lives, the most dreadful public health emergency we've ever faced, and being able to move people and trying to keep people from dying in our parks. And then on top of this, getting us to this point, must have been tons and tons of hours and time that staff had put in to get us to this point. Would you agree?
It's not been easy. There's a lot of criteria, and once we found sites that seemed to meet those thresholds, it was vetting with the county, vetting with planning, zoning staff, engineering staff. So a lot of people had to touch it to see if it sort of seemed like it was something we could work through. So I think Dan Rolfs did a lot more work than I did to vet those.
Although this project has been around in our files for, I want to say 6 or 7 years minimum, as something that's been out there to work on. So as far as the number of hours, I wouldn't even want to guess, but it's been around for an awfully long time.
So I'm stating the obvious by saying that you've all put in a lot of hard work, which I deeply appreciate, to get us here to this point. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Thank you. And I have a couple of questions. When you stated that, and Jim, I think this is for you. You stated that you did a neighborhood meeting. Did you ever do a meeting for the tenants at Easttown Mall specifically?
No, we did not.
And this shelter is in that area, correct?
It is adjacent to the Easttown Mall, yes.
Okay.
Carter,
did you do a go ahead.
I was going to say we worked with former Alder Balde to organize a neighborhood meeting that included residents and business and property owners.
Okay.
But as we typically do, it was through the council member.
Okay, thank you. And given the timeline that Matt number 1 gave us, where are we going to relocate the temporary shelter to another temporary location? So based on when the public market would like to start their construction And based on the winter season approaching, I know it is just May, but winter is coming. Is there going to be another relocation to another facility?
Alder Carter, there remains a bit of uncertainty about the timing of the public market and the completion of efforts to finalize financing for it. So until we have a little bit firmer idea of precisely when that will begin, I can't answer that question definitively, but I think we're thinking it more and more likely, the staff team, that it will be necessary to find a third temporary location.
And is Warner Park on that list of possibilities?
We've not really begun that process yet.
Okay. And so thank you very much. So back to Matt number 1. Matt, can you tell me that when you look at a location, many folks talked about an economic analysis or economic impact. Is that one of the things that you do when you look at a location to purchase?
I would say no. In my time with city real estate and this department, I don't know that we've done economic impact analysis of any property that we've acquired for a project.
Okay.
I think sort of stepping back, oftentimes our federal funds require some sort of impact analysis, traffic impacts, number of people affected. And then our broader capital budget projects, when we submit them to the mayor, we're looking at a wide variety of impacts, sustainability, racial equity, social justice impacts, those sorts of things. But economic impact for neighbors of a project is not something we would we would do by any sort of standard.
Okay. And then one more thing, you talked about the renovation of this property on one of your slides. How far, at what point, and I know we have to do an RFP, and I know that right now we don't know who's going to be awarded the RFP. Is that correct?
Yes. So Brian Cooper from engineering is on here too, so he probably can weigh in more than I do. But we've conducted the initial where the teams have come in, walked through. I think they've done interviews, but when this got referred, we paused that process.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we would jump right back into it, but Brian.
But basically, okay, well, maybe he should jump in. But I guess what I'm asking is, we're looking at it, we're saying that these different things can be done here. At what point does the awardee, the recipient, come in and contribute to the design?
Hello, Alder. This is Brian Cooper, Facilities. If there was approval to proceed with the Zire Road site, we would immediately try to complete the selection of the architect engineer team, consultant team to assist us with all the work that would need to be done to do the professional design work and prepare the documents for bidding publicly. Mm-hmm. We wouldn't be in, so where we're at right now, as Matt kind of alluded to, we had a very big interest by the architect engineer community. We've narrowed the teams down to 4 teams, I think it is, and we still need to do interviews. And as Matt suggested, we sort of pause that because it started to get a little uncertain here with which direction this project was going to go. And we didn't want to take up folks' time if we weren't going to proceed. So if there's an approval tonight, we would immediately set up the interviews with our purchasing team from the city, and we would look to get an approval in June for that contract. With the contract routing and that kind of thing, it might be early July before design would actually start.
Okay, thank you. And Brian, were you involved with the Playhaven childcare facility as far as looking at the possibilities of that square footage?
Yes, I was, yes.
And can you tell me how many square feet that building was compared to the Zaire Road?
Oh goodness, it's been so long. I can look it up while we're going through this, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I believe it's less than Zaire Road.
It's less than Zaire Road?
Yeah.
Brian, I can bail you out. That property offered about 23,000 square feet of space, indoor space.
And the Zaire Road site is approximately 30,000 square feet.
Okay. And Jim, just one more question for you, and I'll pass it on to other folks, or the mayor will pass it on to other folks. Do we have any kind of guesstimate on how much it would cost to operate this facility?
Well, Alder Carter, it's a very good and important question. So what I can offer you is some data points that I think are useful for us to have. I would start with the pre-pandemic budget for the men's shelter operation was about $600,000 on an annual basis. So some have suggested, because that was an overnight shelter, look at that, then look at the budget for the Beacon, which is a daytime resource center. The Beacon annual budget is in the neighborhood of about $875,000. So you've got those two pieces of information. Now, the operating budget for the men's shelter has increased dramatically since we left the basement of Grace Episcopal Church. It's increased for a number of reasons. And that annualized figure now is about $2.2 million. It includes, we have to be careful about how we compare that to the original $600,000 budget, because it includes significant expenses for items that in the previous shelter operation didn't exist. So for example, nearly $1 million now is on an annualized basis is being spent for meals. I think you heard from speakers earlier that the previous men's shelter operation relied on community organizations to prepare and serve meals. So there was very little food cost. Now it's a substantial cost. We don't expect that will be a permanent part of the equation for a permanent men's shelter, but it's a big contributing factor in the increase. So you've got those data points. We have also been in recent contact with operators of full service shelter facilities in Ann Arbor, Michigan, where there is an operating budget of about $2.4 million. We've spoken to operators of a full service shelter in Seattle. They're spending about $4 million a year. We have visited and looked into shelter operations in the Twin Cities at about a $3 million annual price tag. So we can certainly learn from their experiences, but ultimately, then we must shape our facility to meet the needs of our community. And it is very likely the case that that some of the services that we look to provide are already in the community. There are organizations that are providing these services. It'll be a matter of coordinating those at a new facility. There may be funding sources, for example, through the Medicaid program that may be available to us. I cannot emphasize enough that this is not a city operation solely. We are certainly moving forward in partnership with Dane County, and so they will have something to say about what that service model looks like, and I suspect we'll have funding resources that we'll be able to draw on as well. So I cannot give you a real hard number in terms of costs, but some of the information I think is useful and maybe provide some context to what we'll be looking at for our budget.
Okay, and then the one other thing. So I know you went to the Twin Cities, and I believe you went to Higher Ground. They also have beds that you permanently can have. Are we looking at that possibility since we're looking at 30,000 square feet?
So the Higher Ground facilities had both pay to stay beds, which provided
that's what it's called, yeah,
temporary housing, but then they also had permanent supportive housing over the top of the shelter facilities. Again, we were certainly impressed and I think intrigued by the pay to stay bed model, because as you've heard tonight and previously, there are a good number of men experiencing homelessness who are employed. So that provides some stability, and it provides a model that can form the foundation and provide support to enter into a more permanent housing arrangement. Mm-hmm. And then the prospect of building permanent housing is one that we're certainly interested in, but it's a decision that would be further down the road. And I suspect if that were to happen, and to happen at the Zire Road site, it would be much more likely to be new construction alongside that existing structure, and rather than going over the top of it.
Thank you. I will reserve the rest of my questions for later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Conklin. Questions for staff?
Yes, thank you. Actually, Madam Mayor, I have one question for you. If you could clarify something for me. Is it true that they have to request any type of accommodations in the beginning before they register to speak?
Yes, as is printed on all of our meeting notices and our agendas, we provide accommodations for translation or interpretation of multiple kinds, but it needs to be requested in advance so that we can have interpreters present.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Mm-hmm. And I do have a question. I'm wondering, is it true that the homeless shelter has certain accommodations, like it cannot be within a certain radius of a daycare center or a school? Can someone speak on that for me, please?
Matt or Jim?
There is no such restriction or statutory provision, legal provision around that issue. No, no. I'll leave it at that. No.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Jim, to Alder Conklin's just question, the relationship of a homeless shelter to a daycare center, your statement was there is no, and I guess I'm confused because I thought that the reason that some of the questions related to the Zyra Road facility was because it was in proximity to a daycare center. And I thought that there was a property that was over by, over on the north side again, and it was discounted because it was a daycare center going up in proximity. And so could you clarify that? Because I'm kind of confused with your last answer.
Sure. Alder, there's no legal restriction regarding that siting. The search criteria that we used as we were conducting a search for possible sites, included interest in finding a property that was not very close to either a school or a child care center. That was part of the criteria that we developed internally, but those didn't have a legal foundation.
So there was no zoning or stipulation that said, because there was a lot of conversation related to daycare center in proximity to the property on Zyra Road. And so what I'm hearing you say is that there is nothing legally, that was just an internal criteria that staff placed on property that you were considering?
We use that as part of the criteria in our search. There is a fairly specific provision that was raised in some of the early discussions, and I believe at the March 30th council meeting that spoke to a certain subcategory of sexual offenders, specifically known as sexually violent persons. There's a provision in state law that forbids the Department of Corrections from placing into housing a person who meets that definition of sexually violent person within 1,500 feet of a school or a child care facility. We had a conversation with State Department of Corrections officials about it, and what they advised us was that they're talking about placement upon release. They in those circumstances, the agency maintains control for a period of time, even upon release from the correctional system. And they are responsible for either placing or knowing where somebody will live. So in that conversation, corrections officials made it clear that they would not place somebody released from prison into a shelter. And it was not a concern of theirs, and they didn't think that it was relevant to our discussion. There were also issues raised, Alder Harrington McKinney, about the proximity of this site to a proposed child care center that, depending on how you measure it, is anywhere from a quarter mile to 0.4 of a mile away from the Zyra Road property. Again, we had conversations. I've spoken on a couple of occasions to the executive director of the organization that is planning that child care center, and I was assured that they were not concerned about the prospect of a shelter like what we're proposing in that location.
Okay, thank you for the in-depth of that. So there was a property over on the north side around Madison College that was considered, and I thought that was not considered because there was a child care center or something being built close by, and so perhaps my information was incorrect.
No, Alder, that information was correct. It was a factor in turning away from that property. I think one of the differences was that that there was a bus stop, and it was a bus stop that we expected would be utilized by shelter users. That was quite close to that childcare facility, which was under construction when we were looking at that property, and so that seemed to us to be a little bit different situation, one in which there would be more likely opportunity for shelter users and the childcare users to interact with one another or come into closer contact with one another, and so that was a factor in that decision.
Okay, I have 4 quick questions and then I'll be done. My first question was around the neighborhood engagement, and I think you said that in March there was the alder had a neighborhood meeting, and that was after council meeting. So prior to the decision or selection of the Zara Road location, what kind of public informational sessions happened and how many happened?
So Alder, we worked with Alder Balde to try to get that neighborhood meeting scheduled late in the year, the previous year, and schedules and holidays and so on prevented that from happening. The meeting was actually held on March 12th, which was following public hearings before the City County Homeless Issues Committee and the city's Community Development Block Grant Committee, but it was prior to both the Common Council Executive Committee meeting, the city's Finance Committee meeting, and then the March 30th council meeting.
Okay, and I'm specifically asking that question is because when I went out to visit the global market, there was concern that the city did not notify them, I guess the owners, that the Zara Road was under consideration. And then you said that there was no outreach to that segment of the community. Was there any reason why that didn't happen for the businesses out there?
Well, again, Alder, we looked at we sought to have that neighborhood meeting or that community meeting working with former Alder Balde. There was a delay in getting that finally scheduled. We held it on March 12th. We heard the concerns expressed, not so much as I recall at that meeting from that facility, from the global market business owners, but we certainly heard them at the March 30th council meeting, and it was shortly after that community development and economic development staff went out and met with those business owners.
Good, thank you. And my second question, and I'm going to say sense of urgency, and that might not be your term, that's just mine, and correct me, is a sense of urgency of the move out date for the current shelter. Is that based upon vacate date for the public market? Is that tied in some way?
Well, there certainly is the idea, Alder Harrington McKinney, that we are operating on borrowed time. The public market, as you know, has been many years in the planning and making, and it was not our intent to disrupt that schedule. So yes, that's certainly part of the consideration, is the need to allow that project to proceed on its schedule.
Okay, and I understand that you've already answered the third one, because Alder Carter had asked about the finalization of the financing and all those pieces for the public market, so I won't go into that one. So my final question, and help me to understand this, is that in the selection process for the Day Resource Center, now called the Beacon, was that our staff, or was it a combination of the county, or who led that process of finding a location?
That was a search that was primarily undertaken by county staff. So I will say that it was city staff that made the connection for the ultimate property that is now the Beacon. But that was a county operation and led by county staff.
Okay, so then I'll commend you for that, and so I will not push on that, because in that search for a location for the Day Resource Center, some of the properties, because I live on the west side, but most of my operations are on the east side, and there were locations on the east side that were looked at and were pushed for the day shelter, and they were not appropriate at all. Some of them were even farther away. And because the look continued, we ended up with a location that was better suited, which was the old chamber building, and it was perfectly suited for a day center. And so I applaud your staff for finding that. So that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, questions for staff?
Oh, y'all ask good questions. So I really only have like one question. And so we did hear a lot of concerns about the economic development of Easttown. I recognize that it's not within your common practice to see, make a plan for the economic development of surrounding neighbors. But I'm wondering if at all you have any input on like how, past projects such as the Beacon has affected, or Porchlight even has affected like the economics of like certain areas and businesses, if that can actually be contributed to shelters.
So this is a tough one. So, our frame of reference for shelters in the city of Madison are, Salvation Army on East Washington Avenue in the middle of a commercial district that's developing, or our shelter, at Grace Episcopal, which is right off the Capitol Square. So those are our local frame of reference for shelter is in sort of booming commercial districts. When we've looked at other shelters around the country, they're in a wide variety of locations. They can be in downtowns, they can be in commercial areas. Oftentimes you can see them in industrial areas. So they're all over the place. And I think, as Justice noted earlier, actual research, academic research on economic impacts of these shelters, I haven't seen ones that make any sort of clear cut, it doesn't spell out. And I think that's probably because there is such a wide variety of shelter, from a dozen beds to 1,000 beds. So I think it's not my area of expertise, but it's hard to sort of pinpoint that down looking at what's out there.
Right. So I guess, would you say that given there are like a wide varieties of shelters in various cities of various natures, that even in booming commercial districts, like, would shelters not necessarily have a direct impact on the economics of that area?
I don't know that I can say that. I can only say that here we have two examples of our shelter has traditionally been provided in a commercial district close to downtown.
Cool. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Halverson, questions for staff?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes. Thank the staff for their effort and work on this. Appreciate it very much. Matt, just regarding a couple questions regarding the presentation. In the Pennsylvania Avenue location for completion date, you said 2024, 2025 timeframe for the full purpose-built location. Is that, and then you said there might be earlier potentially if we needed to get just overnight sheltering there. Was that, did I interpret that properly?
Yeah. So I guess given the size and complexity, and as we talked about that environmental piece is an unknown time frame, that actually having full control of the site would take a certain amount of time. And then just like any of these sites, you'd roll into a full public works process to design, bid, and build. So I think that's what's sort of pushing anything that we start from scratch, essentially into like a 2024 type of time frame. Engineering will probably say that's optimistic and it'll be late 2024. But then yes, temporary, if we're looking to do something anywhere in sort of a setup that's similar to what we have on East Washington, First Street, it would be a collaboration of city facilities, building inspection, fire to figure out exactly what needs to be done to make sure that it will work as an interim solution from, is it sprinklered correctly? Do we have adequate bathroom service? And we were able to set up, facilities able to set up First Street in just a matter of months in a site that we had full control of because we owned it. So putting it someplace else is a little hard to pinpoint a time frame for.
No, that's helpful. Just for clarification, appreciate that. It can be done in a shorter amount of time for just the overnight temporary sheltering. And then, so for the Zaya Road location, what's the time frame then for a full service facility there?
At Zaya Road, it would be the end of 2022 is what we're looking at.
That would be with not just overnight. That would be everything.
Brian, if you want to weigh in, but that would be whatever scope we choose to move ahead on. I guess could be built out in that time frame.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Matt. The way we have the scope written right now for the architect and engineer team, and of course, all of these we don't work in a vacuum. So we develop these with community development, and they'll need further development as we get going in the design process. But we would be essentially replicating the same activities that are currently the same program that's currently happening at First Street, with some additional enhancements in terms of right now at First Street, we have the restrooms, showers, sinks, toilets on temporary trailers. We would, have permanent built bathrooms and showers, probably some space for laundry, some space for outreach and support rooms, and likely some other accessory spaces. Of course, all of this would have to be vetted during the design process.
Okay, thank you very much. One more question on that topic. Could we build a purpose-built shelter facility on the Fleet Services property? Standalone.
If you're asking me, you're talking about 200 North First Street, the old Fleet site?
Correct. we've got the fleet is in the presentation. We talked about using that fleet building. I'm asking if there's room on that property to build a standalone shelter facility.
Separate from the existing building?
Correct.
Oh, I think that gets a little more questionable. I don't know at this moment we're equipped to say that that's possible. Are you suggesting leaving the existing facility there, the large facility that's there, and building another building?
Well, the existing facility is slated for public market. So the question would be, on that property, is there enough room to build a full service standalone facility for the shelter?
That gets really challenging because that would probably take away essentially all of the parking that is behind the facility as it stands right now. In addition to that, the city does have, I should say, existing storage facilities on that site that are separate activities, separate program from the market. There's also a refueling location on that site, which is still is visited quite often by city vehicles and also very heavy equipment that the city uses. So I think it becomes very challenging to try to build the purpose-built site on the backside of the current fleet site. The old fleet site, excuse me.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And then this is for Jim. So just to confirm again, this current plan will have the Zaya Road location opening end of 2022 as an overnight shelter only.
I think the 2022 schedule addresses renovations to the existing structure, does not contemplate new construction. And so while it may well be that accommodations can be made in that existing footprint for programming space, I don't think a 2022 date contemplates a full service, necessarily a full scope of all of what could be possible at that site. So, for example, by 2022, we wouldn't be talking about pay to stay beds, and there may be some programming space, but we may decide that we would want expanded programming space if we were to build alongside of it. One of the attractive features of the Zaya Road property was that it offered both a combination of a sizable built structure that was fairly easily converted to shelter use, and enough space on the site to expand if that's the direction that we would choose to go. Is that,
thank you very much.
That answer your?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor.
Alder, you muted yourself again.
Thank you, Mayor. How does that happen? Geez. A follow-up to Jim and this conversation here. Alder Halverson is questioning whether or not we'll have anything more than a temporary overnight shelter by the end of 2022. And it's my understanding of what Brian is describing as a purpose-built shelter includes everything that the current overnight shelter has, plus spaces for outreach services. And while we may not have a pay-to-stay operation in place, and we may have future intentions for additional services, is it not true that we will be able to provide services, contracted services, perhaps with other social service agencies, to the residents of this purpose-built shelter, that it will not, in fact, be merely an overnight shelter? Is that correct?
That's accurate, Alder Evers, yes.
So the investment that we're making in a purpose-built shelter is so that we will be able to provide actual services to these residents, not to unleash them into the neighboring community willy-nilly. Is that correct?
That's the point of this facility, right, is to make it a full service, 24-hour a day facility. Yep.
And so we may not have every single aspect of that completed by the end of 2022. We will have appreciably succeeded in our goals and providing a purpose-built shelter by the end of 2022. Is that also correct?
I think it is.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick follow-on to Alder Evers' line of questioning. This is probably for Jim. The time estimates for the other options that Matt Wachter presented also were based upon the same considerations of what would be available. So for the other two locations that were discussed, the same range of services and things were incorporated into those estimates too. So it's not as if there were different assumptions made as to what services would be provided at the different locations. Is that correct?
Again, Alder Heck, I caution about the possibility of a Pennsylvania Avenue route because we've had only the benefit of a very brief time in that building to know what it would be possible to do there. But certainly the idea is to, as Brian said, to replicate the facilities that we're currently providing at First Street, which themselves are a significant upgrade from where we were a year ago, or a little over a year ago, and likely contemplate added space for expanded services. Perhaps not the full complement of services, but certainly room for programming there, case management, housing, navigation, etc.
Thanks. So the time estimates were all for a similar model in the different locations. It's just that there are more unknowns at the Pennsylvania Avenue site, and that makes sense. Thanks. Just so I can back up briefly, the cost for the Pennsylvania, and we've had a lot of discussion. It's very late at night, so this is for Matt Wachter. The cost difference that you showed is essentially $20 million between moving forward with Zire versus going to the Pennsylvania Avenue location. There's like an additional guesstimate of I guess it's less than $20 million.
Right. So the difference is for Pennsylvania Avenue, if we assume what the seller's broker said that they would like to sell the whole thing, just looking at current assessed value, you're in that $13+ million range. So that's a best estimate. But just to be fair, the actual portion that would be attributed to the shelter would be smaller. You have a lot of extra land and buildings to use for various purposes.
Right. And if we were to move forward with Zire, that doesn't preclude us from still considering the Pennsylvania Avenue location for other purposes if we so desired and we had the funding to do so.
Correct. Regardless of what's decided tonight, we will likely still pursue properties to solve these other issues that we have in our long-term facilities needs. And the Pennsylvania Avenue properties would definitely be on that list. So we would continue our due diligence process.
Thanks. And one last question. You mentioned early on that if we delay decisions about the Zire Road location, there's the potential for that transaction to perhaps suffer the same fate as the earlier location at Easttown, and that somebody else might be interested in the Zire Road location. Can you just briefly address that further? And that's what you were saying, correct?
Correct. So at East Town Boulevard, right, as soon as it was public that we were purchasing it, someone else outbid us. And with any real estate transaction, staff can negotiate a letter of intent, but we cannot enter, we can't sign the contract. So between the time of the letter of intent and when we get approval, yes, deals do fall apart and we lose them sometimes.
All right, thanks. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions. So I think it's been a while and I can't remember, but I think we need a motion on the floor. So President Abbas.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt, Vice President Martin. And seconded. All right. So it's moved and seconded to adopt. Now we are in discussion. And just to remind us, twice on a motion, no more than 10 minutes. Vice President Abbas.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, I would like to do a motion to refer it to first August meeting of Common Council. And if I have a second, I will explain.
Is there a second to refer?
Second.
It's moved and seconded to refer to, I'm sorry, President Abbas, the first meeting in August?
Yes, which is August 3rd.
The only meeting in August?
There are 2 meetings in August. I think so. There's 1 meeting in September.
All right. But anyway, the August 3rd meeting?
Yes, yes.
All right. And you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you very much. So we heard a lot of, we saw the presentation, alders asked that question about different services, purpose-built shelter. Last 8 to 10 months, along with me, many other alders are in touch with community development, and I really appreciate Jim O'Keefe and Lynette, both of them, for their really hard work and giving a lot of time to us as alders, especially this pandemic really open the eyes of policymakers to really see how bad situation the homeless community was living into the church basements. None of us want them to go back in the church basement. We all are very supportive of, and I can say that with certainty, we all are very supportive of creating a homeless shelter. I personally, in my district, I got a chance and opportunity to work with Porchlight, city staff, MPD on Warner Park when the shelter got moved there, and I supported that. I also supported the shelter at the First Street, where it is right now, and got an opportunity to visit there as well and see how the shelter operate. Also, the district I serve, I'm very well aware about Housing First initiatives. In Brantford Village, there are a lot of problems. The neighborhood is not stable. I'm also aware of Porchlight facility in the district, how it operates. I'm also aware about what is happening with encampment. On a Roth Street, we have a camper. So the issue is on a hand, and the issue is not going to solve easily. We're going to have to work all together in this particular problem. I see this time as an opportunity of lifetime. This is one and only opportunity to do it right. If we don't do right now, we're going to regret it. Zion Road might work out, it might not work out. There is no guarantee. But there is a better option available. And that option is right now. The property was not available before, but the Pennsylvania property is available. I am not saying not in my backyard. What I am saying, you can bring in my backyard. And I am, as an alder, saying that location is close to all the services. Journeying Mental Health is near Beltline and Whitney Way. New Start Drug Treatment Facility is about 6 blocks south from the Beltline of Gaiman Road. There are a lot of services close to downtown. The site on Pennsylvania Avenue is extremely connected. The back side of the facility is you have railway line crossing. The front side, you have Beltline. There's no immediate impact, but right across you have a beautiful Demeter Park. So there is a green and open space for the resident to enjoy. The neighborhood right across is Emerson East, really stable neighborhood. And then community can adjust really easily. The Zion Road, I have concerns with transportation. My major concern is about connectivity. It is an island. It is middle of nowhere. I'm sorry if I offend someone, but that is the reality. I drove there, I've been there. It is really far away, and I have deep concerns for just to think about the success of that particular site, how we could really motivate people to come who really want to live close to downtown, to live in a site which is so far away from the city and from the services. While we had in a Warner Park, people were living there and we had regular 2 weeks check-in, many residents in Warner Park, they said, we love this site. And the question we asked, why? Besides this provide services, great services provided by the city staff, as well as the porch light, they really like the open and green space. They really like a space to really go out and relax, and nature really bring calm, mentally really calm you. The particular site on Azai Road is not a preferred site, but it's all concrete cement building. You need to take a bus. You have to go to first transfer point, and then from transfer point, you have to go wherever you want to go. It is not very well connected. Even the time and the network of the buses are also not really good. We have similar issue on the north side. North side is on a transfer point very well connected, but we have every half an hour buses run, and if you miss that, you have to wait for an hour. And there are many other issues. I think so. There are a lot of unanswered questions. As staff give a presentation, they saw an opportunity in a Pennsylvania side, and there also, I acknowledge there are a lot of unanswered questions. To get those answers, I think so. August is a good enough time to get the appraisal, to do environmental testing, and then come back to council as a possible opportunity to look at the site. It will be pity for us to not look at that site and ignore it. It is really close to all the facilities. You're 1.5 miles away from Beacon, less than 2 miles away to downtown. It's walkable. You can take bike. It have all the bus connection 2 blocks away from East Washington. It is the most successful site at the moment. We might find another one. We might don't find another one. We also, if we see comparison between Warner Park and First Street, Warner Park have average around 80 to 90 people on average, and First Street have around 100 to 110. There are more people who are on First Street because it's still close. I will still encourage my fellow alders to do it in the right way. Give us an opportunity to really evaluate the site which is available for sale, and then we can compare and buy the site which is best work for our homeless community, location-wise. I understand we will all work hard regardless wherever we go to provide services, but location-wise and in connectivity, it's really important to pick a site which is really benefit our homeless community. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Benford. On the motion of referral.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to speak out against the motion to referral. And, before I do that, I want to sincerely thank all the people that have spoken and written over this agenda item. I just want to say right up front that my words might trigger negative reactions or maybe even some difficult feelings. And I really want to say that is not my intent. So it's kind of weird, as a backdrop to this discussion. I know I'm not the only one that sees the irony that most of us are safe at home with a roof over our heads, with internet and phones and food, and maybe we have a loving, supportive family around us. And, here we are talking about if we should buy property for men's temporary homeless shelter. I'm bewildered in hearing so many that say that they care about the homeless men. They care about doing it right, finding the right location. Yet it really appears to me as long as if you don't have to interact or see them. I have heard more contradictions over this issue, all coming across to me as putting money before people. I have to say that the clock is done ticking. Time is running down. So if we put this off and wait until August, what we clearly heard from Mr. Wagner is that it's still going to take longer with this site. So I would respectfully say that if we're waiting to find a perfect location and at the cost of this, why couldn't we consider Voigt Farm, or there's many other things, but we have a site. So here we are, once again, I'm bewildered. Here we are with this vote tonight that's really a test of our collective values and morals as a council, but more importantly, as a city. So when I think about delaying this, I think about all the folks that have come out and talked. And I also suspect that within each and every one of our families, we have a family member that is battling either AODA, alcohol, or other drug abuses, or perhaps unresolved mental health issues, or both. So if there's anyone who hears my words tonight who's never had a family member who has experienced or is experiencing being houseless in their lifetimes, you're very lucky, because I have. So, it goes without saying, nobody wakes up at 15 and says, gee whiz, someday I want to be homeless in Madison, Wisconsin during the middle of February in the midst of the worst public health crisis in our history. So trauma in life happens even to the best of us. So I must confess, in my lifetime, I once subscribed to the misguided notion that all men could lift themselves up by their bootstraps. The false, often racist narrative of the American dream. The dream, if you work hard, you play by the rules, you can achieve all the successes that you're entitled to. So here we are. I see this American dream becoming a nightmare. And by delaying this, it even seems like a slap in the face to many of the housing advocates, many of the activists, many of the people that have risked their lives sleeping out in parks this winter. So, in examining my own biases over the years, I've come to realize that for decades, homelessness here, just like in every major city in America, is a growing unresolved issue. It just continues to grow. There's been much stated about most Americans just being a couple paychecks away from facing housing insecurity or perhaps being homeless. Perhaps less has been presented about the horrific impacts of mental illness, addiction, racism, and trauma, and being mitigating factors leading to homelessness amongst the men that we're trying to help here tonight. Once again, the men that we are trying to help here tonight. These men are they're our brothers, they're our fathers, they're our uncles, grandfathers, and sons and cousins. They demand that we take action tonight. For decades, city government, just as most of us have become accustomed to ignoring pleas for help, we have averted our eyes from these men in need of our compassion. We do this to maintain the illusion that Madison is progressive and welcoming. So spurred on by housing advocates who have spoke tonight, members of faith-based communities who have spoke tonight, and community-based organizations, for years, the city and county have attempted to secure a site for a place that can keep men from dying during our brutal winters from this insidious disease that we are all currently navigating, COVID-19. I asked Mr. Wagner how many hours have staff put in. It goes without saying that it's countless across different departments working on this issue that brought us here tonight. City staff and county staff, they have spent countless hours searching, researching, and trying desperately to find a place that has the potential to transform and to save lives. Now, listen, while I understand how some might feel as if this site could be in a more ideal location, I feel like Pennsylvania Avenue kind of dilutes where we are right now. Of course, could it be more closer to downtown? Or we've heard we should build mini shelters all across the community. So I got to tell you, as a longtime family advocate and a social worker, those arguments aren't grounded in reality. Truth be told, we could all sit here and say the state capitol would make the best site, but that ain't going to happen. We have a site, folks. We have a site. That's why we're here now. We have a sustainable partnership with the county. We have community-based organizations and housing advocates with a long, rich history of helping our marginalized neighbors. Please remember, when anyone asks about specifics about services, when anybody asks about that, even before we have a building, I got to tell you, the city nor the county provides services directly. We partner with other key stakeholders, including those that are skilled in providing evidence-based programming. Many of the arguments that I've heard in opposition appear to support all the reasons that we need wraparound and vital services exactly at Zier Road, exactly in this location. I would respectfully suggest that what we should be worrying more about is, will the services be culturally competent? And as some speakers have said, all under one roof, a cafeteria services, all under one roof. They should put to rest any concerns about men having to ride buses to the Beacon. I got to tell you, Beacon does amazing work. And as a person who spent 30 years on the front lines, there's so many others. So this notion that all 300 men migrate to the Beacon, it just blows my mind. As a community graced by many generous individuals and businesses, and I've seen it over the years, so many generous individuals and businesses, folks, we could come together to build a sustainable public and private partnership to make this a beautiful, transformational place of healing, something really special. And recognizing that we as a city support everyone's rights for dignity, respect, and safety. We have a site, folks. We have one right now. We don't have to wait. Hopefully we have the political and, more importantly, the moral will to support this tonight. The clock has ticked itself to death years ago, and we cannot wait. We must not put more lives at risk during the pandemic and the hardship in store for winters to come. Please join me in not supporting, delaying this, and please support all the people that have spoke tonight. And let's show the world where our collective hearts are. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask staff what if the Zier Road property would still be available in 3 months, what would be the effect of the delay on our purchase agreement at this point?
Mr. Wachter?
So on the construction timeline, a 3-month delay is a 3-month delay in opening. On the purchase and sale agreement, there's not, and Dan Rawls can correct me if anything I say is incorrect here, there's not an expiration date on it. But there is the potential that the seller could exit the transaction.
That's correct, Matt. The language in the PSA that we have drafted with the potential seller at Zier contemplates the city making efforts to continue moving forward with towards closing. And if this were to be referred, that is something that they could interpret that we are no longer doing that in good faith.
Thank you.
Alder, that addresses your question? Thank you, Alder. Alder Halverson, on the motion to refer?
On the motion to refer, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we're all looking for the same thing. I look around at my colleagues and I see the will to accomplish this purpose-built shelter. And it's unfortunate that previous councils could not get this done, and we had to face a pandemic that forced the hand, so to speak. But I look around and I see that this council has the will to do this, and I feel like this is the opportunity to do this. I've spent a number of years working with individuals experiencing homelessness. There was a group of men that I journeyed with for about a year and a half, day in and week in and week out. and really understanding some of the challenges they faced every week. You know, the mental health challenges, the addiction challenges, the service needs that they had. Invited them into my home, had them many times over at my house for meals and dinners and talking and learning and journeying with them. I'm not somebody that just doesn't get involved. I get very deeply involved, and this is a personal issue for me. Just Saturday, I ran into another man that I knew that from a bunch of years ago that I journeyed with, and he's in a place where he's experiencing homelessness because of some challenges that he has. And I got a chance to invite him again to my house this Saturday and talked with him and was able to get him some of the needs that he had currently, some real needs taken care of. I asked him a little bit about what's going on, what we're discussing here. I said, this is what we're discussing. What are your thoughts on that? And, telling me that being downtown is a very familiar place. Being downtown and access close proximity to the Beacon is helpful. And much of the community that he engages with is in that area. So when we talk about this referral, and we talk about giving us the time to look at the Pennsylvania Avenue location, we've got a perfect example right now at the temporary shelter of something that's successful. I spent some time before I was elected meeting with the director of the shelter down there. I went down there and spent time down there and asked a bunch of questions because that's what that's how I operate. I want to find out what's going on. I want to know what the ground truth is. And here I asked him, how's it going here? This facility is pretty big. And he was the director for 11 years. He said, this last several months has been the best, most successful time he's ever had in all of the time that he's been being the director of that location. I said, well, why is that? Well, what's changed in the last 6 months? And he said, primarily 3 things: the size of the location, that it was big enough that they could intake people and not have to stand out in the rain, and they could have an area for detox. They could have an area for those that experience anxiety. Just the space size was very important for the success of it. Secondly was the proximity, again, to downtown, the familiarity that many of them have, many of the residents have with the downtown area and the community that they've built. Closeness, proximity to the services that are available. And that's not just the Beacon, but there's also other services over the years that have been available. The churches, of course, the Wilmar Neighborhood Center, Yahara House, Luke House, all of these services, all these organizations provide services to these individuals. He also talked about the funding that's been increased with the pandemic. We've got increased funding. And I think Jim had also mentioned a little bit about the budget that's increased. Some of that funding went to caseworkers. Caseworkers are critically vital to really, truly getting individuals from experiencing homelessness onto the path for long-term housing. These caseworkers, they've been able to hire more of them. And you see the successes of them being able to individually build relationships with each one of these residents and find out what their needs are and get them connected with services. This is like the start of what I know we can accomplish as a council here. And the purpose-built shelter is going to get us the distance to not only provide overnight sheltering, but really provide a pathway to long-term housing. That is the goal that we're looking for here. But we have a perfect example of success at the First Street location. So this Pennsylvania application, I think we should look at give the time it takes to do that, because we know that this could be a successful area to work with. And so I would urge my colleagues to think about, look at what we have seen already that is successful, and let's give us the time to do that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Alder Bennett.
All right. So I'm going to speak just specifically on Pennsylvania Avenue and later on whatever else. But dudes, I just don't see why we're entertaining this Pennsylvania Avenue location still. And I'm going to quote something that my fellow alder, Figueroa Cole, said: Mars won't even be the right location for this shelter. You can put this location anywhere you want it to, and it will still not be the right location. And if you want to talk economics, then the Zaire Road location, like the staff report says, $2.7 million for acquisition, $10.5 million total cost. That's about $14 million. For the Pennsylvania Avenue location, that's a $10 to $13 million acquisition and $20 to $30 million total cost. Doesn't make economic sense for us to spend $30 to $43 million when we could be spending $14 million. I would prefer that difference to be used to the services that will be provided at the men's homeless shelter. And I really respect all of you alders. I respect the work that you've put in, especially Alder Abbas, because this is in your neighborhood. However, I'm not going to hold out false hope for something that I don't see it happening economically or just feasibility wise. And I'm not going to be playing around with people's lives for months on end, years on end like this.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Okay, so just adding to the economic development arguments, I mean, there's no evidence to show that this is going to negatively impact the area, nowhere where the shelter is. In fact, I mean, yesterday or this morning, I don't remember what day it is anymore. I guess yesterday. I took it upon myself to go and look at the houses around the Salvation Army and just do a random look up about their property values. And let's face it, we live in Madison. Property values have continued to rise from 2020 to 2021, right there on the footsteps of the Salvation Army. So again, no valid point in regards to development, to issues with economic development. We have services in Willie Street, and that area there has tons of business that they're thriving. They haven't been negatively impacted by having services to the homeless community. We have a place already at our reach. And just delaying this another few months to chase a dream of a location that has more potential is just asking for more trouble. We do have a liability on our hands today, having these people not being served. We do have an economic development liability by not providing the services to the people that need the services now. So yes, if we want to deal with the Pennsylvania Avenue location for the future, if we want to entertain that idea in some other fashion or whatever, let's do that. But let's not jeopardize the location that we currently have available to us for us to actually put this shelter on the east side. I mean, I soundly will not entertain the idea of an amendment of this amendment. I will be voting no for it. There's no data to support this economic development discussion, and we know that we are running a high risk by moving away, trying to chase something that is not available to us for over a year from now. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, again, I appreciate all the work, and I know that it's been hard work because it's not just. Many of us have put a lot of work into trying to find a solution for this, and the staff has worked on this for years. So we should be listening to the nonprofit organizations, to the experts that have been taking care of this community for the last 30 years, and they're asking for this shelter, for this decision to move on, and to move on tonight, to just get this going. Let's move on, and in some other space we can handle or use the Pennsylvania facility for the many other uses that the city is looking for. But the shelter should go out tonight. So that's all. I will be voting no for the amendment.
Thank you, Alder Curry.
Thank you, Mayor. It's speaking in terms of the amendment to move to August. I just want to implore my peers to think of verbiage, words that have been used tonight through the public input and testimony. I've heard words such as dignity, humanified. recognizing our community members, whether they are housed or houseless, as members of our community. Community has also been a huge theme. We heard many examples from residents who live within the Occupy Madison Tiny Home Village, how they've created community. In not one of our conversations have I heard how we can create community no matter where this shelter is. And community is what is going to make this successful. It's going to be community, the input of us as leaders from the city, but also the folks who have been providing public comment today, social service workers, outreach workers that are on the ground, boots, all the things, every single day. I want to also remind us that it's a far jump from tiny church cramped basements on top of each other to a wide range garage, which the former Fleet Services building is. It is a garage. So again, going back to dignity, going back to humanity, we are talking about a literal location for folks to lay their heads. This cannot wait another 3 months. It's already been way delayed, decades, probably predates when I was even born. Alder Bennett was here. Let's really think about the decision before us. We cannot delay this anymore. Lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Martin.
We referred this once before our new council started. And I think it would be just irresponsible for us to kick the can down the road again, this time for 3 months. We will put a lot of the things that we're working on in jeopardy. And I think that this item deserves a vote tonight.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Thank you. I am going to be supporting the referral, but I just want to say a couple things. Some misnomers. I can tell you that for the last 36 years, the city has not been involved in helping Porchlight and specifically finding a location for a men's shelter. The city got involved because quite literally COVID. So they have not been working on this for 36 years. Nevertheless, I do believe we have to find the right location. I have not been supportive of Zire Road. I was 100% supportive of Easttown Boulevard, but unfortunately that was pulled out from us by another entity. I do feel that, and I've been working with the homeless population for many, many years. I won't go down that road, but I do feel that the Pennsylvania Avenue provides more community than the mall. However, the bottom line here is I'm going to support the referral. I will just do one quick sidebar before I give up this microphone. And that is, tonight as policymakers, we were elected to hear all sides. We weren't elected to discount people's opinion. You hear all sides, you take it in, and then you make your decision. And I wish that we will get back to being respectful of hearing all opinions, even ones we don't agree with, but be respectful, because that's what people deserve when they put us in this chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders. Oh, President Abbas for the second time on the motion.
Thank you very much for an opportunity. I want to clear a few things here. So both tiny home is in District 12 first temporary shelter was in District 12, which I represent. Second was in District 12. In last 2 years as an alder, 5 projects I advocated, all of them were affordable housing. I talk to walk. I do care. It's not like I don't care about homeless community. Affordable housing on the north side, which is already, if you go back in 2020 housing committee report, south side and north side have the highest amount of affordable housing. I stood for it. I educated my constituent. I have the best intentions. I'm not playing any games here. I understand all of your emotions as well. I understand this is an emotional topic. You all understand. Last 2 years as an alder, once I'm working with the community development, city staff with community development, meet every 2 weeks. I spend hundreds of hours on this. It's not like I am naive about it by any means. On financial standpoint, this is 16-acre land, 13 buildings. For this amount, whatever $13 million or $20 million, money should not be a problem here. We should do it right. As I said, this is an opportunity for us, once and lost opportunity. I strongly believe closer to the downtown, it will be successful. That's what my belief is. If we can wait 3 months, get information of that property, there are a lot of question marks on Hooper. This will benefit us as a council. And if we pick some property around Pennsylvania, this will be a good fit. On economic, again, staff said we can need a temporary shelter, regardless we go Zion Road or Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania can also provide temporary shelter. End of this year, building after 3rd Street will be available as well. So while they, in an ideal case situation, if they stay there, we can take some time and develop purpose-built shelter around it. There are a lot of possibilities around it. This property can also be used for city staff and purposes as well. It's not only 22 million or 30 million only for shelter. This is a whole package. And I will encourage you all to give a shot, give an opportunity. We took this time. I understand there is a necessity. I understand urgency, but at the same time, I understand this is the one and last opportunity and we need to do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to be silent and not weigh in on the referral, but I am going to weigh in, and but I'm going to say some things for the record. For the record, some of the presenters made the statement is that we don't care, or that housing the unhoused is a human right. I get that. I understand that. I understand that firsthand. The assumption and Alder, the Alder said, I've experienced homelessness. I've experienced homelessness. I've experienced homelessness with a child, and I absolutely would not want that life for anyone. For the record, I worked for an agency, and our job every week was to be in those basements of those churches, providing services to men and women who were returning from prison. I've been on the account. I've been on the account where at 2 and 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, we were out in that count and trying to count the homelessness. And so I've experienced that on a first-hand basis. Yes, having a shelter over your head is a human right, but we get an opportunity to get this right. There is a push, not because this is a better location, it is a push because it's available for sale. And so when the search for the location for the beacon, the search pushed the properties that were considered way off of the beaten path. I mean, out of sight, out of mind. And if that property had been purchased, we would have never got a better location from where the beacon is now. The men that we've been talking about deserve better. And that's what I'm standing for. If there's an opportunity to provide a full purpose shelter, I am 100% for that. That is different from being the wrong place, the right vision. Absolutely, I stand for the vision of a purpose built shelter. I don't believe that the Zire Road is the right location. We've been pushed into it because it's available. And so often we pull it because it's available, and we don't take the time to make sure that we are investing in a property that can be successful. I'm not purporting not in my backyard. That's absolutely not where I am. Where I am is that I would like a shelter that provides the success and a location where men can not just be housed on top of each other, but actually be housed in a place where it's supported, and it will absolutely be what the vision is. The vision is great. The vision is wonderful, but it is the wrong location. And if the other properties were available when the city brought forth the Zire Road, they would have considered those. They were not available, but they are available. Let's get it right. I have a feeling that this is just rammed down our throats because it's like, it's available. But being available does not mean it's the right place. And again, listen to all the voices. I heard every voice, and especially of the YWCA and that statement that was read. I believe absolutely that. When men and women came out of prison, I'm the one that went to the shelter to try to find locations for them and housing for them. I'm the one that was in the basements and working with providing services for them. So I absolutely know what it is to be homeless. I absolutely know what it means to live in your car. I get that. But I have to separate just accepting a place because it's available and accepting a place that's better and can give the men that we're talking about what they should have. So I'm going to support the extension. I'm going to support the extension because I think that we can do better and we have the opportunity to do better. And if we buy this location and we'll make it work, right? So if this passes, we'll buy it, the location, we'll buy the building, and we'll make it work. But when we're trying to make it work, we also have a responsibility of seeing, is there an opportunity to do better? So I'm standing on being better, doing better. And I drove by the facility on Pennsylvania so I could see it. And I know that it's a better location than what is proposed before us now. So whatever the vote is, I'm going to support the alder, not only Alder Abbas, but also the alder of where the Zire Road location is that please consider, can we do better? And is 3 months? I would love to have it at the location where the public market is, but we're not pushing that. a perfect location, right? And the men are just blocks away from the beacon, but we're not considering that. But we are considering a location that was not available before, but is available now. So I will be supporting the extension. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Yeah, I'll make this quick. Thank you, Mayor. I'm listening to the voices of the service providers tonight. Alder Halverson mentioned Porchlight. The folks at Porchlight know the options that are before us. They know about Pennsylvania Avenue, but they are telling us, and so have all the other service providers who have testified, that we should be voting in favor of Zaya Road. If we go for a referral, we run the serious risk of losing Zaya Road. So the voices I'm listening to are the voices of the experts in the field, the service providers who have asked us to support and vote yes for Zaya Road. I ask my colleagues to vote no on referral and yes on Zaya Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Miadze.
Well, I'm speaking and I do want the referral. I think Saeed has done his job as far as these years that he's done of service to look into this deeply, and I think he's well in knowledge and he speaks the truth. We need a sustainable solutions. We don't need a quick fix. Another reason why I believe that to go according to this referral is that I agree that the location of this project is not a good location. Our homeless people deserve to live in residential neighborhoods, not a commercial district. We need to find housing that's in the central to where resources are, especially in walking distance. I also believe that we need a comprehensive plan for serving our homeless population in the city. Deciding to buy a property solely because the availability for a homeless population is not a good practice. So I do think that we should refer this and give it 3 months to go ahead and look at a place that is sustainable, that will have all the resources. So I would like to refer this as well.
Thank you, Alder. The question is referral. I have no other alders in the queue. So
can we have a roll call?
I'm going there, Alder. All those in favor of referring this item to the August 3rd Common Council meeting, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Lemmer.
No.
Alder Lemmer, no. Alder Martin.
No.
Martin, no. Alder Miadze.
Yes.
Alder Miadze, aye. Alder Verveer.
No.
Alder Verveer, no. Alder Vidver.
No, sorry, I couldn't unmute.
Thank you. Thank you. Alder Vidver, no. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas, aye. Alder Oberus.
No.
Oberus, no. Alder Benford.
No.
Alder Benford, no. Alder Bennett.
No.
Alder Bennett, no. Alder Carter.
Aye.
Alder Carter, aye. Alder Conklin.
No.
Alder Conklin, no. Alder Curry.
No.
Alder Curry, no. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Figueroa Cole.
No.
Alder Figueroa Cole, no. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman.
No.
Alder Furman, no. Alder Halverson.
Aye.
Alder Halverson, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney, aye. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no. I show 5 ayes, 14 noes.
Thank you. With 5 ayes and 14 noes, the motion to refer fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to adopt. Is there further discussion? Alder Figueroa Cole. Oh, you're muted again, Alder. There you go.
So is this discussion on the original
Yes, we're now discussing the original motion, which is to adopt.
Okay, so I've been taking notes, and I'm just gonna read my notes because I want to make this as quick as possible and as painful as possible. So I would like to start by asking you to reflect on who is in support of the shelter. The answer to my question is clear: the experts, the nonprofit organizations who for years have dedicated their efforts to serve this community, the faith community, churches who members of this council belong to, a number of organizations that provide services to the diverse and multicultural population in the city, which includes people experiencing housing insecurity, and the many individuals that wrote letters to this council in support. Who opposes the shelter? People who do not have a clear vision of what it means to build a purposed shelter. The same people that opposes having individuals using their public bathrooms as a place to clean up want to deny them a place to take a shower. People who make claims that these individuals take food from their tables want to deny them a place to have a meal. Those voices within this council who claim the distance of the shelter would deprive these humans access to services downtown. I keep on wondering, what are these services today? Where do people experiencing housing insecurity go to shower, to have a hot meal or a cup of coffee, to do laundry, to access mail, to connect with organizations that helps them get housed or into shelters, that helps them navigate and reach organizations that integrate them into a workforce, or organizations that simply facilitate a pair of boots to keep their feet warm and dry during the winter? Where are these services provided? I can only think of one place, and that is the Beacon. Is that what you refer as to services downtown? It only makes me wonder how many in this body has spent time at the Beacon. The work the Beacon does is extraordinary. The operations are run by amazing staff and a large number of volunteers. The Beacon meets certain needs, but it's not an overnight shelter. And the hours of operations alone are a barrier to a portion of the population that works during the day. It may come as a surprise to you, but not every single person experiencing homelessness is classified as having chronic issues. The Beacon is another tool to help us combat this crisis, and a purpose shelter will provide an extension to those same services. To learn about the property value claims, as I said before, I took a random look at the properties around the Salvation Army. I was not surprised to see that the selection of homes reviewed do not support that theory. Property value has increased from 2020 to 2021 on every single property that I looked into. After all, let us not fool ourselves. We live in the city of Madison. Who opposes the shelter? Let's be frank about this. Developers, they are the main opponent of the shelters. As a council and as a city, we need to send a clear and loud message. Madison is open for business, but this city's values are not for sale. Developers who lack imagination to design communities and do not share our values of equity and inclusion should not be part of the building of this city. I encourage you to vote yes on this resolution and to commit yourself to join the efforts of the city, the county, and the large number of nonprofit organizations to ensure this shelter is successful in the months and years to come. Only collaborative work will properly and effectively serve the people that need us the most. So I please encourage you to put this to a rest, and we say yes to this shelter, and we start the process to get these people into the services that they need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett.
Okay, so I first want to say that I want to thank all my fellow colleagues and alders that I know that we put in hours looking into this, and I know personally, and I know all of us have taken time to review all sides. I've sat down, like, read all the emails, had discussions. So I think that all of us have done our homework on this very important issue, and are going into this knowing all sides. And I believe that we have a culture of respect in this in council, and I hope that that is recognized. That said, I did receive one email that really sticks out in my mind, that really stuck out in my mind when listening to public comment and other discussions surrounding this topic that I wanted to recognize. And that's an email that said, quote, homelessness, home ownership, income, good. Homelessness, no income, bad. And when I think about this, I really think these arguments or that statement is really just a pared down portrayal of the same fancy arguments that we're receiving. The arguments that developers will not invest in the area is a frivolous pursuit to line the pockets of the wealthy. And several studies in major cities, including Denver, throughout New York, have, and as city staff said today, in commercial areas, shelters have worked. And there was no negative impact on property values or development. So, from my perspective, as someone that lives directly across the street from Porchlight, one of the shelters in our area, it's something that shows that I personally have never had a bad experience with anyone experiencing homelessness, and it hasn't affected the hundreds of students that gather or live in that area. So these arguments that it'll affect the economics and whatnot, or optics or whatever, it's not based in fact. It's a stigma. The city of Madison has said housing is a human right. And I'm bringing this up to say that, if this argument may be true, but I feel like with these arguments, maybe we should change it to say housing is human right, unless it affects the pockets of developers. So it's our job as alders to work within our respective districts. I commend what Alder Abbas has done, and should the shelter pass, I encourage the alder of the respective district to work with developers and their neighborhood for those concerns. However, tonight we must center the dire needs of the homeless population. And yes, I understand. It's kind of disappointing. It's sad that this is the best option available to us right now and in the foreseeable future. It's more sad to me that city staff has spent, what did they say, 6 years finding the right location, looking at over 16 locations. And it's even more sad for us to turn away this prospective location that fits our needs, and fits the needs of the homeless population when there's no other viable options available to us. It's even more sad to turn down the subject matter experts, including staff, Grace Episcopal Church, and nonprofits that have been working and caring for our city's homeless population and pleading with us, like pleading for us to approve, to authorize this budget amendment for Zaya Road. And I understand in finance, we say, you have a high risk, the higher the reward. You may look at the same thing as Pennsylvania Avenue. But when I see it, I'm not willing to play Russian roulette or roll the dice with people's lives like that. So this is a great location. It's viable, it's tangible. It's only 5 minutes away from the bus. We need to take accountability for the homeless population that we haven't taken accountability for yet. So I encourage you to please vote yes on this item.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one brief thought. I would encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this matter strictly from a fiscal point of view. Those of us who support this location, we don't know that this is the best location. It obviously isn't. There's no best location. It's the best we have, I think, though. And for those that are more interested in instead pursuing the Pennsylvania Avenue site, that you must admit contains a lot more risk, and it also costs a lot more should it work out. But we can buy the Zaya Road site and at the same time consider the Pennsylvania site and see where that goes. We can pivot, and it could be that within several months we'll know a lot more about the Pennsylvania Avenue site. We can even sell the Zaya Road site. It seems almost a bargain. We're paying less for the Zaya Road site than we paid for the current temporary family shelter at Carmenta that we will eventually end up selling and getting a good use out of for several years before the Salvation Army family shelter redevelops. The same thing could happen here. Who knows? But it's not just because it's available now. It's a reasonable purchase that we can always do something else with if we so desire. Although if we purchase it and it turns out well, we could end up with a permanent men's shelter there. But just from a financial point of view, I think it makes sense to buy it and continue pursuing the Pennsylvania Avenue location for this or other purposes. And we're smart enough, and city staff is obviously smart enough to pivot and figure out where we should go. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thanks. I just want to reinforce what Alder Heck just said and really clarify that this is not a choice between Zaya and a Pennsylvania location. This is about, are we gonna move on Zaya, or are we gonna drop it? And so we just had a vote on a referral. 5 of us said we should refer this. We should take our time. We should wait. We might lose this opportunity. We're okay with that. 14 of us said no, assumedly because 14 of us don't want to lose this opportunity. For the 5 of you that voted for referral, that's fine. Please acknowledge where things are at with this. 184 people wrote in support of this. Every single organization that I can think of that works in this space has told us to do this thing. And that's what this is. We don't get to choose for a possible Pennsylvania location. If we vote no on this, if the 5 folks that voted for referral, if all 5 of you vote no on this, it's done because we need 15. And that's it. Like, this is it. And we start over. It's just too long of a journey. Think of all the people that care so much that they've showed up to 2 meetings, super long meetings, pouring their heart out to us. And yeah, I've heard the other side as well. I've heard the fear of people and what they're worried about out there. But there is too much support for this, for us to just pass on this right now and assume that something else better is going to work out. So I really implore those of you that were supportive of referral, please think really hard on this. Please support moving forward with this purchase. And as Alder Heck said, staff has already said we are interested in looking at this Pennsylvania site for a number of different reasons. And if that possibility is there, we absolutely can pivot and we can switch locations. But we have that option if we say yes tonight. If we say no to this, we got nothing. And I can't do that. So I really ask you to take a step back. It's not about any one of us. It's not about our districts. This is about what we need to do for the city. Everyone's been telling us what we need to do. Let's vote yes on this. Secure this site. We've got it. We can start moving forward. And if something better opens up in the next couple months, we can shift. So please, please, please vote yes tonight. Let's keep this option open. Let's move forward.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. The motion is to adopt. All those in favor, aye. And those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Alder Lemmer, aye. Alder Martin.
Aye.
Martin, aye. Alder Miazzi.
No.
Miazzi, no. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer, aye. Alder Vitiver.
Aye.
Alder Vitiver, aye. Alder Abbas.
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Obros.
Aye.
Alder Obros, aye. Alder Benford.
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett.
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry.
Aye.
Alder Curry, aye. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole. Sorry, Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye. I'm sorry, I'm having internet connection issues.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Furman.
Aye.
Alder Furman, aye. Alder Halverson.
No.
Alder Halverson, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Alder Heck, aye. 14 ayes, 5 noes.
With 14 ayes and 5 noes, the item fails. And we will move on to item 45. Item 45 is Legistar 65098, approving plans, specifications, and authorizing the Board of Public Works to advertise and receive bids for the police training office roof replacement. We did have a number of folks registered to speak on this item. Let's see if any of them are still with us. Starting with Mia Masak of Superior, to be followed by Allison Bell Byrne.
Mia *6 to unmute. You are unmuted.
Mia, are you with us still?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, so I actually need to know what number we're on, please.
We're on number 45.
Gotcha, thank you. Grateful for this time. I'm going to say it again. Please permit disability accommodations. Please reflect on not announcing street names. I oppose anything in relation to advertisements or bids for police. Minneapolis is an example of a place who intends to cut $200 million which is chump change from the $1.3 billion. The police budget in 2020 was $189 million. We would do well to follow suit. Many want to scoff when faced with the idea of defunding those with badges, but we've never tried it before. How are we to know what works without trying? Because to an extent, I know that we can all agree the way it has and is going or being done is not working, nor is it acceptable. I mean, we can do something so simple as reflect on the wording. Bids? We're still in a societal and economical frame of mind that a value can be placed on human life? You know who thought that way is slave owners. And I see it as those with the money having, quote unquote, the power, which isn't even how this country was intended to run. All power is meant to be with the people. A complete revamping of how funds are distributed and a shift in what they're being devoted to. And at the very least, other than your money, we're going to need community say as to what position police get to be in on our streets, sworn in to protect and serve who? We need to move forward in obtaining as much justice as can be delivered to our lost loved ones gone too soon. I don't even know how we can have any other conversation relating to police if it doesn't have to do directly with conviction of Officer Matthew Kenny. These issues are big and can feel like they're almost too much to take on, but it's not an option. How much longer are we going to put off the conversations that matter and that can propel us forward? That's what the greatest use of these prolonged hours on the line can lead to. And what you have the opportunity to do now as a new and arguably improved council is remember that each of these decisions cause a ripple effect and have lasting impact.
And that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try and do my own screening here of who's still with us. I think our next available registrant is Nico Magayan of Jennifer, to be followed by Benji Ramirez Gomez.
Go, you should have a prompt asking to, there you go.
Wow, that's a lot to recoil from how that last vote just went down. And the fact that we're going to move forward on this meeting at 1:30 in the morning when we know there are a lot of people registering for this item too. Damn. Okay, but anyways, so I just think it's so fascinating that the moral climate of this body is at an all-time high. As we started the meeting, right, we honor the lives of Indigenous women and girls, and we condemn the individual, institutional, and systemic violence against Indigenous women and girls. And then in the same meeting, we dishonor their sacrifices in the genocide of Ho-Chunk peoples and Indigenous peoples all over the North American continent by supporting the resourcing of policing, the same apparatus that protects pipelines and man camps and that murders poor people and BIPOC at a disproportionately high rate. Somehow we always have something to say when it comes to resourcing police and protecting property, including the dead and dying shopping centers in our city. We increase the level of scrutiny for a men's homeless shelter and expect a rubber stamp for housing new police officers. Economic impact study, land use zoning, nah. The police need this. So let's put it out to bid and let the market take care of all that. So what's wrong with the roof, you all? The roof is not working. But you know what? It's not the roof. It's the foundation. The roof has been on fire far longer than the MPD squad car set ablaze last year near State Street. And the foundation has been crumbling for as long as police have existed as a continuation of slave patrols. Meanwhile, we're concerned as people, we're concerned about crumbling structures in our communities, housing, schools, care facilities. Heck, building inspection isn't even coming to homes anymore unless the situation rises to an emergency level. There's a lot of emergencies going on right now. And we can count on one hand the number of rent abatement hearings that have occurred in the last year or so, too. Police don't have high credibility in this community, but you know what? They're going to be fine. But what about the family of Tony Robinson or Ronald Brandon, both shot and killed by Officer Matt Kenny? What about the family of Paulie Heenan, Janelle Laird? And these are just some of the cases that were either filmed or fought for and heard from the community. We need community control of the training of police. What are police being trained to do? Well, we see police being trained to be vigilante warriors and also somehow asked to be social workers with badges. We need community members to be resourced to be peacekeepers and mental health first aid responders. So we need to starve this ever-hungry beast. No new money for policing or police infrastructure. Make do with what you all have, just as we have had to make do with what we have. Fire Matt Kenny. Either protect and serve our community, which you haven't,
and that's time.
Sought to protect property, or put down your badges and turn in your holster.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Benji Ramirez Gomez of Gorham. And I think that might be it.
Benji *6 to unmute. Benji *6 to unmute, please. No response, Mayor.
All right. I believe that is all the folks that were registered to speak that are still on the Zoom. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, are there questions for staff on this item? Alder Bennett.
Is staff from Public Works still here?
Yes, Mr. Cooper's still here with us.
Hello.
Thanks for sticking it out.
I'm sorry, Mayor. We do have two other people registered here to speak. Larissa Joanna.
Larissa Joanna spoke in early public comment.
Okay. Then there was a late registrant for Ankita Bajwa.
Let me refresh. Apologies. I didn't think anybody would register this late. But you are correct. We do have Ankita Bhardwaj of Langdon Street wishing to speak.
Ankita, you should have a prompt.
Then my apologies, Alder Bennett. We'll come right back to you.
Ankita, you should have a prompt to unmute. Okay. No response. Nope. There we are.
There you go. Go ahead,
Hello.
Ankita.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands I'm not speaking on behalf of the Police Civilian Oversight Board. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a person, right? I have heard so many things about folks in Madison about defunding the cops, and I actually do agree with it. And defunding the cops comes with a caveat, which is like, before we discuss the caveat, we need to understand what defunding the cops means. It means we need to stop pouring money into the police system, period. It does not mean that we need to we need to literally stop pouring in money, period. It doesn't mean we need to hire new staff. It doesn't mean we need to hire new folks to help with the policing or build new infrastructure. It means literally that, defunding the police, right? Having said that, I do know, being a social scientist and a political scientist with whatever degrees I have, that our community right now, as we speak, is not ready to abolish the police. But do I want to reach a position where our community is ready to abolish the police? Yes, I think we can do that. However, we need to start somewhere, and that is defunding the police, which means we need to make sure that we stop pouring in money, our earned tax money into police as we speak right now. We need to start somewhere, is all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think that takes us then to questions for staff and Alder Bennett and Mr. Cooper.
Sure. I just received communication as well from Larissa Joanna that she would like to speak on this item as she has not spoken on it yet.
Is there objection from the body? All right, not seeing any objection, we'll go to Larissa Joanna.
Sorry, Larissa, you're going to have to unmute again. There we go. Thanks.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, yeah, shame on y'all for not passing the homeless shelter, first of all. I'm still shattered, heartbroken by that decision. And second, I registered an item one as a representative of Reshaping Madison Together. All other items as myself. I don't know who's handling the registrations, but the emails should not be the same. So make sure you look at that. Defund the police, reallocate these funds that belongs to the community, because the community and the essential workers are the ones generating these funds, this taxpayers' money. Refund those monies to the money to the community. Make sure that we are housing homeless folks that are out here in the street. Make sure that these funds are being allocated to prevent crimes, to make sure that our people and our children are being fed, or women are protected. Enough of not working together. Enough of siding with the wrong side of the wrong side of history. This is a one-time opportunity that we're looking at. It's 2 a.m. It's absolutely ridiculous that we deny home, not even home, a shelter, a place to sleep for the houseless. But we're talking about funding for the police when they do nothing to protect Black and brown communities. This is absolutely ridiculous. I don't see the leadership in our city. It is really sad. I am sick of this progressive Madison that continues to not give the most vulnerable and the voices that are here advocating, and the experts, the organization leaders, the activists, who are literally turning your so-called leadership. And it's sick. It's 2 a.m. We are tired. We're not supposed to be doing this at this time and not working for the people. I am shattered. I am disappointed that the minority is keeping away the resources, and that we are thinking of giving any funds to the police when they do nothing to protect us, when Tony Robinson has still not gotten any justice, when Matt Kenny still working in the police department. Do your job. I yield my time.
Thank you. All right, Alder Bennett.
Okay. So also, I have just received communication from Battlefield Duke wishing to speak, as they had not spoken on this item.
There's no person by that name in the Zoom.
Okay. Well, I guess they're not there. Okay. Thank you. And thank you to all the speakers and everyone sticking it out this late or early. So my questions for you, Brian. I'm reading the attached document. I would really like to know some context behind this. Like, what exactly is the problem with the roof?
It's leaking.
It's leaking.
Yeah, and it's past its useful life, which was installed in 1997. Those types of roof roofs last about 20-ish years, so we're past that point. So a combination of the leaks and being on the schedule for past useful life is put it in the schedule this year to be replaced.
Okay, cool. And how long have like you all in Public Works have been working on this, or is this like something new?
I guess just for a little background, so I work in engineering, not in the police department. I work in engineering. Engineering is responsible for maintaining or maintenance of many of the city's building assets and the related sites. So we put many parts of the building in an asset database related to how long each product or portion of the building is intended to last based on its product data. So in the instance of this item, being a roof, we had it in the schedule to do this year. And then in terms of how long we've been working on it, it's not a very big project. So it's, I would say, a couple of weeks that in total. And then this one is actually being bid or Public Works. Much of our work is actually with city self-performed labor through, we have mechanical, electrical, plumbing professionals that do most of the work at these various facilities. But in this case, we don't do roofing work in-house, so we have to bid it out to the contracting community.
Okay, certainly. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Oh, okay. I have questions that I can't think of. Do we have a financial estimate of how much this will cost?
Currently we're estimating at $36,000 for the construction cost. So, there'll be a little bit of staff time there too. So I would say, somewhere under, between $36,000 and $40,000 total between staff time and the construction cost.
Okay, definitely. Thank you very much. And I have some questions for any officer that's on call, but that's okay. I would like to make a motion.
Alder, let's see if there are any other questions for staff.
Okay.
Not seeing additional questions for staff. So Alder, we'll go to President Abbas for a motion, and then I'll come back to you for a substitute if you wish. President Abbas?
Motion to adopt.
Second. Moved and seconded to adopt. Alder Bennett.
I substitute a motion to refer to the Public Safety Review Committee. As it is, like, we understand that there are some public safety needs in this regards to the police, and I really would like to give the members of the Public Safety Review Committee an opportunity to review this item as well.
Is there a second on the motion to refer to Public Safety Review Committee? Is there a second? Oh, Alder Figueroa-Cole, I'm sorry. I don't have everyone on my screen. Thank you. All right, so moved and seconded. Is there a discussion on the motion to refer? Seeing no discussion, is there objection to recording unanimous vote? Excuse me, Alder Bennett, did you wish to speak?
Yes. Oh, I'm still unmuted. Okay, yes. And I would just encourage my colleagues to vote to refer this as it is, again, it is relating to this police facility. I think the Public Safety Review Committee should have the opportunity to review anything related to public safety, and that includes this facility. I understand and respect the work that engineering and Public Works has done, and I hope to have the opportunity for us to do the same, and encourage you all to support referring it.
Thank you, Alder Carter.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I just want to say, and Brian and the mayor, you can chime in at any time. The city has an obligation to maintain their buildings and not to pick and choose which building should be maintained and which building should be left to crumble. And I just want to make that clear, and I'm asking for a roll call.
Thank you, Alder. A roll call has been requested. I have no other alders in the queue. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that this is a budget item from 2021 that was approved by council in the usual facilities improvement budget from the engineering division. This doesn't require any additional outlay. That's why it's not a 15-item vote for new alders. I wanted you to recognize that. I even though I'm a member of the Public Safety Review Committee and I appreciate Alder Bennett's intent, I won't be supporting this. I think that we need to have strategic discussions about ways to direct police funding elsewhere, and I don't find letting their facilities crumble to be a path we want to go down. But we should be more strategic in having that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Alder Heck. I appreciate you saying that. And I will not be supporting repairing a roof to the Public Safety and Review Committee. Public safety means something different for me, and I will own it. But we have a responsibility to maintain our buildings. And so this is a building that we are maintaining. And so I don't see why the Public Safety and Review Committee would be weighing in on whether to repair a roof of a city structure or not. So I will not be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right. Now I think I have no other alders in the queue, and a roll call has been requested. So the motion is to refer to the Public Safety Review Committee. All those in favor of referral, aye. Those opposed to referral, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Lemmer.
No.
Alder Lemmer, no. Alder Martin.
Oh, no.
Alder Martin, no. Alder Miadze.
Oh.
Alder Miadze, no. Alder Revere.
No.
Alder Revere, no. Alder Vitiver.
No.
Alder Vitiver, no. Alder Abbas.
No.
Alder Abbas, no. Alder Burrows.
No.
Alder Burrows, no. Alder Benford.
No.
Alder Benford, no. Alder Bennett.
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
No.
Alder Carter, no. Alder Conklin.
No.
Alder Conklin, no. Alder Curry.
No.
Alder Curry, no. Alder Evers.
No.
Alder Evers, no. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Yes.
Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
No.
Alder Foster, no. Alder Furman. I don't see Alder Furman.
I believe Alder Furman is excused now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Alder Halverson.
No.
Alder Halverson, no. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Alder Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck.
No.
Alder Heck, no. I show 2 ayes, 16 noes.
With 2 ayes and 16 noes, the motion to refer fails. We're back to the main motion, which is to adopt. Is there further discussion? Seeing Alder Figueroa Cole.
Yes, I understand. I totally understand what Alder Heck is saying. I appreciate the the information here, but I'm just astonished of how quickly we come in defense of a building for the police department, and yet try to so eloquently separate it from the vote that we just had to protect people's lives and to have them housed. So I honestly, I'm struggling with that mentality. Again, I really hope, one of my hopes for me to be sitting at the seat is to really be part of a council that really is focused on equity and inclusion, and not just to talk about it, not just the continued usage of those words as they without sticking to anything. So it's extremely discouraging to see how quickly we jump on defense of one group versus the other, and not necessarily the group that needs us the most. So I get it. This resolution will pass, and I understand it's a matter of process, and the money's there. But yeah, I won't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Bennett.
Oh, and I want to just second everything that Alder Figueroa Cole said. The verbiage that we're letting the roof to one agency crumble over another is words that's put into the mouths of others, and does not reflect the values of reimagining public safety, as we like to put it, when even though that's reimagining public safety itself is just a whitewashed way of saying defund the police. So anyways, with reimagining public safety, to me, that means looking at everything regarding to the police, everything, even if it's as minuscule as a roof. And if that means us reviewing it, and maybe it does need to be updated, maybe it doesn't, or repaired. But I think that we should have that time to look at it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue. The motion is to adopt. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection. Oh.
I think Alder Figueroa Cole raised her hand, but I couldn't tell.
Yes, I will not be voting in favor of this, so I guess you need a roll call.
Well,
or do I need? I don't know how that goes.
We can just record you as voting no, Alder.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And otherwise, record a unanimous vote. Alder Bennett, would you also like to be recorded as voting no?
Yes.
All right.
Or
so
no. Yes, no.
We'll record Alders Bennett and Figueroa Cole as voting no on the item, and record the rest of the council as voting aye, which results in passage of item 45, and takes us to item 50, which is Legistar 65108. Approving plans and specifications for public improvements necessary for the project known as the Madisonian on Abert Ave, and authorizing construction to be undertaken by the developer. On item 50, we'll see if any of our registrants are still here with us. And staff, I'll just go through these and you stop me when we've got someone. Mia Masak.
Yep, Mia's unmuted.
Okay, Mia, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, and lastly, grateful for this time. Please honor the possibility of disability accommodations being made as if they haven't been, quote unquote, asked beforehand hundreds of times at this point. Please also refrain from sharing our addresses what could possibly be the reasoning to justify such a potential safety hazard. So item number 50, perhaps given the time it was hindered on others' availability to actively participate. But all I can speak on is the fact that we're still here. So much appreciation for all of you for sticking it out. I mean, it is technically your job, but we'd have to expect the towel to be thrown in until next time. I'm left to wonder how many next times we want, because if we were to just do the right thing, the opportunity to move on to other pressing issues would present itself. But yet here I am at 2 a.m. repeating the exact same conversation we've already had. I already approved any improvements to and for Tiny Home Village, but it's needed all the more considering you all didn't pass the men's homeless shelter. I've got no choice but to second that shame on you. A perfectly available opportunity isn't the right one, despite the fact it immediately answers a great demand and giant need that could directly benefit our community. There's not enough time remaining throughout this Wednesday for me to begin wrapping my head around the bottom layer thought processes to excuse not addressing needs or improving quality of life that is within our power to do. We just spent more time debating the fate of infrastructure than Tony Terrell Robinson Jr. has been a part of this discussion. If that don't sum up everything that is wrong and needs to be fixed, or as me and mine like to say, burnt down, then I don't know what does. It should be another no-brainer. It's not acceptable to not only think about this space when participating on calls, just like it's not optional to forget about the fact that houselessness exists, even when we're engulfed in our regularly scheduled privilege. Much like we cannot permit or allow missing Indigenous women to slip our minds, nor excuse our own being slain without any accountability or consequences. Out here, we have no choice but to believe we keep ourselves safe because all faith in any system has been lost. It's why you all are receiving so much smoke. Or in other words, perhaps strong feelings and words that you as a new member didn't necessarily have much part in until now. But don't mistake our passion for disrespect. I'm up right now to speak on this because it's better than my nightmares of the reality in which we currently live. This is my obligation. The dynamic hasn't been and isn't always diplomatic. I mean, we say something that's not liked on one of these calls and we can get muted. I'm curious what would happen if your 19-year-old family was shot 7 times in less than 30 seconds, because that's what Officer Matthew Kenny did over 6 years ago. What disciplinary action would you want to take in that case? Exactly. This is by no means a threat. In movies, though we do see people repeatedly going after their transgressors, in real life, people get in trouble or killed for attempting to protect themselves. Why is it considered radical to believe that if working together toward freedom and liberation for all, then we could achieve it?
And your time's up.
Thank you. Emily Merritt or Lourdes Puig?
No, we're going to Adrian Mason.
All right. Adrian Mason of Aberg, to be followed possibly by Malik Mason.
Hello again. Although I prefer Adrian, my name is actually Cherokee. I am part of a biracial marriage denied by my family and part of Black Umbrella Global, prior homeless victim of police harassment, violent acts, and discrimination from housed individuals, and now a resident of Occupy Madison Aberg. I am full support of item number 10 and this item, as you have heard from many residents on item number 10 of personal stories. We have been given both stability and opportunity for learning new skills for potential employment and adapting from fending for ourselves to a family and the ability to achieve our personal goals and heal from past traumas. I demand housing for all. Fire Madison Police Department, murderer Matt Kenny, defund the police, and ask you to support the permanent zoning for Occupy Madison Aberg. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Malik Mason, also of Aberg, representing Black Umbrella Global and Occupy Madison.
How you guys doing today?
Go ahead.
Man, it's been a while. I've been up all day waiting on this to happen. I just, please approve this. We've been waiting so long for this to happen, and it's a good opportunity for everybody. So please approve it. And that, I'm done.
Thank you. I think that is all of our registrants wishing to speak. Are there?
Ankita is a late registrant.
All right, Ankita.
Thank you for letting me speak again, Madam Mayor, and all the alders. I just want to say, being a non-citizen and having faced homelessness for a number of months, I feel very strongly against authorizing any kind of construction by any kind of developer. I come from a very socialist country. In my preamble, in the preamble of my constitution of my country, we are a democratic socialist republic. And I stand with those values and those morals. And I feel very strongly because, not just because I have lived experiences, but because I've seen folks, I've actually seen real life folks suffering because we were gentrifying areas which should be accessible to students and marginalized communities, specifically Black folks and Indigenous American folks, Asian folks, Pacific Islander folks, and Desi Americans. Myself being a Desi person, not an American, because I'm not a citizen, I feel we do not need to authorize any kind of construction by any kind of developer, because we need to first of all focus on building affordable housing. And only when the focus of the city and this council is on building affordable housing, can I personally can think of things beyond that. But unless that happens, I do not understand why these kind of items keep coming back up on the agenda. Like, I do not really understand. And I feel as if nobody hears me, nobody sees me, nobody understands folks like me. Like, we have literally done nothing wrong except be a victim of gentrification, which is something we didn't even have a say in. So here I am standing in front of you trying to have a say in this shit. I'm sorry, I'm swearing, but I am really passionate about this. And I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Thank you. But before I go, I actually want to say that I do not speak on behalf of Police Civilian Oversight Board. I speak on behalf of myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, President Abbas, a motion, please.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Are there questions for staff? Or is there discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 50 and move on to item 54, which is Legistar 64795, approving the amendment to the project plan for TID 42. And give me a sec. We have no registrants on item 54. So President Abbas, can we get a motion, please?
Motion to refer to May 18th Common Council meeting.
Item 54, Alder?
Yes.
That's correct. It's on the consent agenda.
Okay. So motion to refer. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer to the 518
Madam Mayor?
meeting. Yes.
Sorry, two things. I didn't hear who seconded it.
Alder Evers seconded.
Alder Evers and, okay, thank you.
All right. So the motion is to refer to the 518 meeting. Is there discussion or questions? Seeing none. Alder Carter. You're muted, Alder.
Thank you. I would like to, well, let me ask you this. At this time, can I ask staff a question?
You may.
Okay, thank you. Is Matt number one here?
Mr. Wachter, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Thank you. Matt, can you tell, how will the referral affect this amendment?
We just confirmed this with TIF staff. So referral will mean that we need to move the joint review board meeting and re-notice it because it was on a certain timeline. So it will be a few weeks delayed. It'll partially just depend on how long it takes us to reschedule that joint review board meeting. And then we have to do a class 1 notice for it. So it'll be a few weeks before this happens, and which will mean that any design work spending on the project would then be delayed a few weeks as well.
Okay. And then, so although it's going to be delayed a few weeks, it's not going to be a major delay, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, Mayor, can we also take 57 at the same time, or is it too late to do that?
Let's not confuse things unnecessarily at this hour, Alder.
I totally agree with you. I don't know what came over me.
Thank you, Alder. All right. So the motion is to refer item 54 to the May 18th meeting and reschedule the required meetings to do so. Is there further questions or discussion? Is there any objections recording unanimous vote in favor of referral of item 54? Seeing no objection, item 54 is referred. Vice President Martin?
I'd like to be recorded as voting against referral. Thank you.
Vice President Martin will be recorded as voting against referral of item 54. All right. Item 57 then is Legistar 64975, amending the adopted capital budget for the Community Development Authority to create a Village on Park redevelopment capital project and authorize capital improvements at the Village on Park by the Community Development Authority to be funded by incremental revenue proceeds from TID 42. We did have folks registered to speak. I do not know if any of them are still here. We had Edward Lee, Dr. Ruben Anthony, and Tom Wilson.
Yeah, Ruben is still with us.
All right, Dr. Anthony, thank you for staying up late with us. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak, and congratulations to the new council members. I'm Ruben Anthony, the president and CEO of the Urban League of Greater Madison, and I'm here to support item 57. Item 57 will allow the city to move forward with the development of a parking structure to support improvements in the Village on Park. South Madison is one of the city's most prominent African-American enclaves. As many of you know, when it comes to dedicating resources in South Madison, there's always extra scrutiny or an excuse for why we shouldn't make an investment in South Madison. I'm here today to tell you that South Madison and the people of South Madison are worthy of an investment. And it is time that South Madison becomes a priority. We have an opportunity to do something special in South Madison. Let's not be fooled by those who may try to delay this project. Those who are asking the project to be delayed and studied some more, they know that delaying the project is equivalent to halting the project. The project is on a timeline where we have to keep things moving or we lose the big anchor. If you don't know that, I'm letting you know that today, slowing the project down puts the project at serious risk. Please ask those same folks who are complaining about, that we're paying for parking, where were they when all the parking was going up downtown? Where were they when all the parking was built into the research park? And where were they when the last 6,000 parking stalls were built in the city? And where were they when over $100 million was spent from TIF funds for parking structures? But this is South Madison, and now people have a problem with paying for parking. Last night in the Transportation Committee, one author says, I rode my bike over to the Urban League parking lot today, and the parking lot was empty. There is plenty of parking here. We don't need new parking. Mr. Alder, due to COVID-19, 75% of the people are working from home. If you go visit downtown, I promise you that the parking lots will be empty too. Last night, we heard from city staffers. One said the parking ratio for this request for this site is not unreasonable. Another said that this is a misconception that there is not a parking issue at this site. And a well-tenured city staff person said that this is the first time in 22 years that he had seen parking raised an issue in this parking be raised as an issue in this manner. The hub will create Madison's first place-based community of Black entrepreneurs, which will extend to a strong Black business ecosystem for the entire Madison region. We have an opportunity to begin to achieve economic justice. City support is critical to the project's success. The hub is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to lift up Black entrepreneurs and Black businesses in the South Madison community. The hub has strong anchor tenants that will bring 110 jobs to South Madison. We have an opportunity to transform South Madison. Let's make it happen. Thank you all. Thanks to the alders in South Madison who support this project, the mayor and others. Thank you. And thanks for giving me a chance to talk.
Thank you, Dr. Anthony. I don't think we have either of our other registrants with us. So, President Abbas, a motion on item 57, please.
Yes, motion to refer for May 18th meeting.
Is there a second? Is there a second on the motion to refer? Alder Foster will second the motion to refer. Is there any questions for staff or any discussion on the motion to refer? Alder Carter.
Thank you. This is a critical juncture, especially for South Madison, but more importantly for the Villager. The Villager at one time was a robust center, a town hall, so to speak, for South Madison. The Villager became a nonprofit service mall for South Madison. This is the attempt for the CDA, which owns the Villager, to make it robust again by having the Black Business Hub, bringing in Access, which is a medical clinic, by revisioning, we talk about revisioning a lot, by revisioning the Villager. I'm against the referral of this item. I also believe that if we go back in time, not space travel, but just go back in time, we have built, quite frankly, 6 parking structures in Madison that requires a lot more spaces than this one. So I would like to pose the question on why we need to refer this. And before we get an answer on that, I would like to have Matt, number 1, talk about this project and the villager.
Sure. So I'm happy to. It'd be easier to show, I guess, what we're talking about visually. That's all right. So the Village End Park, as Lloyd Hart said, is a former shopping mall. The CDA has systematically gone through and renovated the bulk of the building. We've created outlots for Urban League, the Goodman Library, Access Community Health. Where it says phase 1 is a section of the oldest section of the building, which has not been rehabbed. So it's storage and a daycare. The daycare is going to be moving out this summer. So the plan would be to take that building down and put in a surface parking lot as our first phase, which would add about 128 parking stalls so that we could then take the south end of the mall, take those parking lots offline so that the Black Business Hub could be built on the corner. It's about a 60,000 square foot building. And then we would build, the CDA would build a parking structure behind it, which would then serve the new demand from those 60,000 square feet of office. And then it would allow us in the third phase to take another parking lot offline to create an affordable housing development. So essentially, we're going to build the new parking structure so we can start turning parking lots into development pads for new buildings. Because the CDA's goal here is to intensify uses on the site by adding the housing and the Black Business Hub, while still maintaining the same amount of parking for all of the existing tenants. And the mechanism that we're using here is TID 42 would be moving money through the CDA to do the demolition, design work, and construct the parking structure. We've already begun our geotechnical analysis of the site, but any future design, parking study, all of those, while we have bids for them, the funding to do the parking study, to do the design work is part of the budget amendment that's before you. So that budget amendment covers really mostly hiring all these consultants to figure out all of these pieces with an idea that then we would know exactly how much parking we're talking about building, how much stormwater, all those things, which would then go into the 2022 budget as a capital budget item to actually, build things depending on the results of those. So those are the broad strokes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And also, Ken, is Joe Gramacki still with us, or has
he appears to still be here, Alder?
I'm impressed. Everyone's hanging in there with us. Joe, can you talk about the number of parking garages that we have built in the last few years?
Oh, God. Yeah. I think I've done we funded probably between 2 and 3 a year since I've been here. And we did, at the request of Dr. Anthony the other day, he asked us how much total we've done. We actually had to look it up. It's over 7,000 stalls and well over $100 million of investment. And the area we looked at was primarily downtown, East Washington Avenue, and a couple of projects on the Beltline that we did. So yeah, it's a tremendous amount. Parking and land costs are the usual. For those of you, they're new alders, by the way, I'm sorry, it's almost 2:30. I forgot to identify myself. I'm Joe Gromacki, the TIF coordinator of the city of Madison. Basically, the two, for those that are new alders, I will provide a TIF 101 session, which is quite entertaining, that will explain the causes of GAP that require TIF assistance. And parking and land are the two most common culprits of creating financing gaps. So we have, as a city, traditionally, and that's even before I was here, ended up funding a lot of projects that you look around your downtown, there are parking ramps and land costs and other issues that have been paid for with TIF since 1975. I'm just counting the ones I can remember for the last 20 years or so. So we have done a ton of parking at ratios much higher than ratios per thousand that are much higher than what's being proposed for the Villager Mall. We're right now at about 2 stalls per thousand. As a result of this project, we'll be approaching 3 stalls per 1,000. We've got projects we've funded that are closer to 4 and 5 stalls per 1,000 over the years. And, you know, it is remarkable that we're having a discussion about a study of parking when we've built so much parking in our history.
And Joe, can you recall the last time we've done an investment of this size in South Madison?
No, I cannot. We haven't done one.
Thank you. And Matt, number 1, there you are. Can you talk a little bit about some of the other infrastructure things that will go on at the Villager that we've done some prior, but this will also tie into that?
Sure. So, like I said before, the demolition of the north building and putting in parking structure, but I think you're probably referring to, we've had stormwater issues at the site a few years ago. The basement of the building flooded, destroying some clerk equipment. So we did an engineering project to move a lot of the water to stop that flooding, but it didn't solve the broader site issues. So we're looking at the new stormwater ordinance and how we can put in green infrastructure on the site to deal with more stormwater there, because we can't move it farther south because we have hit the belt line and that pipe is only so big. So we want to do as much as we can to deal with stormwater on the Village on Park site as part of this project as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster, questions? No. Alder Benford, questions? Yes, Alder Benford.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for Mr. Lochner. In your cost estimates, how much per parking stall does it come out to?
That might be a better question for some of my TIF colleagues. I will say that I think the number we're estimating for actual construction cost is more like $25,000 per stall. But there's other costs that get baked into that line item that's a very broad line item that says the parking structure, but Joe or Dan might have more insight into where that number comes from.
I'm curious if Joe would know that.
Fortunately, yes. It's 25. We estimated a maximum range in our experience of all the parking we've funded over the years. This style of parking above ground with perhaps a one level underneath a building. It ranges around a maximum of about $25,000 a stall. In fact, as of today, I just got a proposal from a developer somewhere else in town that hit right at $25,000 a stall for the same style of parking. So we know that is a fairly market rate cost. Now, of course, when we put TIF plans together, these are estimates. What we bring before you is an estimate, and it's provided based on what we know at the time. But when we come back to you for actual funding of a project, then we have more data. We actually have a bid that has gone out, and we have engineering that's been done and soil studies, et cetera. So we know what the actual cost is when we come back to council to actually authorize the actual expenditure of building a ramp. What is in the project plan for the TIF district and what is in this amendment is an estimate, okay? And for us to proceed, with the costs, as Matt Wachter had pointed out, we have to have funds to complete the due diligence. That's just how it works. We don't have, it would be poorly done if we were to come to you with something that's fully designed and said, here, council, now give us the money. We spend $500,000 on studies, and then we bring you a $10 million ramp. Our method of operation since I've been here has been we go through, get the concept to move forward, get more information through engineering and other studies, come back with a proposal that has the actual cost amount. Now, the objection that has been put forward on this is most unique in that it's really expecting us to have everything designed and brought before you with cost estimates and to have an actual ratio that's acceptable when, frankly, for the last 2 decades or more, we've had projects that came in from real estate developers all over the city that frankly had to meet basic zoning requirements, but they didn't have the exact costs yet. That's something for staff to work out and then come back to you at a later date. So, as a staff person with much experience, I'm somewhat confused at this debate over, how we're supposed to be doing this stuff. When we come into you with a TIF plan that has streets in it, the engineering department does not they haven't even designed the street yet. They give us an exact, an estimate of what a street usually costs, but they haven't, put their people on an hourly basis to actually design it and cost it out and spec it. So what you're asking us to do with parking is completely foreign to what we do with everything else.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Joe, and perhaps that lends to the motion to refer. It sounds like the debate stems from questions that we have, and at $25,000 a stall, I guess in my brain, I think we could build some houses, couldn't we? So I just asked that question because I'm still uncertain and would like more time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Curry, did you have questions for staff?
I do, but I also need to apologize because I was not able to make the finance committee meeting. Like, I missed portions of. So anyways, I just have one question for Matt. Scratch that. The other question, I guess my question is, sustainability wise, like I know BRT was focused on a lot, especially this, the route that includes the South. I'm sorry, it's late and I'm not talking well. So, has there been any synergy between like transportation planning and efforts with sustainability and reducing carbon emissions and use of cars, as well as synergy between both the Urban Leagues project as well as the Black Excellence Center, which are in close proximity?
Yes, as a general answer to those. So yes, so talking to transportation and parking utility, I think this is where a lot of the actual questions and debate are is, what's the right amount of parking given the broader site, given the proximity to BRT, all of those things. And I'll be honest, we don't have answers for some of those yet, and some of that's what parking study is about. We also don't know exactly how much demand will be driven by the Black Business Hub because it's grown, but it's not designed yet. So there's certainly questions answered. And then Alder Voss brought up similar questions a couple of weeks ago about actual sustainability features. Are we doing charging stations? Those sorts of things. And I think we're all ears to hear, are there things that we want to see? Because again, we haven't designed it yet. So I don't know if there's going to be green roofs. I don't know if there's going to be charging stations, although that sounds like a very reasonable request.
Thank you. I'll follow up when my question is a little bit more succinct. I know I didn't catch it all.
I just note that it will have to have charging stations per our ordinance.
There we go. That one question I can answer, and then yes, we'll have charging stations.
President Abbas, did you have questions for staff? Yes, go ahead.
Just a quick follow-up to Alder Scurry's question about you mentioned about Metro, BRT. I'm just curious if that particular facility and the planning which we are going to create a parking lot, would be sufficient park and ride? Because just look at the future BRT and really promote people to park their car and use BRT. So I'm just curious, did you talk with Metro about estimate how much parking is needed?
Yes, we did started that conversation, and when we had the conversation with them, I think the answer was they don't know yet because there's still a lot of questions to be answered. It has been a couple of months, so I'm happy to go back to them and talk about their larger question of what would a park and ride to serve the South Line need to be for capacity. From what I recall is we couldn't fit enough here to serve Urban League, replace parking lots, and do any kind of substantial park and ride. But I don't know what substantial park and ride is, if it's 50 or if it's 500. I can talk to them though about that.
So it would be not wrong if I say this particular project is really focused for those Urban League and other area improvement for parking, not for Metro park and ride.
Yes. So far, the conversations have been about replacing parking that becomes a building, and then trying to figure out what is the new additional demand from those buildings, and then how do we solve that problem. Although I will say that we've been contacted by other institutional entities in South Madison, so Madison College, asking is there going to be excess capacity that they could tap into because they feel like they're underparked. So we've had some of those conversations, but really just more inquiries from them.
Thank you. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, do you have questions for staff?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe the question goes to Dan or I don't know, Matt, but I'll just throw it out there, whoever catches it. Could you tell me how there was a great discussion about the parking ramp and its connection with the Black Business Hub? And if this is referred, how is that timing and how are those two entities tied in terms of the Black Business Hub and the parking ramp?
Sure. So the first process is one that we start, which is really making sure we know what's happening at the site. So geotechnical, environmental, master planning exercise for ingress, egress, all those things will happen. Meanwhile, Urban League is separately working to design their building. And they'll get to a certain point where we'll know really kind of what that is. And then presumably we would move ahead on parking structure once we kind of know what all those pieces are. Their building will move on its own approval process from the parking structure, but the idea would be that both of those things get delivered in 2022. In an ideal world, right, those are landing kind of at the same time. But we still have a long ways to go from here to there to know exactly what those timelines are.
Let me just throw out another follow-up question. There was a great discussion about the Urban League, and this is what Dr. Anthony said, is that without the parking, the project is I don't know if he said dead. I mean, it's time and more. I'm thinking that's what he said. But how is that tied in and so intricately tied into the success of the Black Business Hub and the parking ramp? That's one question. And the second is that will there be a parking ramp built prior to understanding what that build out will look like and what that need for a parking structure will be?
Sure. So some of the connection there is the Black Business Hub is really the first floor of the building, but they're talking about having office tenants above, and those office tenants are going to pay market rate, which in effect subsidizes that whole building. They have to they're going to be signing leases with office users, and so those office users are going to need to know that they have parking. So we need to be able to answer the question: can we park them without, while making sure that everyone else on the site still has enough parking? That's what we're trying to determine is, does that mean we need add 100 stalls or 260 stalls in a parking structure or whatever that number is? Or they also need to design their building to answer the question, can they put parking underneath it? So this is the math problem that we're trying to solve, is making sure that they can park all of their tenants while the rest of Village Park continues to have sufficient parking. I know you asked another question.
Right. So well, the bottom line is that can the Black Business Hub move forward without the complementary parking determination?
From negotiations with the Urban League, they have been clear that they are on a certain timeline to meet their the requirements of market tax credits, and the funding is one path, but they're also on a certain timeline to make sure that they can meet the needs of those office tenants who need to be in a building by a certain date. And so they're going to need to be able to answer certain questions on a reasonable timeline in order to make those deals happen. So this is from the Urban League in negotiations with us that yes, there will be critical points where they're going to need to know that they've got a building moving ahead and that they park those tenants because they need to be able to sign leases.
And so the two are intricately tied together is what I hear you saying.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole, questions for staff?
Matt, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So Matt, I thought in the finance meeting, the question about using this as a it was out of the question. Did I heard you correctly that that's now a possibility?
Sorry, I missed like the middle two words of your question.
Okay, and the finance committee, I'm working with two systems here. I'm sorry. We just need to give me better internet, I guess. In the finance committee, I thought that the question was raised about using that as a park and ride location, but that was not on scope for it. But did I hear you just said that might be in scope now?
So I don't want to speak for transportation, but one of the things they're looking at is what would a park and ride on the south side of BRT need to be? And from the conversations, they've sort of said that it doesn't really probably fit with what we're doing, assuming that we need every stall in that parking structure to serve our site. And that's a question we're trying to answer. The question on our side is, what is the right parking configuration to serve Village on Park? And I will go back to transportation and find out what they think their number is. But from our initial conversations, it was probably going to be bigger than anything we could fit on Village on Park, assuming that we're going to tuck the parking in that back corner of the site. We did test fits of moving parking structure and parking lots around on the site. This was the one that had sort of the least impact on a variety of other factors on the sites. But it's not to say it's impossible to serve more for parking right on the site though.
And again, during the finance committee, we also discussed the affordable housing structure next to it, and it was indicated that building will not benefit from this parking area either, correct?
So right, so the affordable housing that we're proposing on the north side could be 60 units, it could be 80 units. It's likely that they would park underneath the building, being a common configuration. And it's on the opposite end of the shopping center. So I think the general plan is we would put on the north end and the parking structure would really serve the south end of Village on Park.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify those 2 points. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders wishing to ask questions. So we'll go to discussion. Just a reminder, the motion is to refer to 518. Alder Foster.
Hey, Mayor, and I want to keep my discussion to the motion for referral. I very much support that motion. I hope everyone else does. It's almost 3 a.m. This is a super important conversation for us to have. This is, it's really kind of out of order right now. We just referred to the actual TIF amendment that has the overall plan of the $11 million, including this $9 million for a parking structure. We already referred that to the 18th. This really should be following on the heels of that. So it doesn't even really make sense for us to be starting this conversation. And we're starting to ask these questions. We really should just hold this, go to bed, and come back on the 18th. If referral does not pass, I can tell you I will be willing to sit here for an hour to go through all of the questions and have this discussion, because this is a huge and important conversation. We heard about how we have spent TIF money in the past on parking, but we need to be talking about our future. This is $9 million for a parking structure that we have no real evidence that we actually need. And all $9 million of that could be spent on affordable housing. We can spend $9 million on 200 parking stalls, or $9 million on 350 to 450 housing units. And not that $25,000 per each is how much we're spending on affordable housing subsidies. So this is a serious policy conversation that we need to have. It's not about, do we want to invest on the south side or not? I'm all for it. All 11 million goes there. The question is, we're going to build houses for cars or houses for people? So we need to get into that conversation. We need to ask all kinds of questions. We need to have clarity. We need to understand why we're proposing this parking ramp to begin with. We need to understand the relation with BRT. I don't think we should have that conversation right now. So I really encourage everybody to vote for referral. Let's get ourselves ready and let's have a real important conversation on the 18th.
Alder Harrington McKinney on the question of referral.
Follow-up question, Joe, I have a follow-up question. Is he still on?
Go ahead, Alder.
Okay, so my follow-up question is that we're talking about a cost that my fellow Alder said, are we going to spend $9 million for a parking structure or $9 million for housing? Could you put that in perspective to what we're actually talking about and what's before us?
Okay. What's before you is a proposal to build a parking ramp for a property that the city has owned for quite a period of time, that has been underparked for quite a period of time, and has served the neighborhood very well for quite a period of time. And in addition to that, what's being asked is something that the council has supported, the Black Business Hub through the Urban League. We've, I guess, assumed that the council was supportive of doing anything and everything to make that happen, because they had said so, in previous years, that they were going to try to address, to stem the tide of blight and unemployment and all the things that are going on in South Madison historically. So in context to that, we proposed putting in a parking ramp, which the Urban League has told us they desperately need to secure their anchor tenants. And if they don't have that, they have indicated the project will not move forward. They could lose those tenants. So as staff, we don't second guess that sort of, especially when the council has said historically that they support the Urban League's efforts. So, so that's where we are in context of the ramp and the Village Mall. Now, as far as affordable housing, for about the last 8-9 years now, maybe even 10 now, we have supported affordable housing through TIF to the tune of about half of all the money that has gone out through the Affordable Housing Fund. I think it's $30 million total, and we've put in about 15 from excess tax increments from closed TIF districts. So TIF has created thousands of units or hundreds of units, whatever the number is, I don't know, by contributing to the Affordable Housing Fund. So we are building affordable housing. And you can't have housing alone in an area without having thriving commercial. You have to have places for people to shop. You have to have places for people to visit. You have to have places for people to work or even to go to school. I mean, if you look at the South Madison corridor there, it is a number of things. There's an educational component, which is MATC. There's the health care component, which is all the various clinics and hospitals along that area. And then there's the housing thing, the housing component, which we're trying to address right now at Truman Olson, and a number of other efforts that we're looking at, Hughes, Cypress, and some other things. So city staff is working on the affordable housing aspect of it. And to say that This is an either or, I think is really unfair to the overall effort of revitalization. I mean, I've been doing redevelopment for quite some time, and almost 30 years now. And you can't just do one without the other. I'm sorry, folks, but cars are a reality, at least until they figure out how I get my jetpack that they promised me back in the 1960s when I was a kid. Right now they are. And although we want to build transit and other modes of transportation, right now the reality is that kids that want to go to school at MATC have to drive there, or they take a bus, but they have to have parking. MATC is telling us this. By the same token, people need affordable housing, but you can't just build a whole corridor of affordable housing in South Madison. What we're doing citywide with housing is interesting because we're putting housing, and it started with Mayor Soglin, we're putting it in middle income areas. We're putting it on the west side. We're putting it on the north side. We're trying to mix incomes, not just centralize or warehouse affordable housing in one particular area. So, as far as context, I think what we want to approach, and again, I'm just giving my experience and opinion over a long period of time, is a balanced approach. And I don't think that the proposal at hand is imbalanced. It's the first step of many steps that will be the South Madison plan. And that plan will include housing, it will include employment, it will include transportation when the BRT gets moving along. All that stuff is going to come into place. But we have to start. We have this opportunity to use TIF by a very unique method, which is what we call venture TIF, where we're using donated excess tax increments to invest in revitalization areas like South Madison. We can do this if we're successful. If we don't chase our tail, we can do this in the north side for the Oscar Mayer area. We can do this for Raymond Road, which doesn't have any TIF generators. We can use this, and in parts of each one of your districts. So I guess when you ask me for context, that's the context I'm giving you, is that this is an exciting tool. It's an exciting opportunity. And perhaps if we think it too much, we'll miss that opportunity. And you forgive me, it's almost 3:00 and I'm, starting to lose my voice now. But I hope that answers your question about context.
Thank you, Alder Evers. I'm not really sure if we're on questions or discussion at this point, Alder. So wherever you want to go.
I'm going to shift into questions or discussion real quick. Just want to remind everybody that at our last meeting, Alder Harrington McKinney referred this to the EOC. That meeting has not yet taken place, which is why I asked that this item be referred. I think it's reasonable to refer this to the next meeting. It's not going to delay this project. And with all due respect to Joe, we're not overthinking something. We're giving appropriate thought to a $9 million investment in a parking garage right next to BRT at a time when Plan Commission has developed a traffic demand management plan approach that every single developer will have to follow, a commitment to reduce vehicle miles traveled as a citywide goal. So it's we're not pitting sustainability and equity against one another. We're trying to figure out how to move forward. It's not either or, it's how we do both. So I ask us to call the question on referring. Let's refer this 2 weeks from now, just like we referred 54, and say goodnight and get some sleep.
Thank you, Alder. We have only one other Alder wishing to speak. So seeing no objection.
Yeah, that's no objection, but let's get on with it, please.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Martin.
Thank you. I am going to be voting against referral because of many of the reasons that Joe brought up about the amount of money that investing this money will help us in order to not just revitalize this area and not just provide opportunities for businesses and entrepreneurs of color, particularly in this instance, Black entrepreneurs, to starting their businesses and getting rolling. This is what we talked about wanting previously. And to delay it, that's why I voted against referring the TID. The previous item is because this needs to go forward. And I really do think that questions regarding the process and things do seem to get brought up more when it comes to issues and items that have equity attached to it. And these kinds of conversations have not happened when we discuss building parking for other parts of town, for downtown or East Washington. So I believe that we need to keep going and finish this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Carter, for the second time. You're muted, Alder.
Just real quickly, that I will not be supporting the referral. And I hope my colleagues will join me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Figueroa Cole. Alder Bennett.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I will be supporting the referral. I mean, I still had the same questions and concerns I had in the finance meeting. This is a lot of money, and I understand what Alvina, Alder Martin just said, and I also had the same concerns. So we should definitely have time to discuss this at a different time, not at 3:00 in the morning, when we're all tired, when we all have questions about the process. And when we all, I mean, I appreciate Joe's expertise, but at the same time, I'm hearing a lot of, this is how we do things. So this is how it was done. This is how we always done it before. And and I thought we were moving into, this is the future that we want for Madison, which is more a rapid transit, which is more of living the, protecting the environment and trying to get people to use less vehicles. So why continue to build more ramps? So I like to have the opportunity to just really see this from a holistic point of view and refer it to a different day. Thank you.
Right. I have no other alders in the queue at this time. I will note that we have referred quite a few items to the 5/18 meeting at this point. That will be an interesting agenda also. The motion is to refer to the 5/18 council meeting. I understand there is objection to a unanimous vote. Can I just get a quick indication? I think Alder Carter and Alder Martin are in opposition. Is there Alder Harrington McKinney, Alder Carter, and Alder Martin wish to be? All right, we're going to do a roll call. Sorry, folks. The motion is to refer to 5/18. All those in favor of referral, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alder Lemmer.
No.
Alder Lemmer is no. Alder Martin.
No.
Alder Martin is no. Alder Miazzi.
Yes.
Alder Miazzi is aye. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer is aye. Alder Vitiver.
No.
Alder Vitiver is no. Alder Abbas.
Aye.
Alder Abbas is aye. Alder Aburas.
Alder Aburas may be excused.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Alder Benford.
Aye.
Alder Benford, aye. Alder Bennett.
Aye.
Alder Bennett, aye. Alder Carter.
I am not voting for the referral.
Alder Carter, no.
Thank you.
Very well. Alder Conklin.
Aye.
Alder Conklin, aye. Alder Curry.
Aye.
Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers, aye. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Alder Figueroa Cole, aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster, aye. Alder Halverson.
Aye.
Alder Halverson, aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
No.
Harrington McKinney, no. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Alder Heck, aye. I have 12 ayes, 5 noes.
With 12 ayes, the motion to refer passes, and then item 57 is referred. That is all the items that were excluded from the consent agenda. I would like to just take a moment to say thank you again to the interpreters that were with us earlier or yesterday, and to the clerks. We had a bonus of 2 clerks tonight. I hope you all noticed. Thank you for sticking with us, and to the other staff. I have lost track. Eric, who is the first alder that you called tonight?
Alder Lemmer.
Alder Lemmer, can I get a motion to adjourn, please?
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adjournment?
Are you sure we don't need a roll call?
I am absolutely positive. Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Good morning. I hope you get a little sleep.